Tabitha. Cora, for the love of skipjack tuna, stop yelling at the boulder. I think we've established that it can't talk. My hands shook as I twisted around to glare at the pint-sized gray cat sitting on the trail a few feet away. Selene swished her tail and held my gaze, her bright blue eyes unflinching. "How can you be so calm?" I demanded. "We literally just watched a woman get swallowed by some sort of rock magic, and you're just sitting there." "And what would you rather have me do, Flail my paws about, cursing the heavens? Because you've been doing that for the better part of the last 10 minutes. And so far, Adventure Guide Barbie hasn't even cracked." My lips pressed into a thin line. At least I'm trying. Twisting around once more, my gaze raked over the form of Tabitha Hardwick, etched in granite, wild panic in her stony eyes. Her last words still echoing through my head on a loop. Stay away from who? Or what? Fresh panic shot through me. "Selene, there must be something you can do. A spell you can try. I give you permission to use my magic," I said, trailing a finger over Tabitha's stony arm. The cat scoffed. "It's cute you think I need permission." I shot her a glower. "Have you seen anything like this before?" "Not since that unfortunate business with Medusa," Selene replied, circling the cursed statue, her eyes gleaming. "But I don't think she had anything to do with this. For one, she hates the rain, so I can't see her having a vacation home in winter spell." My mouth dropped open, flopping like a fish out of water as I struggled for words. "Sarcasm, Cora," Selene added with a swish of her tail, before considering the statue anew. "I must say, Tabitha has cheekbones simply made to be immortalized in stone. Michelangelo himself couldn't dream up such lines." "Selene!" I all but stamped my feet. "What is the matter with you? I know you're allergic to the warm fuzzies, but this is heartless, even for you. What if this is permanent? What if we can't reverse this spell or curse? That would mean Tabitha is essentially—" I stopped short, a stab in my chest, as I met her stony eyes. Could she still hear us? Was she trapped inside, fully conscious? Would she be forced to watch the world go on around her for decades? Centuries? Not that there would be much to see, this far out. We were so far out in the woods, there wasn't even a proper trail beneath our boots. If she could somehow see or sense her surroundings, all she'd really have to look at was birds and squirrels, maybe catch a glimpse of the occasional deer or coyote. My heart twisted. We have to help her, Selene. We need to go to the Sentinels. They can get someone from the Order here.
And why should we?
My eyes snapped open wide. What? How can you say that? Selene sat down on her haunches, her gaze narrowing as she stared up at the encased Tabitha.
Perhaps you're in shock. I'll remind you of what has occurred. This witch just dragged us all over Kingdom Come, and you know how I feel about hiking, Cora. And it was all for nothing. Some cruel trick. A lie. So why should I feel sorry for her?
My thoughts were moving so quickly it was hard to focus on one long enough to follow the thread all the way to its end. But Selene's words spun them in the opposite direction, leaving room for some of the pieces to start fitting together. Tabitha had dragged us out here on a wild goose chase. In her final words, moments before she turned to stone, she'd confessed it was all some setup, that she'd been hired by some mystery client to keep us busy and off the trail of Aunt Lavender's real kidnapper. I wanted to hate her, to curse her out or kick her in the shins. But staring at the smooth rock surface and the pained expression and panic-filled eyes carved into it, all I could feel was pity. She's still a human being, Selene. We should help her if for no other reason than that, don't you think?
Meh. Humans are kind of overrated, in my opinion.
Scowling, I nudged her with the toe of my hiking boot. Fine. Then let me put it another way. Tabitha is the only person who knows what's going on, and potentially where Aunt Lavender really is. Did that thought cross your selfish little mind? Selene canted her head, considering my theory.
A fat lot of good that's going to do us now.
You've really never seen magic like this before? I find that hard to believe, considering how you're always going on and on about how ancient you are, how you've seen it all. I've never even heard of something like this before. A new thought bubble surfaced in my mind, and I turned, considering the forest around us. Was there somebody lurking in the tree line? Magic like this couldn't be random. Could it? Was someone watching us? Was there some source of magic swirling around us still?
If I had to take a guess, I'd say this was some kind of oath spell.
Oath spell? I shook my head. I've never heard of something like that before.
Oath magic is exceedingly rare. It would take a powerful mage to pull it off. But considering that Tabitha went all Medusa as soon as she started spilling her guts and talking about her boss, it fits.
My eyes narrowed further, still considering the trees.
Generally speaking, oath magic is a type of blood magic,
Selene continued.
A way of keeping secrets. If someone hired Tabitha to keep us off the trail, no pun intended, clearly, they may have thought it necessary to bind her to silence with blood magic.
My gaze shifted back to the cat, still sitting at Tabitha's stone-encased boots. Why would she risk it then? She's been leading us on for days now. Why break the oath here? Selene flicked her tail.
Why do humans do anything that they do? It's a question I try not to ask myself too often.
Selene.
Fine,
the cat scoffed.
I'd say her guilt finally got to her. She didn't want you to fall and break your neck, scaling up the side of that cliff like some undignified mountain goat.
I frowned. That's rude.
She said she'd been hired to keep us busy, not to get us killed.
Selene stood and circled the sculpture's base, and for a moment I thought I saw a glimmer of concern in her bright blue eyes. But then that was probably just a beam from the setting sun. We have to figure out who she was working for, I said.
Gee, why didn't I think of that?
Selene muttered, shaking her head. She muttered something after that sounded a lot like,
Captain Obvious.
I chose to ignore it. She works for a lot of people who hire her to track down rare artifacts. If she was lying about her true intentions in helping us, then maybe she was also lying when she said she didn't know much about the Golden Lotus. If all our theories thus far are correct, then someone found out that Aunt Lavender had one half of the fragments. If they thought they could kidnap and coerce her into giving that one up, then maybe they initially hired Tabitha to help track down the other half.
And the book,
Selene interjected. And the book, I agreed with a nod. So, that leads us right back to our original question. My heart sank as the words set in. We'd been looking for weeks and hadn't yet turned up any trace of a link to someone who was interested in both the Golden Lotus and who knew anything about Aunt Lavender. Even if our new theory was correct, and Tabitha was involved with someone looking for the Golden Lotus, we still didn't have any leads to follow. She'd been our last hope. And now, that hope was dead. The wind rustled through the ancient evergreens, and a chill ran down my back. As I tugged on the collar of my coat, a flap of dark brown suede caught in the wind. Selene. I pointed at the bag, nearly concealed by underbrush. It's Tabitha's satchel. Selene marched over to the bag and pawed at it until the flap settled in the dirt. Then she stuck her head inside the satchel.
There's a phone in here,
she exclaimed, her voice somewhat muffled by the fabric. Kneeling beside her, I reached into the bag, ignoring her scowl as I yanked the bag into my lap and pulled out the cell phone. "This is how we find her boss," I said, a victorious smile on my lips. If Tabitha was anything like me, her phone held the key to her entire world. Even in Winterspell, where magic reigns, technology is inescapable. I tapped on the screen, anticipation building, only to have my heart take yet another nosedive into the pit of my stomach. "It's locked."
"Well, unlock it then,"
Selene demanded, plopping herself down on the dusty trail, tail twitching. I bit back a sarcastic reply and shot her a dark look. "It's a 6-digit passcode. I have no idea what she would use, and we'll only get so many tries before it locks us out for good."
"Darn technology,"
Selene grumbled under her breath. Glancing up, her eyes sparked, her tail going straight in the air.
"You know, there is someone who could probably help us. His name starts with a C and rhymes with Flint."
The words hit with the force of a cannonball, and I grimaced. "No," I said, shaking my head. "We are not calling Clint."
"It's for Aunt Lavender,"
Selene said in a sing-song tone. "Don't say that," I snapped. "You know that I would do anything for Aunt Lavender. I have more than proved that over the past weeks." Selene blinked at me, and the anger swirled even faster. "I've put my own life completely on hold," I continued, the words coming out so quickly they tumbled together. "I nearly lost my business, the one I've invested everything into, all because I've been so distracted and wasn't paying attention. So don't you dare imply that I'm not willing to do whatever it takes to find her." Rising to my feet, I snatched the satchel from the ground, still glaring at the cat. "We aren't calling Clint because there is nothing he can do to help. This isn't some 90s-style hacker movie where he can brute force his way into the device." Selene's eyes dulled as she flicked a glance at the satchel hanging from my hand.
"Then we'd better hope there's something else in that bag that can help us."
I dug through the contents of the bag, to no avail. Each new discovery turned out more disappointing than the last. A granola bar, a key card to her hotel room in town, a bottle of bear spray with a big cartoon-style bear on it, a pocket knife, a tin of waterproof matches, a bracelet made of paracord, and a tin of breath mints.
"Right,"
Selene scoffed as I tossed the tin aside.
"Because it's so important to have minty fresh breath when running from the bear you just ticked off with that dinky can of pepper spray. Honestly."
She shook her head and glanced up at Tabitha.
"I'm embarrassed for you."
Wincing, I packed the items away. "You think she can hear us?" Selene stood, giving her lanky form a thorough stretch before answering.
"I don't know. Seems like cement-filled ears would make that a little tricky. But then, I wear earplugs and still hear you sawing logs most nights, so..."
"I do not snore."
"Whatever you have to tell yourself, Cupcake."
She swished her tail and started back in the direction we'd come from. "We're really just going to leave her here?" I asked, rooted beside Tabitha.
"Well, I'm certainly not carrying her all the way back to town,"
Selene called over her shoulder, not missing a beat of her casual stroll.
"And I don't think we can get a taxi cab out here, so, yeah, I'd say so."
I met Tabitha's stony eyes, so wide with terror. My stomach churned. Had she known what would happen to her? Even as the stone had swallowed her up, she'd been trying to warn us. Like she knew she wouldn't get another chance.
"Cora, if it would make you feel better, you can swaddle her with your coat or something. But otherwise we need to hit the road. I don't think either one of us wants to be stuck out here come nightfall."
My teeth bit into the insides of my cheeks, and I peeled myself away from Tabitha's side. I made it a few yards before I stopped and swung back around, looking back up the cliffside at the cavern opening. The golden pixie dust had long since faded, but the memory of it sparked in my mind. "What about the tracking pixie? Tulip, right?" I asked, glancing around the dense thatches of tree branches overhead. "Did you see which way she went? We shouldn't just leave her out here alone." I whistled, as though calling for a lost dog. Selene hacked a dry laugh.
"Yeah, I don't think that's how this works."
My lips pursed together. "Oh? And how does it work, then?"
"There's probably a recall spell of some kind,"
Selene said casually, as though we were pontificating over the ingredients used in the Dragon's Hoard cookies sold at my favorite coffee shop.
"She's a tracking pixie, Cora,"
Selene added, daintily hopping over a large stone jutting out from the earth.
"If there is one thing she knows how to do, it's find her way home. Stop worrying so much and get a move on. We've got a long walk back."
I scanned the swaying branches once more, looking for any sign of glimmering golden dust, then shrugged and followed Selene down the trail. Chapter 2.
"I just can't believe we didn't see this coming,"
Selene railed, her silhouette moving behind the opaque curtain liner as she paced the length of the tub. "Selene, for the last time, can you at least wait until I'm out of the shower to continue this conversation?" The warm water went a long way toward easing the tension built between my shoulder blades, but what I really wanted was some peace and quiet. We'd made good time getting back to town, but my muscles were going to nag me about it for days. Even as an avid outdoorswoman, I felt the hike there and back again had been tough.
"You don't have anything I haven't seen 100 times before,"
Selene replied, turning to continue her pacing.
"We don't have time to waste."
Sighing, I reached for the bottle of conditioner and poured a quarter-sized blob into the palm of my hand before replacing it on the narrow shelf. One of the many perks of having a pixie cut was the ability to buy high-end hair products and not go bankrupt. "It's not about modesty, Selene," I insisted. "It's about the fact that you aren't even giving me 2 minutes to myself. You yammered on and on all the way back to town, and now we're home, in the one place I should be able to have some space, and instead, here you are continuing on and on. I didn't have a solution for you on the hike back, and I still don't have one."
"So what is it you think we should do then? Just sit around and wait for something else to go wrong?"
the cat demanded. "No, that's not what I'm suggesting we do." I rolled my eyes and worked the conditioner into my short brunette locks. "If we can't get into Tabitha's phone, then we need to find another lead. There has to be somebody in her life who can tell us who she was working for." A moment passed, and all I could hear was the sound of the shower and the beating pulse between my eyes, a reminder of the throbbing headache that set in halfway back to town. It wasn't Selene's fault, but as the cat apparently never had a headache in all of her 8 lives, she had little sympathy for my condition and continued pressing me for conversation the whole way back. Rinsing my face, I slid a sidelong glance at the shower curtain and realized the cat-shaped shadow was gone. Now she leaves me alone. I finished rinsing my hair, then took one last moment to myself before turning off the tap and reaching for my towel. The bathroom door was open, and Selene was nowhere to be found. "Selene?" I called, wrapping the towel tightly around myself. I didn't have many luxuries in my small home. The carpet in the bedrooms needed to be replaced, my pots and pans were scuffed hand-me-downs from my mother, and the couch had sagging cushions after years of use. If money were no object, I could find things in every room that needed repairs or replacing. But there were a few things that I considered non-negotiables, and having plush, Turkish cotton bath towels was one of them. Selene didn't answer my call, so I stepped out of the bathroom and padded down the hall to my bedroom. My stomach rumbled as I quickly changed into a pair of leggings and an oversized sweatshirt. The granola bar we found in Tabitha's purse hadn't done much to stave off my hunger. That morning, before we'd left, I'd barely been able to choke back a couple handfuls of cereal. My nerves had been cinched so tightly around my stomach, it had seemed impossible to manage anything more. Toweling off my hair, I stepped back into the hall, my bare feet slapping lightly against the faux wood floors. Selene, don't tell me you're sulking because I kicked your fuzzy butt out of the bathroom.
Sulking?
The cat's voice carried around the corner, a note of horror to the word.
You know I'm above such things,
she insisted. I followed her voice into the kitchen and found a large white pizza box stacked in the center of the table, atop a collection of papers and unopened junk mail. What the? How did you? Whipping around, I stared at the front door. It was closed.
When are you going to stop asking such redundant questions?
Selene asked, leaping up onto the nearest of the chairs and circling my small kitchen table.
Now there had better be anchovies on here or there's going to be hell to pay. I'm full on hangry, Cora, so don't toy with me.
Did you at least tip the delivery person? I asked, shaking my head slightly as I wandered into the kitchen to get plates. Selene had started flexing her magic prowess more and more lately, and while it could prove convenient, it was also a little scary.
Of course,
Selene scoffed.
I'm not an animal,
she said, then stopped, her whiskers twitching.
Well, you know what I mean.
A smile brushed across my lips as I returned to the table with 2 plates. On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly did you freak them out? Even in a magical town like Winterspell, no one expected a talking cat to answer the door. I could just picture Selene using a swirl of her sparkling pink magic to float the pizza out of the stunned delivery person's arms, while simultaneously floating them a $20 bill from my wallet.
Oh, I'd say it was a solid 8,
the cat said, flashing her dainty white canine teeth. Shaking my head, I chuckled and plopped into the chair opposite her, my legs spent. And yes, I said, opening the box, your half has anchovies. I stuck my tongue out at the small chunks of chopped fish dotting the top of an otherwise perfectly fine pizza pie.
Lech.
Good, she said, with a firm nod. Placing her 2 front paws on the edge of the table, she surveyed the pizza with a keen eye.
A little skimpy, though, she complained. I swear the cost of the toppings doesn't come directly out of their paycheck. So why do they act as though tossing on a few extra fish would be the equivalent of giving up their firstborn?
I slapped a piece of pizza onto her plate. Pause. Scoffing, she dropped back down, all 4 feet back on her chair. That was another new thing. She used to eat wet cat food. Granted, it was so expensive it made my eyes water. From a dish on the floor beside the fridge. Now, she wanted her meals served to her at the table and had become more picky about demanding variety and being included when I decided where to order takeout from. There was no use in pushing back. Selene was trying at the best of times, but when she wasn't getting her way, she went from difficult to unbearable in the blink of an eye. I didn't even hear the doorbell, I said, putting 2 slices of pizza on my own plate before closing the box to conceal the sight of the revolting fish.
I didn't wait for the doorbell,
Selene replied, as she freed a piece of fish from the layer of melted cheese.
I heard them coming up the walk while you were yammering on about your need for privacy, and figured I'd grant your wish.
Gee, how kind of you, I muttered through a smile.
You're welcome.
We ate in silence for a few minutes, both of us eating like half-starved wolves. Finally, when I was pushing the limits of my leggings' elastic waistband, I pushed my plate away and wiped my mouth with a paper napkin. Celine's half of the pizza was picked clean of the bits of fish, leaving most of the cheese and other vegetable toppings behind.
We need to go to Tabitha's hotel,
Selene said when she finished her last bite.
She's probably got a laptop and a bunch of notebooks. Probably a planner of some kind.
The laptop is probably locked too, I said. We have to try, Cora. Selene cast a glance at the largest of my windows, over the back of the sofa. It was dark outside. The temperature had likely dropped 10 degrees since we returned to winter spell. All I wanted to do was find a pair of wool socks and pass out in front of the TV, letting my brain hibernate for the rest of the night. The gleam in Selene's eyes told me that wasn't an option. Deep down, I knew it wasn't either. Tabitha was stuck on that hillside, and while I wasn't sure if she was still conscious or even remotely aware of her surroundings, the idea of leaving her there was still upsetting. Now we had 2 people to save, which made the idea of a night spent loafing about all the more selfish. "All right," I said on an exhale. "I'll grab the hotel key card."
"Shotgun,"
Selene called, already racing for the door. I rolled my eyes to the ceiling. Where else would you sit? It surprised me that Tabitha hadn't opted to stay at the Winterspell Chalet, the fancy resort on the outskirts of town. It seemed more fitting to a celebrity's standards than the quaint Fairy Lodge motel off the main strip through Winterspell. The place was clean and efficient, but lacked the luxury and amenities at the chalet. Unfortunately, the key card we'd found in Tabitha's satchel didn't have a room number printed on it. We decided it would look shady as heck to go door to door through the whole motel, so we parked in the lot, and I dialed the front desk from my cell phone. I cleared my throat just as a mild-sounding woman answered with the official company greeting. "Yes, hello," I replied. "I'm looking to connect with Tabitha Hardwick. She's a guest there in room, 42, I believe." Selene narrowed her eyes. I shrugged, mouthing, "I don't know," at her. "Let me see here," the clerk said, her tone smooth and unbothered. "Oh, it's actually room 24, so you had those backwards." She chuckled softly. "Let me put you through." I smirked at Selene. She rolled her eyes. The phone call transferred, and I hung up as soon as the clerk was gone. "Huh," I said, poking a finger into the fluffy fur across Selene's chest. "Call it a premonition."
Yes, we're all terribly impressed," she muttered. "Now can we go? Do you think that inflated head of yours will fit through the door?"
Sighing, my smile faded. You never let me have my fun. We made our way to room 24, our heads held high, acting as though we belonged. I slid the key card in the door, and the light flashed green, allowing entry. "Okay," I said on an exhale. "Here we go." Selene barged past my ankles as soon as I cracked the door open.
"Look alive,"
she said, stalking into the room, her tail aloft.
"You take the bathroom and I'll start out here."
Frowning, I flicked on the lights. What dark secrets do you expect I'll find in the bathroom? Ignoring Selene's directive, I closed the door to the room and breezed past the darkened bathroom. I don't imagine she scribbled her client list on the label of her hairspray bottle. Selene jumped onto the made-up bed, creasing the quilted spread. As a whole, the room was very neat. Housekeeping must have stopped by at some point during the afternoon. Tabitha hadn't placed the Do Not Disturb sign on the doorknob. A small dish of water sat on the console table opposite the bed. "Think this was for Tulip?" I asked, gesturing at the saucer. "You think she just had her loose in here?" Selene twitched her whiskers.
"That seems unsanitary."
"She's a pixie, not a parakeet, Selene." Selene remained unconvinced. Her steps grew cautious, as though she expected to land in a mess. Within moments, Selene had the place flooded with pink sparks of magic, as nightstand and dresser drawers flew open, seemingly of their own accord, though I knew better. "You sure are getting comfy using your magic these days," I grumbled.
"It was a little touch and go there for a minute, right after we performed the familiar bonding spell, but I'm back in business now, firing on all cylinders."
"Yippee," I muttered, rifling through the neatly folded clothes in one of the dresser drawers she'd flung open.
"It means we're getting closer now. The bond is settled,"
Selene said, flashing her sardonic smile.
"Isn't that cute? Maybe we'll celebrate with a slice of cheesecake after this is all over."
Rolling my eyes, I pushed aside a stack of shirts. You don't have to be such a smarty pants about it.
"Oh, come on. It makes your life easier, so why are you complaining?"
Selene countered, both paws in the nightstand drawer as she dug through the contents.
"Did you want to launch out of the shower and answer the pizza delivery guy wearing nothing but a towel and a smile? I mean, I realize you're single now, but—"
Okay, I growled. You've made your point.
"I don't see why it's such a big deal,"
Selene continued.
"It takes nothing from you. And essentially all I can do is open doors, change the channel on the TV after you've fallen asleep, and swipe cans from the store shelves into the shopping basket."
She shrugged, abandoning the nightstand to cross the bed and root around in its mate.
"I'm hardly planning for world domination."
I shot a look over my shoulder. You sure about that? She flicked her tail before hopping to the second nightstand.
"Trust me, if I could tap into your full potential, I'd consider it."
An unexpected laugh bubbled up. I think you may have picked the wrong witch if that was your aim. Even if I had all of your years to study and learn, my magic is not all that powerful.
"Well, first of all, I didn't pick you,"
Selene replied, her voice muffled slightly as she rummaged through the drawer.
"And secondly, you're a lot more powerful than you give yourself credit for. I can feel it, you know. The raw power of your magic, just under the surface of the limits you've placed around it."
My brow furrowed, and I abandoned my search, my hands resting on the lip of the drawer as I craned around. What do you mean? I've lived in this body for almost 35 years now, Selene. If there was some secret source of magic, I think I would know about it. Selene's head poked out of the drawer, her ears perked.
"Are you calling me a liar, then?"
I scoffed. No, I'm not. I'm just saying I think maybe you've got this one wrong. I can make candles, do some basic wind spells, and brew the occasional potion, but only if I have specific instructions. That's about where my powers end.
"If you say so,"
Selene replied. Frowning, I pushed aside her words and went to open the closet. Selene gasped when I pulled back the bifold doors.
"Now see, Cora? This is how your closet should look."
The cat paraded along the track where the doors inserted.
"Everything is hung up, nice and neat, and color-coordinated."
Perhaps I should take some notes from Tabitha, I replied, leaning in to run my fingers down the sleeve of a black sweater. Notice how there isn't a trace of cat fur on any of her clothes? Selene shot me a dark look.
"Don't even think about it. I'm not built for sleeping outdoors, and we both know it."
I'm just saying, if you want to lecture me about the state of my closet, maybe start with doing your part to keep your fluff a little more contained. We worked on in silence for a few minutes, each of us focused on our own section of the room. For someone who collected treasures and rare books for a living, I'd expected more of a caravan of belongings. But it appeared Tabitha was something of a minimalist in her personal life. She'd brought a lot of clothes, but seemingly little else beyond the normal toiletries. Sighing, I closed the cupboard doors on the TV console and swiped my hand across my brow as I stood. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of Aunt Lavender, but I kind of thought Tabitha would be more of a pack rat. When Selene didn't answer, I turned and glanced around the room, surprised to find myself alone. "Hello?"
Cora?"
The cat's voice filtered in from the corner, and I rounded the bed to find her fuzzy rear end sticking out through a hole in the wall. An air vent plate had been tossed to one side. "Selene, what in the world are you doing?"
I think you need to see this.
Chapter 3. What is it? I asked. Pink sparks showered from the vent, dislodging both Selene and a flip phone. Selene shook her head, casting off the sparks before they settled in her fur, then hopped onto the bed, where the phone landed with a soft plop.
Something she wanted to keep hidden,
she replied, pawing at the device. The nightstands have locks on them, I pointed out, taking a seat beside her. Why not just put it in one of those for safekeeping?
I don't know,
Selene said, the words pinched as she struggled to hook a claw on the split in the plastic. You gonna let me help you or not? I asked. Get your razor mittens out of the way and I will open it. Scowling, Selene plunked down and planted her paws on the squishy mattress.
By all means,
she replied, her whiskers twitching. Having a burner phone seems a little sketchy, just on its own. But the fact that she stuffed it into a wall vent, I don't quite know what to make of that, I said, as I flipped open the phone and pulled up the contact list. I'd been using a smartphone for so long that the physical number pad and its tiny screen threw me for a loop. Doesn't look like there's much on it, I said, tapping through the list of numbers. And unfortunately, most of the numbers don't have full names attached to them. There's last names, or what I assume are last names, and then some with initials only.
It has to be her client list,
Selene said, her front paws digging into my thigh as she climbed up to get a look at the phone. Claws, I reminded her. She didn't budge.
Maybe this is how she keeps her personal life separate from her work, Selene continued. She doesn't really discuss anything outside of her adventures in her podcast, or her book for that matter. For being a memoir, it was a little light on details.
Nodding, I continued scrolling. There were 18 listings in total. You're probably right. She's a public figure, a magic world celebrity in a lot of ways. But why hide it in the vents? And if one of these numbers belongs to the client who hired her to keep us chasing our tails, wouldn't she want this phone on her when she was with us, to report back? For all we know, this phone is someone else's entirely. We don't have proof that Tabitha is the one who put it in there. Granted, the battery is almost fully charged, so it seems like it must have been put in there recently.
There's only one way to find out,
Selene replied, her small paws still digging into my thigh. She was a petite cat, but somehow managed to hit every pressure point like it was an art form.
You'd better start calling around, she added.
I glanced at the digital clock in the upper right corner of the phone's screen. It's almost 11 o'clock, Selene. We should wait until morning. Selene swiveled her ethereal blue eyes up to meet mine.
Not everyone is a complete grandma like you, Cora. We don't have time to waste.
Frowning, I placed 2 fingers on her chest and gently pushed until her paws were back on the bed. We need these people, whoever they are, to help us, and I don't think calling them in the middle of the night is the best way to ingratiate ourselves with them. Selene's tail swished as she glared up at me, but she either couldn't come up with an argument or she just didn't want to admit I had a point, because she stayed silent. A soft whisper sounded over my shoulder, and Selene and I both turned in unison as a square sheet of paper slid across the carpet from the sliver of a gap underneath the door. I glanced at Selene, then went to collect the note. A navy blue header was printed across the top, "While you were out." Loopy penmanship scrawled out a short note underneath the header. Clearing my throat, I returned to the bed and perched on the side. It says, "Call me back, it's important. Jordan." This looks like a message from the front desk. But who is Jordan? Does that name ring any bells for you? I asked the cat. Selene canted her head for a moment, the tip of her tail still flicking back and forth. After a moment, she straightened.
Isn't that her producer's name? It seems like she's mentioned them before.
I nodded. Sounds right. Should we call them? The number is here on the slip. If they know she was staying here at this hotel, they might also know who she was working for.
Oh, but Cora, what if they are, gasp, asleep?
Serene exclaimed with mock horror, her eyes wide and bright. You remember before when you were saying you aren't meant to live outdoors? I prompted, my brow furrowing. Keep this up and you're going to find your cozy cat bed and your favorite blanket out in the flower beds. All right? Selene snickered as she leaped down from the bed.
I'd like to see you try.
Rolling my eyes, I stood and slipped the flip phone and scrap of hotel stationery into my pocket. You going to close up the vent? I asked, glancing at the discarded metal grate. Pink sparks surrounded the grate and it snapped back into place, the screws rotating of their own accord, until snugly in their holes. Selene didn't so much as glance back to survey her handiwork. Obnoxious little cat. Okay, I sighed. Did we miss anything? Spinning around, I put myself in the mindset of preparing to check out of a hotel. Granted, I couldn't remember the last time I'd gone on a real vacation. Even before Aunt Lavender's disappearance, my life had been too busy to allow time for a proper break. Luckily, living in Winterspell was a bit like living in a resort town, and I managed to slip away for afternoons on the lake to decompress when needed. Before the breakup, Clint and I had talked about getting away on a couple's vacation, perhaps to somewhere warm and tropical, or to a big city with lots of museums and restaurants to explore. Those late-night conversations, curled up on the couch or snuggled down under the covers, were the little bursts of light that illuminated my life over the past month as the hope of finding Aunt Lavender grew dimmer. But now they were gone, too. Selene slipped under the edge of the bedspread, wriggling under the bed frame.
Shine a light down here, will ya?
What happened to your whole cats have excellent night vision spiel? I asked, even as I reached into my back pocket to dig out my phone. Selene sneezed.
Ugh,
she exclaimed.
Let's fill out the comment card before we go. There's a whole colony of dust bunnies down here.
Smiling, I kneeled and turned on the flashlight app. The flash on the back of my phone burst to life, and I twisted it around to light Selene's path as she belly-crawled under the bed. Yikes, I said, grimacing. You weren't kidding about the bunnies.
I never kid about dust, Cora,
the cat replied, batting away a ball of hair and dust with a searing look of disgust as it breezed over the low-pile carpet. Oh, believe me, I'm well aware, I muttered. Since moving in, the cat kept a laundry list of things she found lacking in my own housekeeping efforts. I'd explained that tackling the smudges on the baseboards and dusting the picture frames 2 times a week was unrealistic, especially considering I had a business to run. But none of my reasoning had flown with her. She'd taken to following me around the house, mock sneezing, until I gave in and busted out the cleaning spray and a microfiber cloth.
Nothing's under here,
Selene reported, crawling back out the other side. She shook off, sending more bits of dust and hair flying.
There,
she said, puffing out her chest as she flashed a smug smile at the new mess.
That ought to get their attention.
Who? I asked, pushing up from the floor. I tapped off the light and put my phone back in my pocket.
The housekeeping staff,
Selene snapped.
I swear, it's like you never listen to a word I say.
I breathed a dry laugh, but decided not to counter her argument. We'd both had an incredibly long and stressful day. All I wanted was to climb into bed, light one of my sweet dream candles, and drift off to another world for a solid 10 hours. Though I'd be lucky to get 6.
Let's go,
Selene said, casting one final glance around the room.
There's nothing else here for us. You want to talk to the front desk before we leave? See when that call came in?
I shook my head. I don't think it matters that much. Besides, I don't want to draw attention to ourselves. Tabitha is striking enough to make an impression, even if someone doesn't know about her book or podcast. I doubt the hotel staff would be fooled by my impersonation. Selene gave me an appraising glance, but thankfully kept her thoughts to herself.
All right, then let's go. I'm getting hungry again anyway.
Shaking my head, I followed her to the door. How is it you don't weigh 25 pounds?
My mind requires lots of fuel, Cora,
the cat replied, with a no-nonsense air that made me giggle. She shot a look over her shoulder, and I shrugged. Come on, I said. We'll stop at the corner store and get you some canned tuna. She made a gagging sound as we stepped into the hallway, but we both knew she'd eat it once we got home. In the end, I didn't even get a full 6 hours of sleep. Selene landed on my chest with a thump, and I jolted upright, looking around my bedroom, expecting to find it engulfed in flames.
Wake up,
she exclaimed, jumping out of my lap.
It's 6:30, time to get on with it.
My heart was still rattling in my chest like a runaway jackhammer, and I scowled at the cat as I tugged my comforter from under her fuzzy rear end and rolled over. The alarm clock is set for 7, I growled. Leave me alone until then.
No can do,
she replied, clawing at the blanket. Stop it, you're going to rip a seam. Do you know how much this quilt cost? Selene scoffed, but she stopped swiping at the blanket.
Do I seem like the type who enjoys quilt shopping?
No, but keep it up and I'll be forced to turn you into a fur cap to keep me warm instead. Or one of those fancy things women in the old days used to stuff their hands into.
A muff?
Selene supplied. Yeah, sounds right. I mumbled into the pillow. You'd make a nice one, all silky soft.
Hilarious,
she deadpanned.
Now come on, it's time to call this Jordan person, and then we need to get over to the fish market before all the good cod gets snapped up.
At least you have your priorities straight for once, I replied, not budging.
What are you going to say when you call? She continued. Maybe I should do the talking.
I squeezed my eyes tightly shut, willing the small voice to cease and desist.
Because you get all nervous and rambly.
I do not.
No? Well, this is your big chance to prove it then, huh?
Sighing, I gave up the fight. Tell you what, you give me 5 minutes of silence and solitude, go put on the coffee or something, since you can now, and I'll be right out. Her paws thumped lightly on the floor beside the bed.
I know you're probably lying, but I will take the high road and do as you ask,
Selene said, padding across the room. I blinked. Wow. Okay. Well, while you wait for the coffee to brew, remember to mark this day down on the calendar or something, will you?
Ha ha ha, very droll, Cora.
Smiling softly, I rolled to my back and stared at the shadows on the ceiling. The burst of humor faded all too quickly, as I remembered that at some point today I'd need to go see my mom and tell her what happened with Tabitha and the tracking pixie. I hadn't told her ahead of time because I hadn't wanted to get her hopes up. But now, with everything that had occurred, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I was in way over my head, and I needed all the help I could get. I just hoped it wouldn't break the last intact pieces of her heart. Selene held up her end of the bargain, and the pot of coffee chirped, signifying it had finished the brew cycle, as soon as I shuffled into the kitchen, still wiping the sleep from my eyes.
Your coffee, Your Highness?
Selene said, floating a steaming mug to the table. I could get used to this, I said with a grin.
Don't,
Selene quipped. Do you think Warden Quinton will know a way to break the curse and set Tabitha free? I asked, bypassing the table on my way to the fridge. We'll be seeing her soon enough. Maybe she can undo whatever kind of magic it is. Then we could just ask Tabitha all of our questions. Selene jumped up onto one of the wooden chairs gathered around the table, her tail flicking back and forth like one of those unsettling cartoon cat clocks from my childhood.
Perhaps,
she said, an emphasis on the purr sound.
But I'm not sure we have that kind of time.
Grabbing the container of creamer from the fridge door, I straightened enough to peer over the top of it. What do you mean?
If my hypothesis is correct, and this is some kind of oath magic, there is a very good chance the person on the other end of the spell already knows there was a breach in the agreement.
A cold chill went over my body, and I slammed the fridge shut.
What? Why do you think I woke you up so early?
Selene asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Setting the canister on the counter, I blinked at her. You should have said something last night. The cat shifted her gaze for a moment, then quietly admitted,
I didn't think of it until this morning.
Exhaling, I raked my fingers through my messy hair. This is bad. If they, whoever they are, knows Tabitha blabbed, they could come after us. Selene inclined her head.
Quite possibly, yes.
My stomach swooped. All cravings for breakfast gone. We can't stay here, I said, looking around my quaint kitchen as though the walls themselves might be listening.
Calm down, Cora, Selene hissed. There's no use in you going hysterical. That won't help us, and it certainly won't help Lavender.
Then what do you propose we do? I snapped, my gaze narrowing as I swung it back to the cat. We've been looking for Aunt Lavender nonstop for over a month now. We finally thought we were making progress, just to have it ripped away in an instant. And now you're saying we might be in grave danger with a kidnapper, if not worse, on our tail, and you want me to calm down?
Ideally, yes, she replied,
her tone mellowing.
It's not all bad. If the person who took Lavender and cursed Tabitha suspects we now know their identity, they might come after us. But we have time to prepare. And if they pop their head out of their little hidey hole, we can grab them and drag them out into the light.
Yeah, I scoffed, running my fingers the other direction through my hair. Or they might just snuff out Aunt Lavender and dump her into the lake before making a run for it. The kitchen plunged into silence. After a hushed moment, I dragged my gaze back to Selene and found two narrow blue slits, almost serpentine, glaring back at me. Exhaling, I held my hands out, palms facing her. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
No,
she interjected, her voice low.
You shouldn't have.
I'm tired, Selene, and I'm stressed, and I'm scared to death. I bit into my lower lip, hot tears springing to my eyes. This has all just spun so wildly out of control, and I don't know what to do anymore. Selene glowered for another moment, but relented as I wiped my cheeks.
Do you want to go speak with Sheriff Templeton?
She asked on a heavy exhale. The suggestion surprised me, and the moment of consideration I gave it surprised me even further. Finally, I shook my head. Templeton won't do anything. We could march him out to see Tabitha encased in stone, and he'd probably accuse us of pulling some prank just to drag him through the woods as payback or something. With an angry huff, I returned to the fridge and yanked the door open. No, we'll wait and speak with Warden Quinton. She's our only hope.
Not our only hope, Selene countered. We've still got a few more days until she gets here. And in the meantime, I have a plan.
Chapter 4. Cora? Selene? Mom stepped back, leaving room for us to pass as she cinched the sash on her robe a little tighter around her middle. What are you two doing here so early? Did we wake you? I asked, cringing slightly as I followed Selene over the threshold. The scent of freshly brewed coffee tickled my nose, and I relaxed. No, Mom confirmed, closing the front door. "I got up 20 minutes ago or so. Do you want coffee?" "Sure." "Is everything all right?" Mom asked as she led the way to the kitchen. The familiar sight and embrace of memories made with my family in the warm and inviting space sent a fresh wave of emotions over me, and I struggled to tamp down the tears threatening to resurface in their wake. Selene took the lead as I composed myself.
"We have some bad news, Lilac."
Mom glanced down at her ankles, where the tiny cat stood, then raised her eyes to meet mine. "What? What is it?" My heart twisted at the horror etched in the lines around her mouth. "Tabitha was lying to us all this time," I said softly. The whole thing still sounded like a sick joke, like a terrible setup in a B-rate spy movie. Mom shook her head, her hand frozen on the handle of the coffee carafe, still nestled in the brewing machine. How do you mean?" Selene laid it out, as I slumped into one of the chairs at the kitchen table.
"We don't know for sure, but we think she's been turned to stone as a punishment for breaking an oath spell made between her and whoever she's been working for,"
Selene finished. Mom's hand shook as she poured coffee into 2 oversized mugs. She remained silent as she replaced the carafe and carried the mugs to the table. I don't understand," she whispered, sliding one of the mugs in front of me. "How could she? I mean, she just seemed so genuine." I placed a hand over Mom's. "I know. She fooled us all." Mom looked to Selene, who had taken a seat on the table, knowing she wouldn't get shooed away under the circumstances. "What do we do now?" "We went to her hotel room, Tabitha's," I explained, "and we found a burner phone. We also have her primary phone, but it's under a passcode, and I don't know if we can unlock it." "Do you think she's still—" Mom paused to lick her lips. Alive?" "I don't know." I shook my head, staring into the black coffee for a long moment.
"It's quite possible she is," Selene said. "However, if she is, we have no way of knowing how long she will remain that way."
"There must be some way to find out," Mom said, focusing on the center of the table, absently rubbing her thumb over a knot in the wood. After a moment, her chin bobbed up, her eyes bright. "I know!" Without explanation, she scrambled up from the table and hurried from the kitchen, her robe flapping behind her. Selene cut a glance in my direction.
"Are we supposed to follow her?"
I shrugged. My legs were none too pleased with me this morning. As expected, my muscles were achy and sore, cranky from all the hiking the day before, and the idea of pushing up from my comfortable chair seemed more exhausting than it would otherwise. Mom burst back into the kitchen a moment later, holding a colorful flyer in one hand, waving it like a banner flag. "She can help us." Taking the flyer, I held it so Selene and I could both read the words printed on the front. "Hannah Snowberry?" I read, my nose scrunching slightly. "Step aside Taco Tuesday. This week we're hosting Tarot Card Tuesday." With a scoff, I glanced at Mom as she retook her seat. "Mom, what is this crap?" Mom's smile dimmed. "What do you mean? Hannah is a gifted psychic, Cora. She can make contact with Tabitha and maybe forge some kind of connection. If you honestly think that's possible, why haven't we tried it with Aunt Lavender? Why not bring her in to help during one of your divination sessions with the mirror?" "Your Aunt Lavender is beyond such things," Mom explained, a note of impatience in her voice. "The only reason I've been able to even brush against her psyche is because of our bond as sisters. And even with that, I'm not going to forge a 2-way communication. Stars, for all we know, I haven't even managed a 1-way communication. I've only ever been able to hear snippets. Who is to say it hasn't all been in my head? Some melding of a nightmare or my deepest fears with the voice in the scrying mirror."
"Don't beat yourself up, Lilac,"
Selene said, with a kindness she'd rarely shown to me.
Lavender is a tough old bird. She's wrapped in so many protection wards and enchantments, I doubt even the goddesses know what rattles around in her cluttered mind.
Sort of like psychic bubble wrap? I asked, frowning.
It's a bit more intricate than all that, Selene replied. But fine, we'll go with that for now.
And you don't think Tabitha will have the same types of protections in place? I asked, glancing between the pair of them.
She might,
Selene conceded.
There's no way of knowing unless we try.
Well, why can't you try it, Mom? Connecting with others isn't in my wheelhouse. You know that, Cora. My divination gift leans more toward augury and reading auras, not communicating with the living or dead. I'm just not sure we can trust anyone else, I replied after a moment. Not after what Tabitha did. Mom patted my hand. I understand. And it's smart to keep your guard up. But forging a connection with Tabitha will prove to be the fastest way to find out what she knows. And more importantly, who she was working for.
Lilac is right, Selene added. We'll try this Snowberry woman first. Then we'll start making phone calls to the producer and whoever else is listed in Tabitha's second phone.
Her producer? Mom said, leaning back in her chair, her fingers sliding away from my hand. We think we have their number from a message left at Tabitha's hotel, I explained. That could be a good lead, too, Mom agreed, with a thoughtful nod, before flicking a glance at the stove where a digital clock displayed the time. It was still early. Are you hungry? She asked. I could make us all some breakfast before you go and speak with Hannah. Selene jumped down from the table and marched to the fridge.
That depends, she said. You got any of that smoked salmon left in there? I bet that would pair well with some scrambled eggs.
My nose wrinkled at the idea. Buttered toast and jam would be fine with me. I don't want you to go all out and then have us leave you with a messy kitchen. Oh, I don't mind. What else am I going to do? Mom said, as she pushed up from her chair. She offered a soft smile, but there was a sadness lingering in her eyes. Aunt Lavender's disappearance had hit us all in different ways, and we often rotated through our emotions in cycles, going from hopeful to worried to optimistic, before crashing back to despair. Let me wash up and I'll help, I said, ignoring the muscle soreness in my thighs as I got up from the table. But please keep my eggs free from any form of seafood. Selene swished her tail as she sat in front of the fridge, waiting.
Hey, more for me.
We worked in silence for a little while, only breaking it to pass things back and forth as we laid out the ingredients on the counter. Mom whipped up pancake batter, while I cracked half a carton's worth of eggs into a big bowl and whisked them. Selene wandered into the adjoining living room and perched on the arm of the couch, occasionally poking her head around the open archway to offer unsolicited suggestions or requests. When we sat back down at the table, there was enough food spread across it that we could have thrown an impromptu charity breakfast benefiting the local fire sentries. Mom's spirit seemed buoyed ever so slightly as she took her seat again. Cooking was therapeutic to her. It stirred her soul in a way that submerged her troubles, at least for a little while. Should we call Clint and invite him over? Mom asked with a smile as she considered the various platters and serving bowls. In addition to the pancakes and eggs, there was a bowl of fruit salad, cottage cheese with 3 types of jams and a small dish of chopped walnuts, several types of syrups and marmalades, and even half a loaf of zucchini bread Mom found in the fridge while looking for Selene's salmon. I think you mentioned he's an early riser. Across the table, Selene made the hacking sound that often preempted a massive hairball.
Abort! Abort!
Mom's brows lifted, looking from the cat to me. What's this? All the maple syrup in the world wasn't going to make this go down any easier. I set my fork down on the edge of my plate. Clint and I ended things a couple of days ago. Mom shifted her gaze back to Selene, as though waiting for outside confirmation.
Cora's a free agent again,
the cat said. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Mom turned to me. Do you want to talk about it? There's not much to say, really. I picked up my fork and poked the tines into the remaining bit of egg on my plate, surrounded by an encroaching moat of maple syrup. We come from very different worlds, and I guess it just caught up with us. Is he leaving Winterspell, then? Mom asked. Eventually, I suppose. He's still here to take care of his mom for as long as she needs him, but after that, I think he'll leave and go back to Chicago. I paused and took the last bite.
Oh, so we're not going to talk about the baby bribe, then?
Selene asked. I choked on my eggs. Mom's brows rose ever higher, nearly vanishing under the slightly messy sweep of fading blonde bangs across her forehead. Selene? I scolded, puffing out a couple of coughs into my balled fist.
What?
The cat asked, her eyes wide. She's making it sound way worse than it is, I said to Mom. Selene's tail swished. Frowning, I continued. Clint's mother is very wealthy and will be leaving behind a sizable inheritance. With Clint's brother now passed on, Clint would be the logical trustee. But, well, she seems to want to put some strings on that money. What kind of strings? Mom asked, picking up her coffee mug, her expression taking on a leonine skepticism. I shot Selene another dark look. Well, I guess it boils down to having an heir. In order to get the inheritance, Clint has to get married and have a baby. If he fails to follow through with those requirements, then he forfeits the inheritance, and it will be donated to charity. Mom took a pensive sip, her eyes not leaving mine. I know, I said on an exhale. That's why I told him I couldn't see him anymore. I really like him, and thought that maybe we could have... Well, it doesn't matter what might have been. The point is we are in different places right now. It was silly of me to think it could ever work. I mean, my idea of the perfect weekend is getting out on the lake or going out into the woods while drinking coffee out of a thermos. Clint would prefer getting dressed up to go to brunch at some trendy hotspot. And last time I checked, trendy brunch joints were low in supply here in Winterspell. Well, that doesn't mean it's doomed to fail, Mom countered. Long-term relationships require compromise, dear. Selene leaned toward her, dropping her voice to a stage whisper.
I think the pin's already been pulled from this particular grenade, Lilac.
Mom looked at me, a resigned sadness on her face. She offered a small nod, then patted the back of my hand a second time. It will be all right, Cora. All of it. Thanks, Mom. Glancing at the time, I rose from the table and began clearing my dishes. Come on, Selene. I'll wash, you dry. The cat made another hacking noise, her expression pinched.
Excuse me?
Smiling, I headed for the sink. If you can use your magic to accept a pizza delivery, you can use it to make yourself useful in the kitchen. I also think we should set up a formal chore chart for the house. You could take care of the vacuuming and dusting every Wednesday and help with the laundry on the weekends. When no reply came, I craned around, my smile widening at the cat's stunned expression. I'd done the impossible. I'd finally learned how to shut Selene up. Not that it would last for long. Chapter 5. Once the dishes were washed and put away, and Selene's complaining over being forced into manual labor ceased, we went into the living room, and I dialed the number neatly written across the bottom of the note from the hotel. The phone rang a few times, and I started to worry it would show up as an unknown caller on the other end and be relegated to voicemail. Finally, the line picked up, and a throaty female voice answered. This is Jordana Melbourne. What can I do for you? Jordana, I repeated, glancing over at Selene, sitting beside the phone in the center of Mom's coffee table. That's right, the woman replied. And you are? Oh, I blinked. Right, sorry. My name is Cora Harth. I'm, what exactly was I to Tabitha? We weren't friends. At one point, I thought maybe we could be, but that was over now. And I wasn't truly her client, either. She'd not asked for any money in exchange for her aid in finding Aunt Lavender, which, in hindsight, was a slightly redeeming factor. If she were charging us money for our own sabotage, she would sink to new depths, in my personal opinion. I've been working with Tabitha on something, I finished awkwardly. Before calling, Selene, Mom, and I had all agreed to provide as few details as necessary, at least until we determined if the producer could be trusted. A pause followed, and when Jordana spoke again, her voice was louder, as though she had the phone mashed against her cheek. Tabitha? Do you know where she is? Is she with you now? I need to speak with her immediately. Wincing, the image of Tabitha encased in stone flashed through my mind. She's not here now, I stammered. You're her producer, is that right? That's right. A note of skepticism echoed in Jordana's voice. I'm sorry, but what is it exactly you have her working on? Is she off the grid somehow? I've been trying to get a hold of her for 2 days now. I slid a glance towards Selene. Less than 24 hours had passed since Tabitha's curse. Had she been dodging Jordana's calls prior to the hike? And if so, why? She told me she was working for a client, the woman continued, her voice sounding increasingly frazzled, as though she'd been drowning only to find a life preserver. She wouldn't tell me much more than that. She said it had to be kept hush-hush because she didn't want anyone to get in her way, though I don't know why she couldn't have at least told me. Jordana scoffed at the last bit. Where is she? I really do need to speak with her as soon as possible. Right. My lips pressed tightly together, and I cast a glance at Mom, standing in the archway between the living room and the kitchen. Well, there's been a bit of an accident, I guess. What sort of an accident? Is Tabitha okay? I don't know, I replied, my tone deflated and half-hearted. You don't know? But how could you— Is she in the hospital? Which one? I can be on a flight in 2 hours. Rustling sounds picked up in the background of the call, the shuffling of papers and scuffing of a coffee mug. There isn't anything you can do for her, I said. At least, not physically. I need to know who Tabitha was working for. What do you mean? Jordana snapped, the rustling ceasing. Aren't you her client? You said she was working on something with you, right? Wincing, I tried to backpedal. Listen, Jordana, it's complicated and there is a lot I can't, or at least probably shouldn't say. I understand you don't know what she was working on now, but what about any other jobs? Do you know where she's been? Who she's spoken to? You're her producer, right? For her podcast? Yes, but Then you must know who she works with. Can you tell us anything about her recent clients or jobs? Were there any people in her orbit that struck you as particularly well-connected? Jordana exhaled a hollow laugh. All of Tabitha's clients are wealthy and well-connected. People who work 9 to 5 don't have 6-figure budgets for treasure hunting quests or an interest in fabled trinkets. My eyes widened, and my head snapped toward Selene. Her eyes glowed all the brighter. Fabled trinkets? I repeated, leaning in closer to the phone. Like what? Who are you? Jordana asked. If you hired Tabitha, surely you know her body of work. What's really going on? I didn't hire her, I replied, my thoughts somewhat jumbled. I didn't want to give away too much in case Jordana couldn't be trusted, but at the same time I was well aware of how shady I sounded. She was doing me a favor, looking for my aunt who's recently gone missing. Selene's eyes glowed, a warning. I see. Jordana said slowly, as though weighing the statement, measuring it for truth. Like I said, I don't know what she's been up to recently. That's part of the problem, and the reason I've been so desperately trying to get a hold of her. She's not answering my calls or texts. I didn't even know where she was staying up until a couple of days ago. I'm not proud to admit it, but I had to trace the IP address of the last batch of audio files she sent me. That's how I figured out where she was staying. Oh. I blinked, surprised by the confession. Jordana paused, then asked, "Can you please tell me what happened? I might be able to help. I don't know how well you know Tabitha, but she doesn't let people get too close. I'm one of only a handful that knows the real her, the woman behind this empire." That answered another question I planned to ask, regarding Tabitha's next of kin, in case the curse turned out unbreakable, or, if worse, she was already gone. Mom came and sat beside me on the sofa. Clearing my throat, I picked up the phone while still keeping the call on speaker. "We believe that Tabitha has been cursed, or perhaps hexed," Jordana gasped. "We are doing everything we can, and we'll be speaking with the Warden of the Northwest. But as of right now, Tabitha is frozen. In stone." "What? What do you mean?" Jordana exclaimed. "We think it might be some kind of oath magic," I continued. "That there was some secret she was sworn to keep, and when she broke it, well, she turned to stone." "What secret? Please." "She was here in Winterspell to help me find my aunt, Lavender Hearth. Does that name ring any bells?" Jordana was silent for a moment, then quietly said, "I'm sorry, but no. She's a treasure hunter, much in the same way that Tabitha is, and she was recently abducted. A couple of weeks ago, I contacted Tabitha asking for her help. She came out here to Winterspell, Washington, and helped track down clues to Aunt Lavender's whereabouts. Or at least that's what she claimed she was doing." I drew in a silent breath, the pain of the betrayal still lingering just below my sternum. "Right before she turned to stone, she confessed that she was only here to lead me on, and that some mystery client of hers had paid her to keep me off the trail. She tried to tell me who it was, but it was too late. The curse took her, and we don't know how to get her back again." A long silence stretched, every moment of it painful and raw. I could only imagine what it must be like for the woman on the other end of the phone call. What had she been doing right before I called? Perhaps she'd been sipping on a latte, working on editing a podcast. Or maybe she'd been at lunch with some friends and stepped away to answer her phone, expecting it to be professional in nature. Or maybe she'd expected nothing more than to find a telemarketer on the other end. In any case, there was no way she'd been prepared for the news I had to share. "I'm sorry to have to tell you all of this," I said, when the silence grew too tense. "I wish I had more information, but it seems Tabitha was playing us, and we can't trust any of the information she gave us during her time here. We have no idea who her client is, and frankly, we are at a loss as to how to even find out." "I can't believe this is really happening," Jordana said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I always warned her to be careful. It's like I knew something like this would happen one day. She's extremely intelligent. She has to be in her line of work. But she had a reckless side, the adventure side, always calling her to up the stakes, to embrace the danger. Her skill and success only made it worse. Over the years, she's taken on riskier and riskier jobs. In some ways, I blame myself. As her producer, it's my job to share the numbers with her, to lay out the trends, and for better or worse, the dangerous jobs, the narrow misses, make for the best episodes or mini-series for the show. You can't blame yourself, Jordana, Mom said, chiming in for the first time. If Jordana realized it was a new voice, she didn't let on. Granted, Mom and I have been told a multitude of times that we sound the same, especially over the phone. I do, though, Jordana said quietly. I told her to be careful, to make good choices, but all the while, I was the one dangling a carrot in front of her face. Do you have any inkling what carrot she might have been after? I asked. What was her white whale, so to speak? Or were there clients you warned her about? I don't fully know how this podcasting thing works, but how involved are you with that side of things? Tabitha chooses her own clients. And while I've met some, mostly those she interviews on the show, it's all pretty well separated. I don't have a roster I could hand over to you. Do you know about her burner phone? I asked. We found a second phone at the hotel. She had it hidden away in an air vent. I don't know why she would hide it, but I know she keeps a second phone. Just for clients, Jordana replied, sounding weary now that the initial shock had worn off. She keeps things segmented. When she's home, she's just Tabitha. She likes long afternoons in coffee shops. She grows an herb garden on the balcony of her penthouse and loves treating her friends to nights out. Then there's Tabitha Hardwick, and we all know when she's flipped the switch. She becomes a dog with a bone, locked away in her study, having boxloads of books and scrolls and other research materials couriered to her front door so she doesn't have to come up for air long enough to get them herself. Selene exchanged a look with Mom, and I already knew what they were each thinking. That sounds like my aunt, I told Jordana. She gets that way too. Listen, I'm sorry for your loss, and I hope you can find her, but my concern is for Tabitha, Jordana replied, her voice changing once more, this time to a frosty, no-nonsense tone. I'm booking a flight out there right now. I'm the closest thing she's got to a sister. There were more rustling sounds. Then she added, You mentioned having a meeting with the Warden of the Northwest? That's Warden Quinton, isn't it? Yes, but... Good. I'll be there in time to speak with her. The way she said it made me feel like she was ticking boxes off a long to-do list. In the meantime, what is local law enforcement saying? Are any order agents on the ground? My mouth dropped open, but only a pitiful choking sound came forth as I struggled to keep from being pulled under Jordana's steamroller.
We've got it under control,
Selene snapped, her eyes narrowing at the device in my hand. Who is that? Jordana asked.
Selene, first of her name, breaker of... Oh, never mind.
The cat stopped and shook her head before her ears perked back up.
The point is, if you think you can just elbow your way to the front of the line, you've got another thing coming. Cora has worked long and hard to get the Warden's ear, and we aren't going to step aside and let you shout into it with your own personal bullhorn. You hear me?
Mom placed a hand over her mouth, her eyes dancing with amusement. My own expression morphed into deeper shame, heat spreading across my cheeks. I don't know who you are, Jordana fired back, but Tabitha is my friend, and I'll shout into whatever bullhorn I can get my hands on. I don't need your permission. The call ended, the screen fading to black.
Well,
Selene said, flashing her white canines.
That went well. I think we'll all be fast friends.
I smashed a throw pillow against my face and sagged back against the cushions. Why me? Chapter 6. Oh yeah, smashing good job as usual, Selene, I grumbled. She might prove helpful, Mom suggested gently. Having an extra set of eyes can't be all bad, right? I don't know. What are we even looking for anymore? I slumped over, bracing my elbows on my knees as I curled in on myself. The delicious breakfast wasn't sitting well in my stomach.
Your Aunt Lavender, remember?
Selene replied, her tail snapping through the air. I exhaled through clenched teeth. Selene, Mom said, I think what Cora means is there's not a clear path forward at the moment. Yes, I grumbled. That is what Cora means.
Oh dear, Lilac, she's begun speaking about herself in the third person.
Selene leaned closer until her nose nearly brushed my forehead.
That can't be a good sign.
I'm fine. A piece of cat fur tickled my lips, and I sputtered. Get back, you're getting your hair all over me. Mom placed a hand on my back. Honey, I think maybe you need a day off from all of this. You've gone through so much these past weeks, and you've worked so hard. I want to find my sister as much as anyone, but I also know there comes a time when you need to take care of yourself. Just for a bit. An unexpected surge of emotions rose within my chest, fast and sudden, catching me unprepared. Tears burned at my eyes, and a lump formed in my throat. Mom's words rang true, even if I didn't fully want to acknowledge it. Ever since Selene showed up on my welcome mat, informing me she was leaving Aunt Lavender's service to become my familiar, things had been on such a roller coaster track. Meeting Clint and helping to solve his brother's murder, then Selene's revelation that Aunt Lavender had been abducted, to Sal's murder, and the hunt for the missing pages in Obin's tome, the stupid ancient book that started this whole mess. Amidst all of that, I'd almost lost my business, had my name and reputation dragged through the mud, quarreled rather publicly with the town sheriff, and now Tabitha was a statue, and Clint was out of my life, probably forever. It felt like trying to run in wet cement. My legs were moving, my feet sliding around, hoping to gain purchase, but in the end, it was all just turning into a gigantic, sticky mess. I can't just go home and take a nap or read a book or something, I replied, after a moment, straightening before my back started to ache. There's too much to do. We have to go see this Hannah Snowberry and see if she can help us with Tabitha. Then we should probably go to Aunt Lavender's or the library and look for any information on blood oaths and curses. I suppose we should file a police report, too. Ugh. Mom and Selene exchanged a glance. They were plotting, silently. I'll go and speak with Templeton, Mom said, an edge of defiance in her tone, as though daring me to try and talk her out of it. Or perhaps she was simply putting on her mental armor in anticipation of the conversation.
Can I come along to watch?
Selene asked, her eyes glowing brightly.
Oh, quick, Cora, make some popcorn.
No, Mom and I both said at the same time.
Sheesh, okay, Selene groused. Just trying to have a little fun.
You're going with me to speak with Hannah, I told the cat. Mom opened her mouth, ready to protest, but I held up a finger, heading her off at the pass. After which I will go home and rest. Wicked Wicks is closed today, and while I could use a day to replenish the back stock, I will resist the urge and spend the afternoon napping and reading instead. Mom gave a satisfied nod. Deal. She got up from the sofa and glanced down at herself. She'd cast off the robe, but was still in her pajamas, a pink flannel set with drawstring bottoms and a button-up long-sleeve shirt. White and red hearts were printed on the fabric, likely something she'd snagged at half off after Valentine's Day last year. Guess I'd better change. What does one wear to give the town sheriff a piece of their mind?
Spiked pumps, a leather jacket, torn jeans, and some brass knuckles,
Selene chimed in without missing a beat. Mom and I both gawked at her. She lifted her chin, not backing away from the suggestion. I'll see what I can do, Mom said, sliding a questioning glance toward me. I rolled my eyes when Selene wasn't paying attention. Call me when you're on your way home. We can compare notes. Do you think Hannah will be open to visitors now? I asked, glancing at the clock on the cable box. It's almost 10. I think she'll make time, Mom replied. Heck, for all we know, she's already sitting at her table, a kettle on, just waiting for you to arrive. Selene muttered something under her breath. Mom hitched one shoulder, then turned to head back to the kitchen, which fed into the hallway to the bedrooms on the first floor. Lock up on your way out, will you? It was a casual, almost automatic request, one my mom had likely asked me dozens of times before. But this morning, the words twisted and took on a sinister meaning in the back of my mind, like spidery fingers stretching out from the shadows, just waiting to snare us. I will, I replied, my heart pounding a little faster as I got up from the sofa. And Mom? She turned. Be careful, okay? Oh, honey, you know I can handle Templeton. No. I shook my head, chewing on my lower lip for a moment. I mean, in general. There's a chance that whoever cast that spell, or curse, on Tabitha might know she broke her promise. They might put it together and realize the secret was spilled. It could push them, whoever they are, to do something crazy. Recognition dawned on Mom's face, and the pit in my stomach widened. None of this was my fault, but I somehow felt partially responsible anyway, as though I were the one shoving us all into danger's path. Just be careful, I repeated. I will, honey. Good luck with Hannah. We'll speak soon. Hannah Snowberry's shop was a tiny hole-in-the-wall retail space on the outskirts of town, wedged between a used bookstore and an outdated nail salon. The window decor lingered from the 90s, with hot pink neon and fake plants, and a splash of leopard print rounded it out in the framed stationery posted in the window that displayed the service menu and pricing. Woof, Selene said, when I did a double take at the plastic flamingo lamp. What an eyesore. As a small business owner myself, I understood how hard it could be to constantly change out the window dressings and keep up with every social media trend in hopes of drumming up some attention. But even on my limited budget, I could afford living plants and proper signage. I guess this part of town hasn't been hit by the makeover bug just yet, I replied. Most of the other shops and restaurants have really upped their game since the Winter Spell Chalet opened and got the attention of all the ritzy tourists. Not that I was complaining. The tourism boost kept a roof over my head. And hey, if things picked up again, I might even be able to get the bathroom skylight leak fixed before spring brought its annual downpours. Overall, the entire neighborhood surrounding the small strip of shops was pretty mundane. The homes had overgrown yards, with flower beds in desperate need of weeding and fresh mulch. Similarly, the road had its fair share of potholes, and the sidewalk was cracked. Even though tourism was on an upswing, there were only so many dollars being put back into the town budget for such repairs. I didn't usually attend the town meetings, but when I did, there was almost always someone with a laundry list of grievances at the ready. Things like potholes, intersections that needed stop signs converted to stoplights, etc. Winterspell was a community with a small town feel that was rapidly changing into a vacation hotspot, and it seemed the changes were happening too quickly for the powers that be to keep up with. Come on, I said, taking my eyes off the tacky display and glancing down at the cat beside me. Now, whatever we find on the other side of this door, I need you to promise to behave. Keep any negative comments to yourself. Selene looked up at me as if surprised by my warning. Come now, Cora. You know I am a master of my own thoughts. It's your mouth I'm worried about, I mumbled, reaching for the handle on the door. A delicate wind chime twinkled as the door swung open, and we stepped inside. The shop was darker than I expected, with some type of enchantment or film over the windows, preventing the daylight from fully flooding the small space. On second glance, I decided it must be an enchantment, because the room had an almost smoky purple aura, not quite mist or fog, but a subtle fuzziness in the air. The shop was small, as expected, about half the size of Wicked Wick's, and yet somehow twice as crowded. Bookcases lined one wall, none of them matching in height, finish, or design. Each was overflowing with books, rolls of parchment, candles, crystals, and small figurines of various shapes and sizes.
"You'd better watch out, Cora. Looks like she's coming for your business,"
Selene said with a slight snicker, as she directed her nose toward a display of pillar candles arranged behind a small chalkboard sign promoting a 2-for-1 special. Somehow I wasn't worried. It wasn't that Hannah's shop was bad or somehow wrong, but when it came to merchandising for maximum sales potential, she had a lot to learn. The cluttered vibe would largely drive customers away, when the intention should be to get them to spend as much time and money as possible. I was largely self-taught. After spending years working in various retail establishments, I'd also taken some basic business courses at the local college prior to opening my shop. To her credit, though, it was clean. Not a speck of dust or cat fur anywhere in sight, which was no small feat considering the amount of inventory. The air carried the soft scent of sandalwood, and I wondered if it was coming from the candle display or if perhaps she had recently burned a stick of incense. An antique desk served as the checkout point on the opposite side of the room from the bookcases, and a large leather-bound tome dominated the space, suggesting that she preferred to keep paper records rather than use a cash register or computer, though that was still fairly common in Winterspell. Behind the desk, a doorway was sectioned off by a sheet of hanging stones and gems, like floor-length necklaces dangled from fishing line. It was through these would-be curtains that a heavy-set woman appeared. She wore a black wrap dress with a string of rubies around her neck, the color nearly matching her lipstick. A sheet of tight curls fell well past her shoulders, a honey blonde color that looked natural and healthy. If I had to guess, I would have placed her in her mid to late 50s. She offered a warm smile as she beckoned us nearer. "Come in, Cora. I've been expecting you." A chill ran down my spine as I realized that I believed her. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, but have we met? I asked, hating the quiver in my voice. My feet remained planted on the worn wooden floor. Selene, as was her custom, barreled forward, stopping just short of the antique-looking desk.
"Don't fall for it, Cora,"
she exclaimed, her ethereal eyes narrowing into tiny little slits as she stared up at the woman on the other side.
"That's the oldest trick in the book. Didn't your mother teach you anything?"
She shook her head.
"I'll have to talk to Lilac about this."
The woman offered a warm smile, even in the face of Selene's harsh accusation. "We have not met before," she confirmed. Her voice was warm and honeyed, though somehow otherworldly in the way it trailed off, almost as though fading into an unseen void. "But I know who you are, Selene." The cat scoffed.
"Of course you know who I am," she snapped. "I'm famous. And before you even say it, Cora is a well-known businesswoman and a lifelong resident of Winterspell, so throwing her name out doesn't earn you any credit either."
The woman leaned forward slightly, her smile intact as she peered down at the disgruntled feline. "Then tell me, how can I convince you?" The question gave Selene pause, She glanced over her shoulder at me, her eyes widening slightly. I shrugged. You're the one who started on the offense, Furball. You're on your own.
Well, sadly, we don't have time to test the theory by asking for next week's winning lottery numbers,
Selene muttered to herself.
So I suppose we should keep this simple.
Slowly, I moved forward, closing the gap between myself and Selene. What about this? I offered. We got your information from someone. A referral, you might say. Perhaps you could tell us who that is.
Oh, come on, Cora,
Selene groaned.
That's no good either. Too obvious.
She paused and glanced up at the woman.
Unless...
Selene, I said on an exhale, we don't have time for these kinds of games. Let's just cut to the chase.
No dice,
Selene replied with a flick of her tail.
Tell me something about myself that isn't part of the vast wealth of public knowledge of my storied life. A tale that will surely be catalogued and turned into a brilliant odyssey someday. Perhaps even a movie deal.
My apologies, I said with an eye roll. You'll have to forgive her. She suffers from delusions of grandeur. Selene shot a cold glare my way. The woman spoke, a slight note of humor in her voice. Your skepticism does not offend me, Selene. In my line of work, it goes with the territory. To answer your question, it was Lilac who sent you my way. I was in the kitchen, putting on a kettle for tea, when I saw Lilac's face. As the morning progressed, the vision grew clearer, more broad, and included both of you. Now, it stopped short of being a full premonition, but I knew you would come and seek my services today. Frowning, I looked down at Selene. There, are you satisfied?
Rarely,
muttered the cat. Ignoring her, I closed the remaining gap between myself and the desk and extended my hand toward the woman. It's nice to meet you, Hannah. I am indeed Cora Harth, and this is Selene, my familiar, and we do need your help. Hannah took my hand, though she did not shake it, instead offering a warm squeeze. Come, she said, already on the move. I'll lock up so we won't be disturbed. As she jostled around the desk, humming a series of notes to herself, I wondered how much the visit, or session, might cost, especially if she was willing to close her shop while we spoke. Granted, considering the state of the neighborhood, I doubted there was a stampede of foot traffic. But still, there was a chance she would miss out on business because of me, and that had to come with a hefty price tag. In any case, I hoped my bank account could absorb the impact of whatever charge we racked up. I'd do anything, spend any amount, of course. But with my business still in a somewhat precarious position, I hoped the bill wouldn't catch me completely off guard. Don't worry about me, dear, Hannah said, not looking back as she crossed the small shop with a handful of steps. She locked the front door, then snapped her fingers, sending a burst of wind to flip over the sign listing her hours. As the small gust vanished, I realized we might have more in common than just an affinity for pretty candles. Most of my business comes from word of mouth, she said, turning. I don't have any appointments this morning. Psychics were not the same as mind readers, though both were in possession of increasingly rare magic. According to the history I'd learned in magic school, there was a time when magics of the intellect were more common, and while no one knew for certain, the working theory was that as the world evolved and became more connected, it became harder for those with mind magic to use their gifts. Between the busyness of the world around us and the interference from technology, it became harder for them to forge the connections needed to read thoughts or receive premonitions. However, that didn't stop charlatans and grifters from claiming the gift for their own advantage. Selene, clumsy as she was in her execution, wasn't entirely off base to question Hannah's gift. Even in the non-magical world, there were those who claimed to be seers or readers of the stars, many of them making a small fortune from those seeking answers or a higher power. Unfortunately, the scammers could crop up in the magical community, too. "What exactly is your gift?" I asked, as Hannah crossed back to the desk. She didn't answer right away, instead choosing to gather a few supplies from the various displays on and near the desk. "I don't mean to be rude," I added hesitantly. "Again, comes with the territory," Hannah replied, her tone neither bitter nor harsh. "Technically speaking, though none of this is very technical, I am a seer. I receive premonitions and visions, though they vary in complexity, as I'm sure you can understand. And while I am not a mind reader," she gave me a meaningful look before selecting a stick of incense from a collection arranged inside a hand-carved wooden cup, "I've done this work long enough to anticipate most common questions or concerns. You strike me as the type to not want to inconvenience or bother anyone. An admirable trait, though it likely means you find it hard to ask for help, even when you really need it." Selene leaped up onto the desk, her eyes glowing all the brighter. She looked at me, her dainty canines flashing.
"She's got you pegged, Cora."
Before I could say anything, Hannah shifted her knowing gaze to the cat. "And you, Selene, have little room to talk. You see yourself as a fearless leader, not a follower, and as such, are hesitant to take anyone's help or advice, fearing that it would invalidate your leadership." It was my turn to conceal a small smile. Hannah plucked a final item from the wicker basket, this time a candle in a creamy orange and gold, reminding me of Oregon sunstones. "This way," she said, grappling with her supplies, careful not to drop anything. "Through the curtain, if you please. I find it hard to work amongst all this clutter." "It definitely looks like you could use a larger retail space," I said, rounding the desk. "Although if you're anything like me, you just find more things to fill it with." Hannah laughed softly as she followed us through the beaded curtain. "We are a little like goldfish in that way, I suppose." "Goldfish?" I repeated. Hannah bobbed her head. "My late husband used to tease me, calling me his little goldfish, as I seem capable of filling whatever space I am allotted. I started this business years before he passed away, out of the second bedroom in our home, and then I took over the garage until I needed a separate storage unit." She paused to laugh softly. "Anyway, I think you can see where this is going." "That sounds familiar. Perhaps I am part goldfish, too." Selene shook her head.
"I've had goldfish before. It's nothing to write home about."
We stepped into a small back room, not much larger than the hall closet in my home, the cubby where my side-by-side washer and dryer lived, tucked away behind a pair of wooden bifold doors. My back brushed against the wall as I edged around the small circular table planted in the center of the cramped space. A wrought iron chandelier hung over the table, painted white, though it had either been roughed up to give it an antique farmhouse look, or it was just rusting. The table was draped in crushed velvet, a deep blue with a slight sheen. A skinny cabinet was bolted to the opposite wall, or at least I hoped it was bolted down, as it looked rather old and precariously placed. Its paint was as chippy as that on the chandelier, and I decided it had to be an intentional design choice after all. Hannah spread out her assortment of goods across the table, the candle, incense, and a handful of crystals and stones dumped from a leather bag. "Please have a seat. Selene, I must apologize. I don't think I can squeeze another chair in here. Is the floor all right?" Selene's tiny mouth opened, her eyes narrowing again. "She's fine," I interjected before she could spit out whatever sour reply she'd cooked up. The frosty blue stare swiveled toward me, and I returned it with a pointed look. "Would you like to sit in my lap?" I asked with an impatient exhale.
Absolutely not, Cora. I'm not an unruly child at a restaurant.
Oh, good. Then you can stop pouting. Hannah plucked the incense from the table and turned to open the cabinet. The contents were slightly more organized than the displays in the front of her shop, but no less crammed and overflowing. One shelf was dedicated to an incense altar, though an assortment of crystals crowded around it on both ends. Hannah muttered something under her breath, the words almost a hushed song, with lyrics I could not interpret. "I must admit," Hannah began, as she lit a match and held the flame to the tip of the incense, "I'm not fully aware of the purpose behind your visit. I only knew that it was going to happen, and that it somehow links to your mother, Lilac." Selene shot me a "told you so" look from her place on the floor. She flicked her tail, and it sent several strands of the beaded curtain swaying. "I believe you are looking for someone," Hannah continued, not noticing Selene or the beads. "But there are two faces in my mind, one young and one old. One of them looks like Lilac, though also different, somehow. Older, perhaps. The other one I do not recognize, though she is young, with faintly purple hair and wildly intelligent eyes, sharp cheekbones, and strange restlessness to her. That had to be Tabitha. I shot Selene's snarky glare right back at her. "See?" I mouthed. Hannah reached for the next shelf and lifted a crystal ball. Gently, she turned and placed it in the center of the table, then set about arranging the assorted stones and crystals. I could identify most of them, and even knew some of their uses, thanks to my mom's experience and knowledge, but was unsure how they were meant to help us. "I suppose there are two people we are looking for," I told her, as she made her arrangements. "We've been looking for my Aunt Lavender for several weeks now. She was abducted." Hannah's hand went still, clasped around a tiger's eye, her mouth agape. "She is probably the older woman you saw. She and my mom look a lot alike. More than a few people have mistaken them for twins, though Lavender is older." Hannah moved the tiger's eye a few inches to the right, then took her seat across from me. "Do you know who the other woman is?" Selene scoffed.
"Don't you already know?"
I kicked out my right foot, budging her. Hannah shrugged off the cat's comments and focused on me, her dark brown eyes intent. "She is the one who brought you here, not your aunt." Nodding, I laced my hands together to keep from fidgeting. "We know where she is, but we need to make contact with her," I replied with a nod. "She's not dead. At least, I hope she isn't. It's a rather long story." If Hannah thought the statement odd, she didn't show it, not missing a beat as she raised her hands to hover over the crystal ball. It came to life immediately, glowing a soft golden color, with tinges of red and orange as her fingers floated over the surface. "Then we will start with her." Without waiting, Hannah's eyes fell closed, her lips parted slightly. "Her name is Tabitha Hardwick," Hannah said, with an assured nod before I could get it out. "Yes, I see her now. And you are correct. She is not dead, though she does feel distant. Let us see if we can beckon her closer." Selene rose from her haunches and wandered over to the table. The crystal ball's surface clouded over with swirls of mist, the red color deepening until it too matched the rubies on Hannah's neck. Hannah's eyes remained closed, her brow furrowed in concentration, and she spoke more strange-sounding words, an incantation of some kind.
She wants to tell you something,
Hannah said, after a moment, switching back to English.
I'm not sure what it means.
The lines between her brows creased.
Perhaps a code? 2, 2, 6, 8, 1, 1.
I grabbed my phone and typed it into my notes application. The wiggling crease in Hannah's brow grew more troubled as her eyes squeezed tightly together.
There's something else now. A second figure standing beside her. A man.
My breath caught in the back of my throat.
I can't see his face,
Hannah added, one hand levitating as if to demonstrate his height.
It's hidden in shadows.
A flash of pain crossed her face, the wince one makes after accidentally burning their fingertips on a hot plate or pot.
The words, they're hard to make out, but
A gasp tore from Hannah's mouth, and her eyes flew open wide. What? What was it? I asked, every muscle in my throat strained as I tried not to cry out for answers.
What did he say?
Hannah pushed back from the table, her hand clasping the tablecloth until she caught the edge and flipped the corner over to cover the crystal ball. The light in the room was snuffed out, with only the fading glow of my phone's screen left.
It's nothing,
Hannah said, her voice trembling.
Not everything in the crystal ball is as it truly is. Sometimes it's a warning, something that could happen.
What did you see? I asked. Please tell us. Hannah rose, her hands trembling as she eyed the covered crystal ball.
It is not my place. I can do nothing more for you.
What a rip-off, Selene complained loudly. A little light show and that's it?
Hannah's calm demeanor faded as her eyes snapped toward the cat.
Please, I think you should go. I cannot help you. This type of magic is too dangerous.
Hannah, please. She held up a hand, cutting me off with a dark look.
I am sorry. Please, do not ask me again.
Sighing, I reached into the small pocket on the back of my phone case meant to hold a credit card or driver's license and pulled out one of my business cards. If you do happen to hear anything else, could you call us, please? I extended the glossy card toward her, Wicked Wicks printed on the front in a bold font. If you get the voicemail, just hit number 3 and it patches the call through to my cell phone.
And she damn near sleeps with that thing glued to her face, Selene muttered.
I will,
Hannah replied, ignoring Selene's comment.
Thank you for your visit, Cora.
With that, she snapped her fingers and sent a rustle of wind to part the beaded crystal curtains, silently escorting us out. Chapter 8. What do you think that was all about? I asked, barely 1 foot outside Hannah's small shop. My nerves were still quivering, startled by the abrupt end of the visit.
I don't know,
Selene admitted, craning her head around to look up at the sign hanging on the door. Hannah hadn't yet switched it back to show her as open for business. I wondered if she even would, considering how shaken she'd appeared when she'd all but shoved us out of the cramped back room.
I'm not prone to believing in this sort of thing offhand,
Selene said, turning back around.
If not for Lilac's recommendation, I wouldn't have suggested coming here in the first place.
I snorted. Yeah, you made that pretty clear. What's your deal with psychics anyway? Sure, there's a lot of scammers out there, but in your many, many years, you must have run across legit ones too.
It's not that I don't believe the magic is real, Selene replied. In fact, I believe what we just witnessed was a true connection with Tabitha. But you don't live as long as I have without forming a hefty dose of skepticism.
A laugh burst from my lips, and I stared down at the petite cat. I'd say your collection of skepticism could rival Mount Everest in sheer scale.
Well, as you do love to point out, I am very old.
Me? You're the one who's always pointing out how old you are. It's always, oh, in my first life I saw this, or in my fifth life I saw the pyramids being built.
I never said I saw the pyramids being built,
Selene countered, sliding a withering glance up at me as we continued down the sidewalk.
Although perhaps I should have made the effort. The Egyptians knew how to treat cats, as the regal rulers we are.
The fuzziest spot in the center of her chest puffed out slightly, and her cadence took on a subtle sachet, as though she envisioned herself wearing a royal cape and heavy gold crown, weighted down by fist-sized jewels. Yeah, I muttered. Considering your current circumstances, I can't see how you could get much more spoiled. You get the fancy food you like, the expensive unscented litter because the cheap perfume stuff agitates your tiny widow nose. Selene's saunter slowed, her hackles rising. You spend most of your days in a climate-controlled house or storefront overlooking your kingdom from a high perch? I'm not sure what you think the Egyptians might have offered you that you don't already have. Ungratefully, I added to myself.
That may all be true, but I am lacking the undivided attention and abundant admiration that one would give to a goddess.
Groaning, I smacked one hand across my face. Oh, my stars, I just rolled my eye so hard I gave myself a headache. Selene switched her tail and picked up her pace, managing to get a couple feet ahead of me. Apparently the conversation was over. We got back into the car and drove home. Neither one of us had thought to bring Tabitha's phones, either one of them. The series of numbers Hannah had given to us could very well be the passcode needed to access her smartphone, and I was eager to give them a try. Selene continued to give me the silent treatment on the drive back. Either that or she was silently lamenting having never lived in ancient Egypt. She barely waited for me to slide the car into park before she threw open the passenger door with a burst of magic and went streaking up the stone walkway to the front door. We went inside, and before I could close the door, another shower of pink sparks flew across the living room, beckoning Tabitha's phone from where we'd left it in the kitchen to charge. "Someone's impatient," I commented, as the phone landed with a soft plop on the couch cushions.
"What was that number again?"
Selene asked, ignoring my little jab. I fished my own phone from my pocket and read the digital note I'd made. 226-811. Selene tapped furiously at the screen with her paw, though she lacked the dexterity required and wound up getting frustrated while attempting to enter the numbers correctly.
"You do it,"
she snapped, batting the phone with her paw. Sitting down on the couch, I lifted the phone and tapped in the number sequence Hannah had given us. The screen illuminated and unlocked, revealing a background photo of some exotic-looking jungle with dark green foliage and brightly colored flowers. Somehow I knew it wasn't a stock image, but rather a photograph taken by Tabitha on one of her many adventures. And for a moment I wondered what it was about this particular photo or locale that made her decide to use it as her background photo. Maybe it was random, or simply a photo she was particularly proud of. But part of me wondered if it wasn't the location itself that held a certain meaning. "Hey, any idea where this is?" I asked, holding the phone out so Selene could see. "You've studied Tabitha for longer than I have, and you're more well-traveled, so any idea?" Selene considered the background photo for a moment, then shook her head.
"There's no discernible landmarks, and I am far from a botany professor, so even if I knew what types of flowers those were, I wouldn't be able to tell you where they normally grow. Why?"
Frowning, I hitched my shoulder. No reason, really. I am just wondering what made her choose this particular photo. There's no people in it. Lots of times you see people with pictures of their kids or pets or some snapshot from a family vacation. This is just some random picture of a jungle. But maybe it's not. Maybe it means more than that.
I can't say that I'm all that interested in figuring out what makes Tabitha tick, beyond what she was doing yanking our chain all this time," Selene muttered bitterly, as she slid her paw across the screen impatiently. "What else is on here?" Okay, I'm working on it. I navigated to her main page of apps. If she was anything like me, she would keep her most commonly used applications on the first page. Her text message inbox, email program, notes, website browser, etc. The first thing that struck me about Tabitha's phone was all of the red circle notifications scattered across the screen. I had a persnickety habit of keeping my phone screen free of the nagging red bubbles. Personally, any time I opened my phone, I attacked until I cleared my messages and emails. I updated my apps regularly and heeded any and all software updates with an almost obsessive frequency. Tabitha, on the other hand, appeared to have never learned how to use the archive or delete buttons. Her email inbox notifications were in the triple digits. Her text messages just as bad. And her phone log revealed dozens upon dozens of missed calls and a handful of voicemails.
"Wowzers," Selene exclaimed. "Maybe when this is all done you can teach her some phone hygiene."
"I'd break out in hives if this was my phone," I replied with a shudder, my finger poised over the screen, paralyzed with indecision. Should we start with these missed calls? That might be the less daunting option.
"Fire away, Captain."
Opening the phone log, I saw a red-colored list of names. There were some unknown callers, along with several numbers not attached to an identity listed in her contact list, but most of them were names. Alfred Hitchens, Peggy Rose, Mitzi Marble, that one had to be a stage name, and Jordana. My gaze snagged on Jordana's name. It was listed half a dozen times, and there were a string of voicemails, too. It appeared that when Tabitha first arrived in Winterspell, she was keeping up with Jordana. There were both incoming and outgoing calls between the two. Then, Tabitha stopped answering, just as Jordana had said. "I wonder why she stopped taking Jordana's calls," I said, gesturing at the call log. The days are all kind of running together in my head, but wasn't she just talking about uploading something for the podcast the day or two before we went out on the hike?
"Who knows? That lying harpy can't be trusted,"
Selene replied, snapping her tail. This time, I didn't rise to Tabitha's defense. I still felt terribly for her current predicament, especially as she'd seemingly broke the blood oath to try and save me from injury. Or worse. But Selene's anger was reasonable too, all things considered.
For all we know, when she said she was going to her hotel to do some work, she was really checking in with her client," Selene continued. "She could have been feeding them our every move, every detail of every conversation."
An eerie shiver moved over the back of my neck, and my fingertips traced over the skin, smoothing down the tiny hairs at the nape of my neck. Even now? Were we being watched? Tabitha knew where I lived, where I worked, and she'd spent enough time with us that she could have given someone a rough breakdown of my daily activities. Not that there was all that much to tell. Even before Aunt Lavender went missing, my life had a rock-steady routine. I kept the same working hours, frequented the same restaurants and coffee shop. Stars, even my chosen food orders and coffee preferences were the same as they'd been 4 years ago. I liked what I liked, and with limited free time, I tended to gravitate towards safe activities and meals, where there was no question as to whether or not I would be satisfied with the experience. Selene often teased me about living like an old maid, mainly because I went to bed fairly early, or risked falling asleep in front of the television. Her little barbs never wounded too deeply. But for some reason, pilfering through Tabitha's phone and peeking inside the intimate details of another woman's life called into question my own choices. We were of a similar age, but our life experiences couldn't be more opposite. As Selene and I skimmed through Tabitha's phone, the differences grew starker. We read through messages from friends and colleagues, and we found a stuffed calendar with dozens of events lined up. Everything from speaking engagements to charity dinners, book signings, and client meetings. We found the details for her next book deal and notes from her editor. Additionally, there were thousands of photos filling her camera roll. Tabitha in all manner of clothing, everything from glittering cocktail dresses to sleek evening gowns and intricate updos, to her with an unwashed but still maddeningly fabulous ponytail, with hiking boots and dirt on her knees, a wide grin and bright light in her eyes as she stood beside a stone formation, or at the yawning opening of a sunken cave, or atop a precarious-looking mountain peak. Anyone looking through the array of photographs would know that the woman in them was living her life to the absolute fullest. If someone were to look through my phone, what would they think? It wasn't the first time I'd considered how striking the difference was between Tabitha's life and my own. Where hers was filled with adventure, variety, and risky challenges, mine was filled with comfort, routine, and stability. At least, it had been before Aunt Lavender went missing.
Sheesh. She sure does get a lot of date offers,
Selene commented, as we scrolled through the private messages on her social media accounts. Why shouldn't she? I asked with a half-hearted shrug. She's beautiful, independent, and intelligent. She's got her life together. I'm sure there are a lot of people who would love to take her out on a date. Selene shifted her blue eyes away from the phone to glance up at me.
You don't post much on your social whatchamacallit, do you?
No, not really. Sometimes I post photos I take while out on the kayak. Sunrises and sunsets, mostly. I have an account for the shop and post pictures of new candles or experiments I'm working on. But beyond that, well, I guess I never saw the point in posting much more than that. I doubt anyone cares what my lunch looks like or when the last time I got a manicure was. I don't mind that other people share those things, though I'll admit I don't find it all that interesting.
Your friend Liana shares more on her page, doesn't she?
Selene asked. My brow furrowed. She does? But how do you know that?
I don't,
Selene replied, her attention shifting back to Tabitha's phone.
Or at least I didn't. It was more of an assumption.
You think Liana has a more exciting life than I do? It wasn't a question.
I never said that,
Selene said.
I'm not sure I fully understand this social stuff, but it seems like some kind of digital equivalent to an open-air market. And if you want to let people know you're available, so to speak, you have to put yourself out there.
My nose scrunched. An open-air market? You mean like a meat market? My stomach churned at the implications.
I said, so to speak,
Selene interjected.
I realize it's not a perfect analogy, but my point stands. You and Clint are done, and you've made it quite clear you have no interest in getting back together again with Roger. So it stands to reason that you are once again available and interested in finding a suitable mate.
What have I said about the word mate? It gives me a serious case of the icks. And for your information, I am just barely out of my relationship with Clint. And while it was short, I am still processing my feelings and not looking for someone new. So no, I'm not planning on fluffing up my social media profiles purely for the sake of attracting male attention. Not that I ever said that is what Liana is doing, for the record. She's just a more social person than I am.
Cora, there are serial killers who are more social creatures than you are,
Selene countered. Well, that's charming, thank you. And how much do I owe you for this insightful look into my psyche?
Oh, this one's on the house. It's a little self-serving, I'll admit. After we find Lavender, I need something to occupy my time. And so far, in my time spent living with you, I've found that heckling your romantic blunders is the most fun.
Groaning, I backed out of Tabitha's photo album and opened her text messages again. We can talk about that later. Chapter 9. As predicted, Sheriff Templeton wasn't breaking his back to get someone out to look at Tabitha. Mom called that afternoon to give us the details. None of them highly encouraging. He knows about the meeting with Warden Quinton, Mom explained, her tone defeated. And he's none too pleased about it, let me tell you. I groaned, shifting the blanket on my lap. Selene and I were still hunkered down in the living room, compiling the information we found in Tabitha's phone. He had his chance to help us, I said. If he'd done more than a cursory glance around Aunt Lavender's house, we wouldn't have needed to involve the warden. I know, Mom agreed. He seems to think he's exhausted his resources. Though I can't tell if he truly feels that way or if he's just using it as an excuse. Selene rolled her eyes. It was clear which way she was leaning. Well, thanks for trying, I told Mom. We're still going through Tabitha's phone. Nothing really stands out at this point. Like Jordana said, it seems Tabitha kept her client work separate. Other than photos from her various expeditions, there's nothing on here about her clients, or even her finances related to those ventures. Well, that's disappointing, Mom replied. Though I still don't know what I was hoping for, I guess. Tabitha is a smart woman. It wasn't like she was going to have the person's name highlighted or in bold on her home screen. She sighed. Nodding, I picked at the lint and cat fur clinging to the blanket spread over my legs. I think we'll try calling some of the numbers from the burner phone next, see if we can confirm whether those belong to her clients. I still don't get why she hid the phone in the air vent, though. It just seems so bizarre. Hard to say, Mom agreed. Do you want me to try calling Hannah? Maybe she's had time to recover from whatever it was that gave her such a fright. I don't know. I looked at Selene. She flicked her tail. It couldn't hurt to try. Maybe she would be willing to tell you what she saw. I'll let you know, Mom said, her voice a little stronger, infused with purpose once more. Talk to you too soon. Okay, good luck. We hung up, and I tossed my phone onto the coffee table, beside the notepad and both of Tabitha's phones.
Warden Quinton better bring down hellfire and lightning on Templeton's head,
Selene growled, stalking the length of the couch. She poked her head through the sheer curtains, drawn to cover the large window behind us, as if expecting storm clouds to roll in. They would fit right in. Dark thoughts moved at the edges of my mind, swirling and spinning, threatening any faint beam of hope I tried to conjure. Come on, I told her, leaning forward to grab my notebook. We'd better start making these calls. I have to go into the shop tomorrow morning. Lily has an appointment and asked for the morning off, so there's no one to cover. Selene cast her gaze over the front yard for another moment, then hopped down and came closer.
All right, let's take it from the top.
3 hours later, we had a full list of names, 18 in total. One for every entry in the burner phone's contact list. We'd called each one, and when I was able to connect with someone, I pretended to be a prospective client of Tabitha's treasure hunting services in search of references. Most of the people I spoke with were cagey about the details of their quest, no doubt wanting to keep their bragging rights, rather than cop to using a treasure hunter. But a few were more than happy to gush over Tabitha's services. Several of the numbers went to a voicemail box or messaging service, but I was at least able to pull the name and do a quick search to find the identity of the person attached to the number. All of the clients were incredibly wealthy, as Jordana had said, and most were titans of industry, businessmen and women with large companies and name recognition. A few of them would take more digging now that I had names for them. All told, it was a successful afternoon. But the deeper we burrowed into Tabitha's world, the more I felt like Alice, lost in Wonderland. Tabitha moved in this strange existence, caught between the lavish opulence of the upper class and her down-in-the-dirt work as a treasure hunter. I wondered if she ever got whiplash, flipping between the two as quickly as she did. Or did it all feel seamless to the slippery, two-faced woman? Which version was the real Tabitha? The celebrity? or the adventurer. The piece of notebook paper itself was halfway concealed in shadow, as the sun set and the porch lights had not yet turned on. "That's it," I told Selene, stretching out my legs, wincing at the pins and needles sensation coursing through them. "That's the last of them." Selene eyed the paper as she joined in my stretching.
"Any hunches?"
she asked. I shook my head. None of the ones we talked to seemed interested in the Golden Lotus. So, either they're all really good liars, or the one we want is someone we didn't get to talk to. I'd circled the voicemail calls with a red pen. "I'm surprised none of these ring any bells for you," I added, my stare narrowing as Selene's front claws caught in the fabric on the couch cushions. "I mean, with Lavender's connection to the treasure hunting world, it seems like you might have met or at least heard of some of these people before." She retracted her claws before I could threaten to bust out the squirt bottle.
"Sure, some of them seem familiar,"
she replied, lifting one paw to her mouth.
"But I couldn't tell you who they are just by seeing their name on a list. I'm better with faces."
She began grooming between her toes. Shoving up to my feet, ignoring the lingering tingles as my blood recirculated, I tossed the blanket aside. Selene immediately ceased her grooming and made a cozy nest in the warm fabric. "I'm hungry," I told her. "We didn't even have lunch today. Granted, Mom's breakfast buffet was likely enough calories to last me 2 days.
That woman sure does know how to cook. Must have skipped a generation, though, huh? Maybe there's hope for one of your nieces. Let's hope they figure it out by the time you croak and I go live with one of them."
Frowning, I shook my head and padded into the kitchen. "You always say the sweetest things."
"I'm just saying it's something for me to keep an eye on,"
Selene called after me. "I cook," I muttered to myself on the way to the fridge. Sure, it had been a little while since I'd truly gone all out, but I'd been busy. Not to mention, up until a couple of days ago, I'd had a wealthy boyfriend who liked taking me out to the local restaurants. Sighing, I opened the fridge and peeked inside. I was debating between making a plate of cheese and crackers and risking the leftovers from my sandwich from Whimsy's a few days ago, when Selene's voice floated into the kitchen.
"Look alive, woman. There's someone coming up the walk."
"Huh?"
"I think it's your little Clinty Poo," Selene purred. "It looks like I'm getting my wish after all. Quick, before you answer the door, grab me some of those fishy treats. I need a snack for my favorite show."
I straightened so quickly I nearly banged my head on the inside of the fridge. "Clint?"
"Mm-hmm. I can practically smell his cheap aftershave,"
she muttered. "No, you can't," I said, rolling my eyes as I left the kitchen. "And I'm pretty sure the stuff he buys isn't cheap." Nothing about Clint was cheap. He came from an old money family and had a successful consulting job in Chicago. His suits were tailored, his styling impeccable, and his necktie collection probably cost more than my candle shop made over the course of a busy weekend. "Ugh," I groaned, glancing down at myself. "And of course I look like this." Upon returning home from Hannah's shop, I'd changed into a pair of fuzzy leggings and an oversized sweatshirt from college, and I'd not bothered to put on so much as a swipe of mascara that morning before leaving the house. Was I even wearing deodorant? My cheeks flushed as I went to the door, my hand already reaching for the knob when a soft knock sounded from the other side. Exhaling, I opened the door. Clint stood on the faded welcome mat, his hands buried in the pockets of his black rain jacket. As our eyes met, he offered a quiet smile and pulled one hand out to wave. "Hello, Cora." I tucked my fingers behind my ears, smoothing away any little stray hairs. I'd not made time to have my usual trim since Aunt Lavender's disappearance, and the sides were getting long enough to occasionally stick out at weird angles. "Clint," I breathed. "This is a surprise? Come in." "Thanks." He stepped inside, and I closed and locked the door behind him, before wondering whether that was odd, to physically lock him in the house with me. "How have you been?" he asked, his smooth, rich voice stirring something within me. Abandoning my fidgeting with the lock, I turned to face him and met his eyes. My stomach flip-flopped. "I've been okay," I said, wincing as soon as the words left my mouth. "All right, that's a lie. Things have been pretty terrible, to tell you the truth." A furrow pinched between Clint's thick eyebrows, and lines appeared at either side of his mouth as his gaze dropped to the floor between us. "I know this isn't easy, Cora." Recognition dawned, and I held up one hand. "Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way," I stammered.
"She's not upset about you, you egomaniac,"
Selene called from her perch on the back of the couch. Clint's eyes widened. "Selene?" I hissed. "Don't you have something else to do?"
"Nope, as free as a bird,"
she replied, flashing her dainty canines. "You know the drill," I told Clint. "Just ignore her." That drew a half-hearted smile from him. "At least not that much has changed." Nodding, I took a few steps backward, putting space between us. "It's good to see you, but I'm not sure what brought you by. I haven't changed my mind, Clint."
"Ouch. No hesitation, Cora. I always knew you had a ruthless side,"
Selene jeered. Ignoring her, I met Clint's gaze. "I don't mean to be rude, it's just there's a lot going on and I can't really get into this with you right now. Well, let's just say the search for Aunt Lavender has become even more complicated in the past 2 days." Clint gave me a look that suggested he wasn't sure how that was even possible, a sentiment I shared. "I am sorry to hear that," he said. He slid his hands back into the pockets on his jacket and rocked backward, shifting his weight onto the heels of his loafers. As usual, he was a hair too dressed up for a town like Winterspell. Most people here tended to dress casually, even outdoorsy, and while that was changing thanks to the Winterspell Chalet and its upper tier of clientele, for Main Street Winterspell, Clint looked somewhat out of place, with his shiny loafers, dress slacks, and a coat that, while functional, likely cost the same amount as many Winterspell mortgage payments. "I won't take much of your time," he continued. "I'm leaving town, actually." My stomach sank, fearing the implication. "Is your mother—" Clint's eyes widened and he shook his head. "Oh no, she's hanging in there. She's actually been doing better. And by some miracle, we finally managed to find a nurse that she tolerates, or rather that tolerates her." A ghost of a smile slid across his lips. "That's actually the reason why I'm able to step away for a bit. Maybe longer. I'm going back to Chicago, Cora." "Oh, right." I found myself bobbing my head, unable to stop. Holding up a finger, I sidestepped into the hall. "Well, before you go, I have something for you." Slipping away, I squeezed my eyes closed, willing away the sudden surge of emotions. Clint and I were already broken up, so why did it matter if he was here or in Chicago? It didn't. But somewhere, that message was getting blocked on the road from my head to my heart. Selene's voice carried down the hall. Clint chuckled at her words, and my chest constricted. I went into my bedroom and pulled down a hanger from my closet, removing the men's size cable-knit sweater. Before I could stop myself, I brought it to my nose, burying my face in the soft collar. Definitely not cheap aftershave. It was woodsy and warm, and decidedly Clint. And this could very well be the last time I'd breathe it in. Exhaling, I lowered the sweater from my face, squared my shoulders, and marched back out to the living room. Clint was sitting now, perched on the edge of the couch, Selene beside him, both looking down at the handwritten list on the coffee table. He looked up at the sound of my footsteps and spotted the sweater in my hands. "Oh, I was looking for that," he said. "I didn't realize it was... here." He swallowed hard. Nodding, I extended it toward him. "I was planning to bring it to you at some point, but it's been busy." "Yeah, Selene was just telling me a little," he replied, taking the sweater from me. our fingertips careful not to touch. Actually, he said, clearing his throat, there's a name here that jumps out to me. I blinked, confused. What do you mean? He thumbed at the list, his sweater abandoned on his lap. Oh, it's probably nothing, but I recently read an article about her, he said, pointing at a name in the middle of the page. It was one of the ones I'd circled in red. Katerina Rodrigo? I said, reading the name aloud. He nodded and withdrew his hand. I'll admit to doing a little digging since the other night, he said, his tone taking on a forlorn quality. After I packed up my stuff, all there was left to do was wait for my flight, so I thought I'd keep working on the books I checked out a couple weeks ago. Ms. Rodrigo is the curator at an art museum and has a traveling exhibit that revolves around Oben's treasures. She has quite the collection, and I was thinking she might be someone worth talking to. She might know something about the Golden Lotus, or has maybe tried to find it herself. Imagine what something like that could do for her museum's exposure, not to mention her own career prospects. I'm not surprised to see she was seeking Tabitha's help. The information swirled through my mind, opening new boxes, reviving old hopes. I only got her voicemail, I said, but she was on Tabitha's client list, or what we're assuming is her client list. In any case, the two know each other somehow.
It's a good thing you stopped by, Selene purred. Are you sure you can't stay for dinner? Cora was just about to whip up a gourmet delight, also known as lean cuisine. Maybe if you stay, she'll pop a bag of frozen broccoli into the microwave. Yum, yum.
I shot the cat a scowl. Clint chuckled as he rose to his feet. Thank you, but I should head out. My flight leaves bright and early tomorrow, and try as I might, I can never sleep on a plane, so I should get some rest. Of course, I said, bobbing my head again. Thanks again, Clint. This was really helpful. My hands knit together, unsure what to do with themselves now that they could no longer reach for his. And good luck in Chicago. I hope it's a successful trip for you. He smiled, though it faded all too quickly. Thank you, Cora. I'm hoping it brings some clarity. I wasn't entirely sure what he meant, but no longer felt it was my place to pry. Instead, I started toward the door. Clint followed my lead, and after a final look, we bid each other good night and goodbye, the words hanging heavy with finality as he stepped out into the twilight. My heart wrenched as the lock slid back into place. From her place in the window, Selene looked on, and for once, didn't seem to have a snarky comment. Chapter 10. The following morning, I rose before the alarm, aka Selene, could wake me. My sleep had become more and more troubled with each passing day. Selene was uncharacteristically quiet as we went through the normal steps of our morning routine. I'd halfway expected her to heckle me about the encounter with Clint the night before, but she either was too tired or found the material had played itself out. Unlikely. We chatted a little about the drizzly weather and the upcoming forecast as we drove the few minutes to the shop. In the summertime, I biked or sometimes walked to work, but in the fall and winter, my craving for creature comforts won out over my desire to be as environmentally friendly as possible. We passed by the front of Wicked Wicks on the way to my usual parking space, and a tall, lanky figure caught the corner of my eye. A man in dark sunglasses stood to the right of the front door, holding a Dragon's Gold Coffee Co. cup in one hand. Selene noticed him too.
Listen, I'm not trying to bag on your candles, but I don't see why someone would be in such a hurry they couldn't wait until opening,
she commented, her tail flicking as she tracked the man with her eyes until we rounded the corner. Parking. I hurried to gather my belongings, purse, keys, and a book bag's worth of extra wax and fragrance oils that I'd brought from my stash at home, and exited the car. Normally, I entered through the back door of the shop, which led into the small storeroom, but I decided to go around to the front instead. As we rounded the corner of the building, I slipped on my professional smile and raised a hand in greeting to the customer. It took me a few more steps to realize who it was, and my smile slipped, twisting to one side before my lips parted. August? The man lifted his sunglasses from the bridge of his nose and tucked them into the front of the button-up shirt he wore under a black coat. Sure enough, the man with the coffee was none other than August Nell, local real estate developer and partial owner of the fancy Winterspell Chalet just outside town. I hadn't seen him since the unfortunate business with the charity baskets, and had ignored a few of his phone calls over the past weeks, assuming he was interested in resuming our discussion surrounding the possible franchising of my candle shop. Weeks ago, he'd made the offer to invest, and while I'd briefly considered the offer, especially when I thought I might lose my existing business due to the cursed candles and bad publicity from the fallout, I'd since changed my mind, largely due to hearing the way his former assistant spoke of his business practices and high, if not impossible, standards. "Good morning, Cora. Selene," he said, the corners of his thin lips lifting for a brief moment. "I was hoping to catch you before you got too busy with customers," he offered as an explanation, gesturing toward the display window with his coffee cup. I shifted my weight and adjusted my grip on the canvas handle of my book bag of supplies. "Right. August."
"Cora's not interested in your deal,"
Selene interrupted.
"Believe me, I've tried to make her see reason. But if even I can't get through that thick little head of hers, I don't suppose there's much hope for you."
Frowning at the cat, I cleared my throat. "It's not that I don't appreciate the opportunity," I said, lifting my gaze back to August. "But I think we have fundamentally different views on business."
"Yeah, he likes making money and you apparently don't,"
Selene interrupted. "I'm not sure it would work out in the long run," I insisted, shooting the cat another scowl. "Besides, with everything that's going on, I don't have the bandwidth required to even have a conversation about it." "I can appreciate that," August said, lines forming on either side of his mouth. Something about them gave me pause, and I realized how rough he looked compared with the last time I'd seen him. August presented himself to the world as almost a caricature of what a wealthy man should look like. Like Clint, he wore expensive suits that were tailored to perfection, maintained a clean-shaven face, and had the bright complexion that spoke of someone with the income to have regular facial treatments. August took his look a step or two further than Clint, though, with not so much as a hair out of place. His no-nonsense haircut almost seemed cartoonishly perfect, with a side part that I was fairly certain was cut in with a razor. August's presentation felt too shiny or squeaky clean when compared to Clint, like he was trying just a little too hard. I didn't know his background or the story of how or when he'd earned all his wealth, but if I had to venture a guess, I would have said it was newer to him than someone like Clint, who'd grown up around money. Today, under the overcast sky, August's complexion lacked the usual dewy newness, and for the first time I noticed the fine lines at the corners of his eyes and the deep grooves on either side of his lips. He looked tired and run down. "I am actually here on a personal matter," he continued. "I was very much hoping we might speak in private." The statement surprised me. What could I possibly do to help someone like August? Selene blinked up at me.
"Well, they say curiosity killed the cat, but we both know that I'm not in danger of that, so I say we hear what the man has to say."
I shifted my belongings around and held up my key ring, quickly flipping to the one to the shop's front door. "Of course," I told August. "Please come inside. We have about half an hour before I need to open for the day." "Thank you, Cora. That should be plenty of time." August followed Selene and me inside the quiet shop. With a few puffs of magic, I managed to flick on the overhead lights, bumped up the heat, and pulled together 2 chairs from the small office space in the back room. Offering him first choice, I waited for August to sit down before taking the opposite chair. Once seated, August cradled his cup of coffee between both of his lean, almost spindly hands, his nails buffed to shiny perfection, though the cuticles looked red and raw. He stared at the plastic lid for a long moment before lifting his gaze to meet mine.
"There's no easy way to say this," he began, straightening a bit in his chair. "Before I get into it, I'd like to ask for your discretion. There are things I need to tell you that I can't have getting out to the general public."
Selene, perching on a nearby display shelf, leaned so far forward I worried she'd topple over entirely.
"Go on,"
she purred. August looked to me, and I nodded. "Of course," I agreed. "What seems to be the matter?" My head was swimming with possibilities, though none of the options cycling through seemed particularly realistic.
"I know you've been working with Tabitha Hardwick," August said.
Selene and I exchanged a quick glance.
"I know she is here in town to see you," he continued. "Now, don't worry. I don't know the particulars of the case, though I imagine it has something to do with your missing aunt."
He paused, letting the silence linger, as though hoping I might jump in and fill the gaps. When neither Selene nor I spoke, he offered a slight shrug and carried on.
"This is the sensitive part, I suppose you could say," he said. "Tabitha and I have been seeing one another for some time now. Romantically."
I blinked, confused. "Aren't you
"Engaged?"
he interjected, then gave a sharp nod, squeezing his coffee cup a little tighter.
"Yes, I am. I won't make excuses, and I'm not seeking any sort of approval. There's no defense for my actions, other than to say that sometimes you meet someone, the right one, perhaps, but the timing is wrong."
Selene scoffed.
"Oh, Cora here might have some idea."
August peered at me, but I remained silent. If he wanted to divulge his relationship secrets, that was his choice to make. Tabitha never mentioned anything about it, I assured him. Was that what brought him here? To seek our silence in case Tabitha had divulged the details of the affair over the course of our time working together? August's jaw flexed.
"Right. Well, I was hoping you could tell me whether you knew if Tabitha had left town already. Was your business with her concluded?"
Selene slid a sidelong glance toward me, her eyes burning brightly.
"It's just," August continued, "we made plans to see one another while she was here in Winterspell, and up until a couple of days ago we were in regular communication. Then she stopped replying to my messages, and I haven't been able to reach her."
I wondered if August's number was one of the unknown callers listed among the dozens of missed calls on Tabitha's phone. It seemed odd that he wouldn't be listed in her contact list, but then maybe she kept it unlisted so no one would know they were seeing each other.
"Tabitha kept us out of the loop on a lot of things,"
Selene said, her tone surly.
"It wouldn't surprise me if she left town."
August frowned.
"Without completing the job? That doesn't sound like Tabitha. She's a dog with a bone when it comes to her work. Surely she wouldn't have just left you in the dark. I am assuming you haven't yet found your aunt. Or have you?"
A sensation danced along the back of my neck, although it could have been the breeze from the HVAC system kicking in. "I don't mean to imply anything by this," I began. "But if Tabitha didn't tell you where she was going, then maybe there was a reason for that. Maybe she needs some space." Yeah, some space. I'm sure she was getting plenty of quality meditation time, locked inside her stone fortress. August considered each of us in turn, then shifted his cup of coffee to one hand, freeing the other to reach into his pocket. He pulled out a phone, and within seconds produced a collage-style arrangement of photos featuring him and Tabitha in a variety of cozy-looking scenarios.
Like I said, I am an engaged man, and Tabitha and I worked very hard to keep our relationship quiet. But I assure you, she is very special to me, and if something has happened to her, I would like to know. Are you sure there's nothing you can tell me?
He asked, as Selene and I inspected the photos of the happy-looking couple. It was definitely August in the photos, cheek to cheek with Tabitha in one, his arms wrapped around her in another, broad smiles on their faces. Several photos showed them kissing against a variety of backdrops, a ski slope, the crystal blue waters of some tropical beach, in a European-looking cafe. The version of August in the photos was worlds away from the one sitting across from us now. His skin was sun-kissed and brighter, full of life, his eyes sparkling in a way I never would have expected. I'd seen photos of him and his stunningly beautiful fiancée, Tiffany, but even those photos paled in comparison. Clearly, what he and Tabitha shared, strange a pairing as it may be, was something special. Straightening, I slid a glance at Selene, silently throwing her the question of what to do. Should we trust August enough to tell him about Tabitha's condition? And if we did, what other pieces of information would we have to divulge in the process? At the same time, would it really be so bad to have someone like August involved in the search for information? He had deep pockets and a vast network of connections. If we had his resources and the warden's authority, we'd be near unstoppable. Selene lowered her chin in a barely perceptible nod. Tabitha was helping us look for my aunt, I confirmed. That's not really a secret. A lot of people around town have noticed her, and I'm sure most everyone knows she's here by now. Sheriff Templeton hasn't been overwhelmingly helpful in the continued search. He feels he's done his due diligence, and he maintains his theory that Aunt Lavender just up and left on one of her adventures. I asked Tabitha for help after seeing her work. She agreed to come here and help.
Why Tabitha in particular? August asked. In the years I've known her, missing persons isn't something she's gravitated toward.
I sighed. May as well put it all on the table. We believe my aunt was kidnapped because she was looking for something called the Golden Lotus. Are you familiar?
I know the gist of it,
August confirmed, with a slight inclination of his head.
So that's the Tabitha connection. She always did like a mystery, especially if it had something to do with ancient and perhaps mythological treasures.
A faint smile brushed across his lips. That's why we asked Tabitha for help. We needed to know who else might be interested in the Lotus, because as of right now, that's our only lead.
I see. So, where is she now?
My fingers twisted together in my lap. I don't mean to speak ill of her, but Tabitha was stringing us along. She wasn't interested in helping us find my aunt after all.
Oh?
Listen, August, there's no easy way to say this, so I'll just spit it out. Tabitha's been turned to stone.
Stone?
August stammered.
Did you ever see the movie The Never-Ending Story when you were a kid?
Selene interjected.
You look about the right age.
August's eyes ping-ponged to the cat.
I'm not sure I see the relevance, but yes, I believe I remember the film.
Well, then you might remember the rock golems in the jungle,
Selene replied, then rolled her shoulders back and down.
That's basically what your girlfriend looks like now.
I slapped a hand over my face. As always, Selene could be counted on for having an endless supply of tact and good graces.
I don't understand,
August said, looking back to me for answers.
What is she talking about?
I slowly peeled my fingers away from my face and offered August a sympathetic look. We don't know the particulars, but our working theory is that Tabitha was being held to some kind of blood oath. We were standing on a trail, supposedly looking for my aunt, when she confessed that her entire presence here in Winterspell was a scam. Or more accurately, a job. Someone hired her to keep Selene and me busy and away from the truth of whatever has happened to Aunt Lavender. Then she turned to stone. August's face twisted, a mask of horror, and he reared back against his chair as though physically trying to put distance between himself and the terrible words. I'm really sorry, August, I said gently. I don't know how else to say this, but I'm not sure Tabitha will ever come back.
Who was she working for? Surely you must know. She must have told you.
I shook my head. She tried, but before she could, the spell or curse, I guess is a better word, took over. We went to see a psychic here in Winterspell, and she was able to make contact with Tabitha, so we believe she is still alive. Though I'm sure that doesn't make this much easier. August put his coffee cup on a nearby shelf, his fingers trembling.
I don't understand how this could happen. A blood oath? What is that? I've never heard of such a thing.
We don't know for sure, I interjected. It's only a theory. But Selene says there are certain spells that can be used to swear someone to secrecy. If Tabitha took the oath and subsequently broke it by telling us the truth, the curse would be released.
But why would she agree to something like that? She has an entire Rolodex of clients. Clients who would never ask her to do such things. What would make her so desperate for a job that she would accept such barbaric terms?
I wish I had an answer for you, August. Truly, I do. At this point, you know everything we know.
I have to see her,
August exclaimed, rising to his feet.
You said she is on a trail? Which one?
It's not a marked trail, I replied, standing from my own chair. We were deep in the woods, past the lake, past all the trails. We would have to take you out there ourselves. It's not something I could put on a map. August skirted around my chair, heading for the door.
I'll need different shoes, he said. I can be back here in 15 minutes.
August, I can't just leave my shop, I protested. My employee Lily won't be here for a few more hours. Can we wait until then? The request seemed silly, small somehow. In the face of what happened to Tabitha, my meager sales were a pittance. But I couldn't risk alienating my clientele further. Reliable business hours were essential for maintaining loyalty, even in a town like Winterspell. Perhaps even more so. If August was offended, he masked it gracefully. Offering a small nod, he managed to keep the earlier panic from his voice.
I understand. We can wait until this afternoon. That will give me time to make some phone calls.
Phone calls? August placed one hand on the bar going across the front door of my shop.
I'll find out who Tabitha was working for.
Selene jumped down from her perch and strode toward me, closing the gap between us with purposeful strides, her tail aloft. August gave me a firm look, his jaw set with determination.
I'll be back this afternoon, he assured us. And remember, please keep the information about my relationship with Tabitha quiet.
Nodding, I agreed. We'll see you this afternoon. Chapter 11.
All I'm saying is that I'm not sure we should have told him the full story.
A few hours had passed since August's surprise visit, and still Selene and I were going around in circles about it. I understand that, I said, holding back a heavy sigh. But what else were we supposed to do? Let him leave and find out some other way about Tabitha? How would that have played out any better? Then we would look like we were lying to try and cover something up.
We are trying to cover something up, Selene exclaimed. And where would he have heard about Tabitha? It's not like she's standing sentinel in the town square.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. Lily was set to arrive for her shift soon, and August would likely return not too long after, ready for the long hike to Tabitha. My stomach was in knots, too twisted up to eat anything for lunch, a decision I would likely regret halfway up the trail. "I'm sorry you think I made a mistake," I said to the cat. "I thought we were on the same side. I gave you a look." Selene bristled.
A look? What does that even mean?
"You know, a look."
Honestly, Cora, sometimes I think I'd have better luck communicating if I lived in a house full of woodland creatures.
Listen, if you want to go off and live your best Snow White dream in the forest, be my guest. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew we were both just overly tired and sensitive, and the tension of the argument would fade over time. But that didn't make it any less annoying in the here and now. Before Selene entered my life as a full-time supervisor and smarty-pants extraordinaire, I'd been quite independent. Sure, my marriage had blown up in my face, but setting that bad decision aside, I stood by the rest of my adult choices. I had my own house, my own business, friends, hobbies, and activities outside of work, and a great relationship with my family. Sometimes the way Selene spoke to me made it seem as though I were some sort of idiot with peanut butter in place of brain matter. She was often incapable of seeing further than the tips of her own whiskers, and vehemently disagreed with any thoughts or decisions that didn't run through her first. I wanted to stay mad at her, to make a point, to perhaps hold out long enough for her to apologize first. But as I peeked over the desk, to the place where she sat in front of the display window, her nose all but smashed against the glass like the last puppy at the shelter, I couldn't hold on to my frustration. She was worried sick, the same as me. Worried for Aunt Lavender, for our own safety, and perhaps even a little for Tabitha, too. "Hey, I think I have a couple of pouches of tuna stashed in the back room. You want me to tear one open for you? We both should try to eat something before August gets back." Selene peeled her gaze from the sidewalk and the street beyond and glanced over her tiny shoulder at me.
Well, if you're opening one for yourself, I suppose you may as well open one for me, too.
Sighing, I turned, knowing that was as close to an "I'm sorry" as I was going to get. And, for the moment, it was good enough. Lily arrived for her shift as Selene and I were finishing the packs of tuna. I ate mine spread across a handful of semi-stale saltine crackers, while Selene devoured hers sans garnishment, straight from the pouch. Lily Reed was a ball of light that currently held the shape of a 20-something woman with blonde hair and a wide smile. It was impossible for anyone, even Selene, to remain in a foul mood when Lily was around. She bounced into the shop, talking about some rom-com she'd watched the night before, gushing about the adorable doggy sidekick and hunky lead actor, and within a few minutes, my spirits started to rise. This constant pressure cooker feeling couldn't last forever. Outside of all the worrying and wondering and searching and hoping, life continued on. And it would for Selene and me, too, someday. Lily was a reminder of that world. I tossed my trash in the bin and asked Lily if she would be okay on her own for the rest of the shift, though I didn't fully explain where Selene and I would be going, or with whom. Lily agreed, and before she could ask any follow-up questions, the door swung open, and a woman wearing a hooded rain jacket and a pair of dark denim skinny jeans came pushing through the shop's door. the greeting bell chiming in her wake. "Welcome to Wicked Wicks," Lily greeted brightly. The woman lowered the hood of her jacket, careful not to let the rain droplets spatter on her face. She glanced up at Lily, though she did not match the young woman's warm smile. "Are you Cora Harth?" she asked. "That's me," I interjected, raising my hand, offering a slight wave from my place behind the counter. "I'm Jordana," she said, her mouth taking on a slight pucker as she strode toward me, bypassing Lily. "I'm here to see Tabitha."
Get in line,"
Selene muttered. Jordana jumped back, one hand clutching her chest. "What in the—"
"That's Selene. She's harmless,"
Lily said with a giggle. Selene's eyes narrowed as they swiveled toward her.
"Come a little closer and say that,"
she taunted. Lily only laughed again, heading for the storeroom with the usual bounce in her step.
"I'll go check on that order of fragrance oils for you, Cora. Let me know if you need me."
"That's right," Selene muttered. "You'd better run."
"All right, Cujo, knock it off," I told her, before shifting my attention to Jordana. "I'm sorry about all that." Extending my hand toward the woman, I offered a smile. "I'm Cora. This is Selene. She's my familiar, and I promise she doesn't bite. She'll just wear you down with endless chatter." Selene spun in a circle, as though chasing her tail.
"Do I have some kind of sign attached to my back? Is it National Pick on Selene Day?"
"We could make it official if you'd like," I suggested. She glowered at me. Shrugging, I dropped my hand as it became clear Jordana wouldn't be taking it. "Listen, I'm sorry. It's just been a long day already," I told her. "There is nothing you can do to help Tabitha. At least not physically." Jordana sniffed. "I'd like to see her for myself." I didn't relish the idea of making the hike out to Tabitha twice, but I couldn't invite her along for this afternoon's trek. August had asked for our discretion, and while Jordana claimed to be a close friend to Tabitha, I couldn't be sure what she knew about Tabitha's relationship status, especially as it involved a high-profile engaged man. "Why don't you come to the Winterspell Chalet tomorrow at 10? We have a meeting with Warden Quinton. I imagine she will want to see Tabitha for herself, so we can all go together then. Would that work?" Selene swore under her breath, plopping back on her haunches. I glanced at her. "It's not new information." "Yes, I'd like to speak with the warden as well," Jordana agreed. "In the meantime, I'd like to speak with the local law enforcement and see what they've come up with." Cringing, I exchanged another glance with Selene. "What?" Jordana snapped. "The reason we've got the warden involved in the first place is because local law enforcement isn't taking this seriously," I explained. "I certainly won't stop you if you want to go and speak with the sheriff, but don't get your hopes up. I don't think you'll get any further than we have with him. As far as I know, no one on the force has even gone to see Tabitha." Jordana's mouth dropped open. "That doesn't make any sense," she stammered. "A woman being turned to stone should draw every law enforcement agency within 100 miles. "That's what we are hoping Warden Quinton will do," I said on an exhale, suddenly feeling more tired than when I'd rolled out of bed that morning. There had been a time, earlier in the investigation, when I would have jumped at the chance to have someone else willing to help with the search. Now, the idea of explaining and unraveling it all to somebody new seemed on par with being asked to roll a very large boulder up a very steep hill. My shoulders slumped forward, my gaze dropping to the counter, where Selene's tail swished back and forth across the surface. "We spoke to a psychic here in town, and she made contact with Tabitha and assured us that she is, in fact, still alive." Jordana snorted. "A psychic? Really?" "She gave us Tabitha's passcode for her phone," I added with a shrug. "I don't see how she could have gotten that information by chance or lucky guess." Jordana shook her head, but the sneer on her face slowly faded, melting back into concern. "I just don't understand how any of this could have happened. How could Tabitha be hexed or cursed or whatever this is?" She gets herself into trouble from time to time, but nothing like this. We're doing our best, Jordana. I can assure you of that. The woman softened, placing her hands on the counter, her grip light. She took a moment to glance at her surroundings for the first time since barging into the shop. Her brows lifted inquisitively as her gaze roved over the rows of candles and trinkets lining the front display window. You said you and Tabitha were close, like sisters, I interjected. Do you know if she was dating anyone? Something flickered across Jordana's face before she shifted her gaze back to meet mine. I couldn't read her expression, but I thought maybe there was a moment of irritation, as though the topic were something of a sore spot. There was a guy, she agreed with a nod. Tabitha was being cagey about it, though. She wouldn't give me a name. She claimed it was because she didn't want to jinx it, whatever that means. Jordana shook her head, and her eyes wandered again. He was rich, that much I know, always sending her ridiculously extravagant gifts, flowers, jewelry, gowns. I don't know why they were sneaking around. If I had a guy with that kind of cash, I'd be showing him off all over town. Was she always that way? I prompted. Keeping secrets about her love life from you? Jordana hitched one shoulder. Sometimes. It just depended on her mood. The woman bristled, straightening her posture, one hand reaching for the purse strap dangling from her left shoulder. I should go, she said abruptly. I think I passed the police station on the way to my hotel. I'll go there and see what they can tell me. Good luck, Selene mumbled. Jordana looked at her, as though still unsure whether to trust her own eyes and ears, then offered a tight-lipped half-smile and turned away, leaving the shop as quickly as she'd entered. August surprised me with his ability to keep up on the hike to see Tabitha. He was a thin man, though he didn't strike me as particularly athletic. More the type who came from a long line of trim relatives, or perhaps the type who never seemed to have much of an appetite, or was one of those mythical people who forgot to eat because they were so busy. In any case, he kept up with Selene and me, never complaining about the distance, and even had some wear on his hiking shoes, suggesting this wasn't his first foray into recreation. As we made our way along the trail, there were moments where the silence got to me, and I tried to come up with a topic to discuss, only to fall short, discarding every possible idea before it left my mouth. It was hard to imagine we might have anything in common other than my business, which I didn't want to bring up. I also didn't want to delve too deeply into Aunt Lavender or the search thus far. We're almost there, I said, as we veered off the marked trail, heading into a thicker section of the woods. Glancing over at him, I offered an encouraging smile, though it felt pained. She's just around this next little bend here. When she, or rather the tracking pixie, brought us out here, Tabitha said Aunt Lavender was being kept in a cave, some 30 feet off the ground. I gestured at the craggy rock formation rising from the earth. I'll show you when we get a little closer.
So let me get this straight,
August said, scratching his chin.
She brings you all the way out here, and then, spur of the moment, tells you it's all been some trick? Why drag you out here just to confess? It seems she could have done that anywhere.
Oh, well, she waited until Cora just about broke her neck,
Selene sniped. Her tone had grown increasingly edgy as the day progressed.
Tabitha didn't seem to realize that Cora would do anything if it meant finding Lavender. Even something as reckless as climbing the side of a cliff without proper equipment.
The cat paused to shoot me a scathing look.
Though I suppose I should be thankful for her foolishness, she added after a beat, seeing as it's brought the scum to the surface of the pond.
I winced, hoping August wouldn't pick up on the meaning of the barbed statement.
Tabitha being the scum in this scenario?
August said, his upper lip peeling back from his teeth.
If the spiked leather boot fits,
Selene snarled. Selene? The cat stopped walking and rounded on August. She barely stood higher than his ankle, but somehow her presence made up for the vast height difference. August stopped short, almost stumbling back a step as the cat advanced on him, her eyes blazing bright blue.
She led us on for well over a week. Who knows where we would be now if not for her interference? We were making solid progress before she came and threw us off track. For all we know, we might have already found Lavender. So yes, Tabitha is akin to pond scum, or the tarry little piles the neighborhood dogs leave in the front yard. Take your pick. I'll make no apologies for the observation.
Selene, I said quickly, before August tried kicking her furry little rear end right off the side of the mountain. We don't know why Tabitha did what she did. I don't think it's fair to judge her before we hear the full story. Selene fired a dark glower in my direction, her eyes narrowing to thin slits that glowed like enchanted sapphires.
What possible explanation could there be, Cora? You make it seem like if push came to shove, you would do the same thing.
My lips pressed together, considering her words. Maybe I would, I said, my voice thin. Selene's eyes widened.
No, you wouldn't.
I chewed my lower lip and slid a glance over at August. His jawline was tight, though he held his peace. Whatever he thought about Selene and her damning assessment of his girlfriend, he was keeping it to himself. Come on, I said, picking up my pace. Not much farther. The faster we walked, the faster this whole day could end. Chapter 12. You should probably prepare yourself, I warned, as we began the final curve, pressing against the rock wall. August gave a jerky nod.
I'm ready,
he said. Ahead, the trees thinned, giving way to the clearing at the base of the cliff, and the sunlight broke through the branches, illuminating the stone-encased Tabitha. August's footsteps halted, his lips parting at the sight of her. Selene marched ahead, before stopping when she realized we weren't behind her anymore. As she turned back toward us, her ears perked.
Isn't this what we came here for?
It's okay, I told August, though the words were hollow. It wasn't okay. None of this was. And it seemed each passing day only brought more heartache and loss.
I can't believe it really happened. It just seemed too far-fetched,
he stammered, daring to take a step forward. We'll give you two some time, I said, gesturing for Selene. She scampered over the underbrush to rejoin me, as August dutifully moved forward, closing the space between him and Tabitha.
To talk to a rock?
She hissed under her breath.
Cora, come on. This is getting too nutty. And believe me, I've seen some things.
Shh.
Fine.
She leaped onto a fallen log and sank her claws into the decaying bark, frowning with dissatisfaction as it flaked apart under her paws.
But if he starts kissing her, I'm out.
My nose scrunched as I peeked over my shoulder to where the pair stood. Fair enough, I told Selene. In the end, neither of us knew what August said to Tabitha's stony form. We maintained a respectful distance, doing our best to look busy, which was tricky, considering our surroundings. Selene ate a bug, which was about the height of our adventure. Eventually, August announced he was ready to go back, and we trooped back down the hillside, back to our cars, in silence. In the parking lot at the trailhead, August thanked us for our time and promised to keep in touch, then got into his expensive luxury sedan and drove off into the twilight. Selene and I drove back to Winterspell, making a stop at Whimsy's Deli to pick up some dinner. We ordered it to go, planning on taking it home and settling in for the night. As we walked from the deli to the car, an uneasiness settled around my shoulders like a heavy cape. I'd felt the same tingling earlier, when we'd left to meet August.
"Why do you keep looking around like that?"
Selene finally asked, after catching me peek over my shoulder for the half-dozenth time.
"You checking for the boogeyman or something? Because if so, I can assure you he is dormant for large parts of the winter. It's a common misconception. People assume that because it's dark and cold, he would find it all the easier to scare people. But according to Henry, it's a little too easy. Like shooting fish in a barrel. What's the fun?"
As I stared at her, my paranoia slid to the back burner for a fleeting moment. The boogeyman is a guy named Henry? Selene swished her tail, nodding.
"We used to belong to the same poker club."
As with many of Selene's outlandish stories, I could never be entirely sure when she was telling the truth and when she was just yanking my chain. One of her favorite things to do was spin some wild tale, reeling me in with every word until she couldn't hold back any longer. She'd burst into raucous laughter and say something like,
"You should see your face right now."
Shaking my head, I decided not to take the bait tonight. I just keep getting the feeling that we're being watched or followed, I told her, daring another tiny glance over my shoulder. I didn't feel it when we were out on the trail, but since we've been back in town, it's like my senses have gone into overdrive. Selene glanced around, her eyes narrowing in a way that seemed counterproductive when peering into the dark. But then, I wasn't a cat. Maybe it did help.
"I don't know, Cora, but keep an eye out."
Do you think we should go and stay at Mom's tonight? I hated the thought of her being alone. Mom was more than capable, but I couldn't help worrying as I pictured her sitting in her living room, curled up with a cup of tea and her favorite show, a sitting duck for some assailant to burst in and carry her off, like Aunt Lavender in Selene's recovered memory. If the person, or persons, who took Aunt Lavender thought Mom might be able to help extract answers from her, it wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility to think they might target her next. But whenever I said things like that, Mom waved it off, suggesting I'd watched too many Liam Neeson movies. As if there was such a thing.
"Lilac has made it pretty clear she doesn't want you fussing over her,"
Selene replied. I know, she can be kind of stubborn. Selene smiled, sliding me a glance as her pace slowed.
"Seems kind of hereditary then, huh?"
A laugh burst from my lips. "Oh, you're one to talk."
"I guess it must be a hearth thing,"
Selene conceded. Even though she was my familiar, there was still so much I didn't know about Selene's background. Granted, that was largely due to the fact that I could never fully tell what was real and what was invented for maximum storytelling. Was she really on her 9th life? Was the bit about snatching her final thread of life from the hands of the Fates true? Stars, I didn't even think the Fates were real. We got into the car and drove a few blocks back home, the exhaustion starting to pull me under. Though, as we neared my quaint little house, I perked up in my seat, my eyes darting between the windshield and the rearview mirror in quick succession. A dark SUV was riding too close for comfort. Had they been following us since we left Whimsy's? Recalling an old safety tip I'd heard somewhere, I bypassed the driveway and instead drove past my house. Selene placed her paws on the frame of the passenger window, pressing her nose to the glass as we drove by the darkened house.
Earth to Cora?"
"Behind us," I said, flicking a glance up at the mirror. "There's a dark SUV that's been—" Before I could finish my paranoid theory, the SUV swung into a driveway 3 houses down from mine. Almost immediately, the sliding door opened, and 3 elementary school-aged children piled out, their hands clasping the colorful bags the local burger joint used for their kids' meals. Selene glanced at me, her tail twitching.
"You sure know how to peg 'em, Muggsy," she quipped. "Those children look downright bloodthirsty."
Ignoring her snickering, I pulled around the block and circled back toward the house. You know, I would have thought you would be more understanding. You're the one who told me there's a chance that whoever holds the other side of Tabitha's oath already knows it's been broken. Why tell me something like that if you don't want me to be on guard?
"I'm just yanking your chain, Cora,"
the cat admitted, settling back into her seat.
"If you want, I'll help you set a security ward around the house, like the one we set at Sal's house."
Nodding, I turned into the driveway, after giving the rearview mirror a final glance, and slid the car into park. That's a good idea. I'll text Mom and see if she wants us to set one up at her house, too. We went inside and sat down at the table. My house, or shack, as Selene had taken to calling it, was small, and nothing that would ever grace the pages of an architectural or interior design magazine. But it was well-appointed and calming. However, over the past few weeks, I'd not been able to keep up with most of my normal housekeeping tasks. The fridge was sadly lacking. Fresh fruits and vegetables had somehow been replaced by energy bars and takeout meals, as we'd been too busy to allow time for shopping and cooking. From my place at the table, I cringed at the stuffed trash can and the piles of plates stacked near the sink. My body was exhausted after working the better part of a full day, only to hike several miles, largely uphill. But I made a mental commitment to at least load the dishwasher before bed. Sometimes being an adult really sucked. Hey, have you ever seen the movie The Sword and the Stone, the cartoon one? I asked Selene. She paused her noshing from a small bowl of tuna salad and glanced up at me.
"Forget the movie. I once stood dead center in the middle of Arthur's Round Table."
Heaving a sigh, I plucked another fry from the grease-stained bag and popped it into my mouth.
"Don't give me that, Missy. What do you want to know?"
"Nothing about Arthur," I replied. "But there is a scene in the animated version where Merlin the wizard helps the boy clean up the castle with a bunch of magic and a cute little song. Now, I've heard your singing before, and I think we could skip that part, but the magic cleaning spells are intriguing." Selene licked her whiskers clean.
"What if I told you the only way those kinds of spells work is with the song? Could I sing then?"
Unblinking, I stared at her, almost certain I was being set up. Selene began snickering, and I rolled my eyes. I knew it. She twisted in her seat, her head almost reminding me of the owl from the movie. Before I could tell her to forget it, she fired off several rounds of pink sparkly magic, aiming them at the plates I'd been eyeing moments ago. With a whoosh, they sailed into the air, diving low into the sink. I cringed, expecting the sounds of shattering ceramic ware, but they landed neatly. The tap turned on of its own accord, the stopper quickly following. The bottle of dish soap did a pirouette in midair before dispensing a healthy glob of soap to the steaming spray of water. Within 30 seconds, the sink was burgeoning with suds, and the plates began rising from the sink, one at a time, quickly receiving a scrubbing from a yellow dish scrubber before flying to the other side. My mouth dropped open as I watched the show unfold. "You've been here for almost 3 months now. Why is this the first time I'm seeing this?" Selene's dainty canines flashed in a maniacal grin as she watched her handiwork.
"You never asked."
"I'm pretty sure I have," I countered, my brow furrowing. Mom taught me to never look a gift horse in the mouth, but she'd never said what to do with a mouthy, magical gift cat. Later, after the dishes had been dried and put back into the cabinets, and the leftovers had been neatly tucked in the fridge, My endlessly irritating familiar lay snoozing in her basket in the living room. She'd fallen asleep in the middle of an episode of one of the reality dating shows I watched as a guilty pleasure. Before drifting off to Kitty Dreamland, she'd mumbled something about her sleepiness being my fault, on account of all the magic I'd made her do to clean up the kitchen. I turned out the lights and peeked outside. We hadn't yet had a chance to set the wards, and my hackles were still slightly on edge. Across the street, a car I didn't recognize sat parked alongside the curb. A curl of dread rose from the pit of my stomach, like the steam from a hot cup of tea, twisting and furling. In her basket, Selene's front paw twitched, as though she were batting at a butterfly. I knew there would be hell to pay if I woke her up, only for it to be another false alarm. The car's windows were so darkly tinted I couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Over a dozen houses lined both sides of my street. The car could belong to any one of those other families, or their friends, or visitors. Still, the tendrils of doubt grew larger. Closing my curtains, I tiptoed across the living room and sat on the corner seat of the sofa. If I went to bed now, I'd just wind up staring at the ceiling, wondering about the car. I pulled out my phone and checked my text messages. A reply from Mom informed me she had security charms firmly in place and that I was not to worry about her, followed by a heart emoji. Very reassuring. Since I wasn't going to be able to sleep, I flipped from the text messaging app and opened one of the mindless games I played on my rare breaks at the shop, or whenever I was watching TV that didn't fully hold my interest. It was a terrible habit, and one that Selene teased me for. But sometimes, mindless games were the best way to pass time. With any luck, the car on the other side of the street would leave sometime before midnight, and I could squeeze in a few hours of sleep. An hour passed, then another, and still the car remained. My eyes were heavy, my thoughts slow and sleepy. The temperature in the living room had dropped low enough that I'd wrapped up in a knitted blanket, which was only making it harder to try and not fall asleep. On the other side of the room, Selene snoozed on, blissfully unaware, all tucked up in her little basket, her whiskers and limbs twitching every so often. When my ringtone cut through the eerie silence, my heart catapulted into my throat, and Selene shot up from her basket like a firecracker in a whirl of pink sparks.
"Who is it? What's it? Where is he?"
she demanded, spinning around, dispersing the glittering pink light. My pulse jackhammered in my ears as I held up the phone. "It's an unknown number," I cried. "Who would be calling so late?"
"Here's an idea, Cora. Why don't you answer it and find out?"
Selene growled, stalking the length of the couch. Blinking, I gave my head a quick shake and tapped onto the call. Hello? Who is this?" A quiet, female voice replied, her words quavering.
This is Hannah Snowberry, and I've had a premonition."
Chapter 13. A premonition, I repeated, scooting to the edge of the couch as I switched the call to speakerphone. Selene crowded in, close enough for her whiskers to brush against the screen. "About Tabitha?" Hannah continued, her voice still wavering but not as shaky.
"I dozed off in my studio. I'd been thinking about your visit and the things I saw in the crystal ball."
"The things you didn't tell us about?"
Selene interrupted. I shot a warning glance in her direction. It wouldn't help us to alienate the one person who might have some answers. Scowling, she caught the meaning of my look and backed up slightly.
"It seems there was something in the crystal ball that upset you, is all,"
she added with a sniff of indignation.
"I'll admit there was something that startled me,"
Hannah replied, her tone guarded.
"I fear this quest of yours will lead you down a dangerous path." The people involved might be more powerful than you think.
Is there any way you could be more specific? I asked, stepping in before Selene could. Do you know who these people are? Did Tabitha speak to you and tell you who she was working for? A tense silence stretched across the line. Beside me, I could feel Selene reaching her boiling point. Hannah, I know you didn't ask to get involved in this, I said gently after a moment. But this is really serious. Maybe even life or death. If there's anything you can tell us, we would be grateful.
You called us, remember?
Selene interjected. She just couldn't help herself, could she? A heavy sigh crackled across the line. Then Hannah spoke.
I saw a tall and stately woman, and the crest of the arcane order.
Selene's tail went ramrod straight, her eyes wide as they snapped to meet mine. My pulse thundered loudly in my ears, the sound like pounding raindrops on a tin roof in the middle of a monsoon.
I thought it was a mistake,
Hannah continued.
Some trick of the light, or a vision tainted by something in my own mind.
I frowned, trying to understand. If she thought there was another explanation for it, why hadn't she shared it with us at the time? Why fling the tablecloth over the crystal ball as if worried we might somehow see?
I've been thinking about it since you left,
Hannah continued.
I haven't been able to get it out of my mind, frankly. I tried a cleansing spell to no avail. And tonight, a premonition came to me confirming what I saw.
My breath hitched, and my eyes locked with Selene's blue gaze.
I saw your face, Cora, and that of a tall, stately woman, along with the Order's crest.
Hannah paused, and my heart tumbled, hanging on for dear life.
Then the vision changed, and I saw your Aunt Lavender's face in a scrying mirror, its edges gilded and glowing. She was trying to speak, but I couldn't hear her. Cracks appeared, splintering the mirror into 1,000 pieces, and dark, thorny branches snatched the pieces away, moving like the talons of a powerful and terrible bird.
Hannah sucked in a breath through her teeth, with a slight whistle, as if the memory of it was somehow painful.
After that, the vision faded in a swirl as black as ink, revealing nothing more. When I came to my earthly senses, I did a tarot card reading and drew the 10 of Swords. Whoever this woman is, she is not an ally but a traitor. You have to be careful, Cora, or I fear your aunt may be lost for good.
My teeth clattered together, my hands trembling. I wanted to argue against the dire words, but my mouth was dry, my tongue thick. What was there to say? Had Tabitha been trying to warn us against the Order itself? Was Warden Quinton the woman in Hannah's vision?
I'm sorry to be the one to bring this to you,
Hannah continued, her voice sorrowful and heavy.
Please be careful. I will let you know if anything else is revealed.
Thank you, I stammered, before the line went dead. For a long moment, Selene and I sat in stunned silence, our blank expressions a mirror of one another. I had no doubt the questions running through my mind were also running through hers, though neither of us could seem to bring ourselves to voice them aloud. Rising, I peeked through the curtains and saw the car across the street was gone. What do we do? I finally asked, wrapping my arms around myself. A tall and stately woman? The crest of the arcane order? That has to be Warden Quinton, right? If the Order knows about the Golden Lotus, then maybe they're the ones trying to keep it a secret. Maybe they found out Aunt Lavender had a piece of it, and they wanted it for their own purpose, or maybe they wanted to destroy it. And when she wouldn't give it up freely, they escalated? I paused, chewing on my lower lip. I mean, who else would have the resources and knowledge to figure something like this out? Dozens, maybe even hundreds of explorers just like Tabitha have hunted for the Lotus and none of them have found it. But a network like the Arcane Order has the manpower, not to mention the magical knowledge required to finally crack the case. They would also have the resources to hire Tabitha to keep us busy and out of their hair. I paused, looking to Selene for confirmation. A part of me wanted her to argue, the way she so often did, and shred her claws through every line of my reasoning. The idea of being pitted against the Order itself felt like standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon and looking down. But Selene didn't rise to battle. Instead, she stared at the sofa cushion beneath her front paws, her eyes sliding closed.
If the Order is behind all of this, then our hope is lost.
My mouth opened and then closed, because there was nothing left to say. Neither Selene nor I got any sleep after the disturbing phone call with Hannah. We stayed up all night, huddled in the living room, the atmosphere like that of an underground bunker during an air raid. We'd run out of things to say hours ago, so when we finally left the living room to get ready for our meeting with Warden Quinton, neither of us said a word. I dressed in silence, fighting back a swell of tears. What was I going to tell Mom? She knew how hard we tried, and how hard she tried, too. But now, it seemed that all our best efforts weren't good enough. I knew she would blame herself somehow. It was her nature. But Selene was right. What could two witches and an ancient cat hope to do in the face of an all-encompassing organization like the Arcane Order? It wasn't David and Goliath. It was a housefly versus Goliath. As I stood in front of the full-length mirror, my tired mind slipped, envisioning Clint sitting on the edge of my bed, the way he had so many times before, waiting for me to finish getting ready for a date or an outing. I wished he was here now. He wouldn't have the right words to say either, but his presence would provide some comfort. Finally, I left my bedroom and met Selene by the front door. Mom will be waiting for us. Jordana, too, I suppose. Selene muttered a curse under her breath.
I'd forgotten about her, she admitted. I don't suppose she'll agree to keep quiet.
I shook my head. No, I don't think so. She's here to find Tabitha, end of story. She won't understand why we want to be vague all of a sudden. Last night, we'd decided that was our only real strategy. To keep as much of the truth as we could from Warden Quinton. Let her do most of the talking, and see what came from it. We weren't going to tell her about the Golden Lotus, and certainly not that Aunt Lavender had half of it, and that we were the only ones who knew where it was stashed. And we weren't going to tell her about Oben's tome. We would keep it to the basics. Aunt Lavender was abducted from her home, and whoever did it cast a memory loss spell on Selene to ensure they weren't followed. If the Order are the ones holding the other end of Tabitha's blood oath, they'll already know why she's been turned to stone, I said to Selene as we walked out into the rainy morning. We'll tell them where she is and what she said about the mystery client, but beyond that, as much as I hate to say it, she's their problem now.
Agreed,
Selene said, before flashing a burst of magic at the car door. She leaped inside, and I shot a burst of wind magic to close it gently before rounding the front bumper. Mom was already waiting in the parking lot outside the Winterspell Chalet when we arrived. The luxurious resort was styled like an upscale ski lodge and catered to wealthy tourists in search of a rustic retreat. Visitors could enjoy the log cabin ambiance while maintaining their creature comforts and keeping up with their beauty treatments and self-care routine thanks to the in-house spa. Mom's face was bright and hopeful as she stepped out of her car to meet us, though it crumpled in on itself before either of us said a word. "What's the matter?" she asked. "You both look like you're on your way to a funeral." I winced. Was that where all this was heading? To a funeral? Shoving that chilling thought aside, I stepped forward and embraced my mom. "Just don't get your hopes too high," I told her quietly, before giving her an extra squeeze for good measure. "What do you mean? We've been waiting for this day for so long." She stepped back, shaking her head slightly as she looked from me to Selene and back again. "What happened? Have you found something? A clue?"
"There isn't much time, Lilac," Selene said. "We can talk about it after the meeting."
At the entrance of the resort, a woman in a lime green power suit marched toward the doors with an unmistakable stride.
"Woof, that's certainly a choice,"
Selene muttered, giving the woman a 20-yard appraisal. "That's Jordana," I told Mom. "We invited her to come along and speak with the warden on Tabitha's behalf." Mom nodded, compassion in her eyes as she tracked the woman's movement. "This must be so scary for her." Nodding, I tucked my arm into Mom's, and the three of us headed for the chalet. Warden Quinton was staying at the chalet and had reserved a small conference room to have our meeting. Upon giving our names at the front desk, we were escorted to the room and offered a beverage while we waited for the warden to join us. Jordana sat across the table from us, as though wanting to make it clear she was there with her own agenda. When asked, she requested a coffee, black. Mom, Selene, and I all shook our heads, declining the offer. Under the table, my knee began to bounce as I watched the second hand on the oversized clock hanging above the door. The words from Hannah's premonition swirled through my mind, moving as quickly as the ticking clock. There had to be a way out of this mess. If it was the Golden Lotus the Order wanted, then perhaps we could bargain for Aunt Lavender's release by offering it up. But how could we bring up the idea of such a deal without first accusing the warden and the Order at large of nefarious actions? The Order was meant to protect the magical community. And while I could see the argument that keeping the Golden Lotus out of the general public's hands could indeed be considered an act of public safety, it didn't warrant kidnapping one of their own citizens. Did it? And without proof, how could we raise such a preposterous-sounding theory without losing any shred of goodwill we might have with the warden? There was also the possibility that Hannah's vision or premonition was wrong, a misinterpretation, or something planted in a dream by whoever was actually behind Lavender's abduction. There were simply too many possibilities, which left me feeling paralyzed and unsure which path to take. Right at the top of the hour, the door opened, and the assistant returned with a regal-looking black woman in her wake. Leona Quinton was indeed tall and stately, as Hannah had foreseen. I recognized her immediately, having seen her a handful of times over the years when she made her way to Winterspell for town business. She wore her usual gray robes. Her black hair was pulled back in a tight bun, almost like a long-haired soldier would wear under their service cap. She was lean and strong, with sharp eyes and a full mouth that formed a straight line over a pointed chin. "Cora Harth?" she said, looking around the table. "That's me," I said, lifting one finger before gesturing at Selene and my mother and introducing them in turn. "Nice to meet you all," Warden Quinton said, before shifting her attention across the table to Jordana. "And you must be Miss Melbourne." Jordana stood and extended a hand to the warden. "That's right. I'm here on behalf of Tabitha Hardwick. I am her producer." Warden Quinton looked to me as she took her seat at the head of the rectangular table. She laced her fingers together and braced her elbows on the table's edge. Her dark brown eyes were neither warm nor cold, but those of an owl, overseeing its forest at midnight. "Cora, since this meeting is being held at your request,
why don't you take the reins?"
With a silent inhale, I looked to Selene. This was it. Chapter 14. In keeping with the agreement I'd made with Selene in the wee hours of the morning, I gave Warden Quinton the abbreviated version of the story. Beside me, I could feel Mom's tension and confusion, but she kept her silence, trusting that Selene and I knew what we were doing. In the corner of the room, Warden Quinton's assistant took notes on a legal pad, occasionally glancing up. But the warden herself remained fixated, paying attention to every word. When I finished, she maintained a beat of silence in order for her assistant to complete their work, then cleared her throat.
"I spoke to Sheriff Templeton ahead of today's meeting," she said.
Little weasel,
Selene coughed.
"He says he dispatched officers to search your aunt's home and speak with the neighbors,"
Warden Quinton continued, effortlessly ignoring Selene's commentary.
"I'm sympathetic, of course,"
she added, canting her head slightly to one side. It felt like her eyes were able to see inside my head. It took every bit of resolve to keep from shrinking back in my chair. Sweat prickled along my hairline.
"But I'm not sure there is much more I can do to help, beyond putting out a nationwide notice among the order and network of sentries to be on the lookout for her."
"And what about Tabitha?" Jordana interrupted, all but lunging from her seat, her nails pressing against the wood tabletop. Warden Quinton swiveled her attention.
"I will dispatch agents to bring her back to town, and with her next of kin's permission, they will transfer her to one of our headquarters buildings for further testing. Without knowing the cause of the curse, it is difficult to make any promises, but I assure you, we will try."
Jordana crossed her arms. It was clear she was unsatisfied with the answer, but she didn't try to argue further. "When will she be brought back?" Warden Quinton glanced over her shoulder at her assistant. "Seems like a job for Croft," the woman said with a slight shrug.
Perhaps. He is rather busy these days," Warden Quinton replied. "In any case, we will see to it that she is brought to headquarters by the end of the week. Are you able to provide her next of kin's information? They will need to agree to the testing, as it won't be without risks."
Jordana's anger drained away, leaving her tearful instead. She offered a silent nod, her lips going thin as she struggled to keep her composure. "She has an older brother. They aren't close, but he's the only family she has left." My heart twisted, the words hitting me in the chest like a knife. An alarm buzzed, and Warden Quinton's assistant jolted upright in her chair, the legal pad falling to her lap. She checked her phone, tapping at the screen until the sound silenced. Then, with a tight smile, she glanced up at the warden. "That's our cue," she said. "We can't leave Mr. Ballar waiting." Warden Quinton gave a firm nod, unlacing her fingers as she prepared to rise from the table.
"Is there anything else, Cora?"
"No, Warden Quinton. We appreciate your time and your assistance," I replied, my tone deflated. "We know you're very busy."
"I will speak with Sheriff Templeton once more before I leave," she said. "And I will make sure the national notice is sent by end of business day. We will have every agent and sentry on the lookout for any sign of your aunt."
"Thank you, Warden." Warden Quinton left the conference room, followed by her assistant. Jordana crumpled in her seat, one hand moving to cover her face. "I'm sorry, Jordana," I said softly, pushing up from my seat. She shook her head, her face still covered. "Just go." Mom and Selene took the lead, exiting the room that somehow felt larger in Warden Quinton's absence. We waited until we were in the parking lot to exhale. Then, Mom rounded on us, her expression pinched.
Explain. Now.
Do you think we made a mistake? It was closing time at Wicked Wicks, and though we'd had several hours to debrief and recover from the strained meeting with Warden Quinton that morning, I couldn't seem to stop the gnawing doubt from chewing at the corners of my every thought. I'd tried to lose myself in the day's work, but that only proved a momentary distraction. It didn't help that the shop was unusually quiet, and that Lily had to take the majority of the afternoon off. I always enjoyed her company, and today it would have proved even more soothing.
"Well, your mother certainly doesn't think so,"
Selene replied from her cubby behind the counter. Fresh dread coursed through me, and I winced. After leaving the Winterspell chalet, we'd gone back to Mom's house to fully explain our bizarre change of strategy. To say she hadn't taken it well would be an understatement. She's the one who got us involved with this psychic in the first place, I argued. If she didn't think Hannah was legit, then why send us to her in the first place?
"She's just upset, Cora, and she has every right to be. We probably should have explained before the meeting."
Craning around, the bills I'd been counting from the till all but forgotten in my hands, I peered up at the cat. Would that really have changed anything? You heard what Warden Quinton said. She thinks Sheriff Templeton already did his job. What difference would it have made if we'd trotted out our theory about the Golden Lotus, or any of the rest of it?
"I'm not saying it would have,"
Selene replied.
"Lilac just wanted to be included in the decision-making process, I imagine."
Exhaling, I set the handful of bills on the counter, then leaned over it, bracing myself against my elbows. It's all such a mess. All this waiting. And it feels like we made a mistake.
"What's done is done,"
Selene said, jumping down from her perch to join me on the counter.
"There's no use crying over spilled milk. Now there is use crying over spoiled tuna, but I digress."
She waited a bit, hoping to draw a smile with her attempt at humor. But it just wasn't in me.
"It's not all bad," she continued. "The nationwide alert is a good thing. If our theory is wrong and the Order has nothing to do with any of this, then perhaps someone somewhere will come forward. We don't know where Lavender is, but I think we've been working under the assumption that she's still somewhere in or near Winterspell. But really, she could be anywhere."
Is this supposed to make me feel better?
If someone took her out of Winterspell to another city or another state, that means there were multiple opportunities along the way where someone might have seen her. If her photo gets passed around through all the magical communities, that's a lot of exposure. It might jog someone's memory. That's a good thing.
She had a point, though it was hard to draw much solace from it. Still, it wouldn't help anyone, Aunt Lavender or otherwise, to wallow. Sighing, I pushed up from the counter and started my counting from the top. "Liana is coming over for dinner tonight," I told Selene, changing the subject. "I was thinking we could take the night off. It doesn't seem like there's much we can do at this point anyway." Selene swished her tail and leaped off the other side of the counter, landing silently on the floor. With a swipe of magic, she began sorting through the basket of putbacks, floating various candles and accessories to their rightful places around the shop. My brows lifted, my jaw dropping open. And then I remembered my earlier thought about looking the sassy gift cat in the mouth and kept my comment to myself. Liana arrived at my place 6:30, with her arms weighted down by bags of takeout. To Celine's delight, she'd stopped at the new corner bistro to get an order of their blackened salmon fillet specifically for her.
"You've just moved up in the ranking of my favorite people,"
Selene told her as she unpacked the food. Liana giggled. "I'm honored." Smiling, I toyed with the stem of my wine glass. Liana had made sure to pour me a glass prior to unpacking the food. She was in full mother hen mode, and for once, I wasn't trying to fight against it. Careful. That role comes with strings attached.
All I ask of my loyal subjects is constant admiration and the occasional favor,
Selene informed her. Liana arched one eyebrow. Oh, is that all? I think I can handle it. Selene puffed out her chest victoriously, and from behind her back, Liana tossed me a wink. We ate our meal as a trio at the kitchen table, and for the first time in a long time, it felt like a normal night. With Liana's bright smile and witty jokes, there wasn't space to sink back into my despair. After the meal, and more than a couple glasses of wine, we retired to the living room, while Selene wandered down the hall to my room, announcing she'd had her fill of girl talk for the night. Liana tugged the blanket over her lap with one hand, her other still holding her wine glass. I'd switched over to tea. So, come on. Tell me how you're really feeling, Cora. I can tell there's something on your mind. A small laugh slipped through my lips. I don't even really know how to answer that. I think part of me is worried that my life will never go back to normal. Tonight has been the first normal-feeling night in a long time, to tell you the truth. I exhaled, wrapping both hands around my warm mug. And then sometimes I wonder if I even want my life to go back to the way it was before. I mean, I want to find Aunt Lavender, of course. But after that, what am I supposed to do? What do you mean? Liana asked, shifting on her cushion to sit up a little taller. I don't know, Lee. I sighed, considering the small puffs of steam rising from my tea for a long moment. It's hard to explain. Somehow all of this stuff I've gone through has me examining my life choices and facing some existential questions, I guess. Oh, yikes. Liana frowned. Well, that's not good. Anything in particular? I mean, if you could just snap your finger or wave some kind of magic wand and change something about your life, what would you do? Well, I'd get Aunt Lavender back, first and foremost. Right, I figured that much, Liana replied with a small smile. I mean the rest. It seems like you have more on your mind than just your aunt. She was right, of course. But somehow, admitting it out loud, even to my most trusted friend, felt selfish. Why should I consider my own life when my aunt's could very well be in peril? You've done so much for Lavender, Liana added, as though sensing my trepidation. But at some point, one way or the other, your life will have to continue. It's okay to take your eye off one ball for a moment and think about yourself. Exhaling, I sagged back against the sofa. I miss Clint. There, I'd said it. Liana reached for my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. I know you do. He is back in Chicago. Did I tell you? Liana shook her head. When did that happen? A couple of days ago. So much had happened in the short time between Clint's final visit and now. It was almost dizzying to think about. Is he coming back? Liana asked. I don't know. His mother is still here and still having health issues, though it sounds like she's improved a bit. I'm sure he'll come back to Winterspell someday, but I think it's safe to say he's moving on with his life. Liana gently squeezed my arm. I'm sorry, Cora. I know he was special to you. It's not just Clint, though, I added. It's other things, too. I think I'm having a hard time remembering what life was like before all of this started. Back when my biggest concern was whether or not it was my turn to bring snacks to book club, or what to say if some unsavory guy tried to hit on me over at Merlin's well. Well, you know I always have your back in the event of that second scenario, Liana said with a giggle. I am a professional, after all. I should start giving weekend seminars in some low-budget motel conference room. I smiled, which was likely Liana's intention. I know I'm being dramatic. Life will go back to normal, and I'll adjust. Just like I've adjusted to all this recent chaos. Liana's smile faded, a line appearing briefly between her eyebrows. Is it that you think your life is too boring? Or that it was, before all of this? Don't tell me you're turning into some kind of adrenaline junkie on me, Cora. Because I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to be your bungee jumping or skydiving partner. These feet? She paused to wiggle her socked toes. Stay on the ground. Or at least 6 inches from it, depending on which pair of fabulous shoes I am wearing. It was my turn to laugh. Nothing like that, I assured her, somehow getting a visual image of Selene wearing a tiny jumpsuit with 4 leg holes. I think I'm just wondering if maybe there is something bigger out there for me. A bigger life. But who knows? It's probably just because I've spent too much time comparing myself to Tabitha and her over-the-top life. Well, that could be part of it, Liana said thoughtfully. But I think maybe there's a chance all this has awakened something in you. Something you didn't know was there. I'm not saying you need to close down Wicked Wicks and sign up to be a private investigator or something. But maybe it's showing you that there's more to this life than just what you can find in a town like Winterspell. Sure, it's great here. I'm certainly not looking to move anytime soon. But let's be real, it has its limitations. The dating pool, for starters. She paused, rolling her big brown eyes. I laughed. Very true. Liana snapped her fingers, her wine sloshing as she readjusted herself on the couch. I know. We should go on a trip, she exclaimed. I mean, it's been ages since I've gone anywhere, and you haven't left Winterspell since your honeymoon with Roger. Wincing, I had to award her the point. It had been a while since I'd gotten out of town. It's perfect, Liana continued. You finally got some help at the shop, and things will be a little slow through springtime anyway. We could totally fit in a trip somewhere exotic before the tourism tide rolls back into town. Where would we go? Anywhere we want, Liana replied. Hey, I'll tell you what. When you find Aunt Lavender, we'll pick her brain for destinations. That woman's been everywhere. She'll know where we should go. An unexpected surge of tears welled up in my eyes, and I nodded. She'd love to help. Liana squeezed my arm again. It's coming, Cora. You're gonna find her. I just know it. Uncertainty still swirled around the pit in my stomach, but I grabbed a hold of Liana's words and wrapped them around myself, using them like an invisible weighted blanket. And for tonight, that was enough. Chapter 15. Selene was back to theorizing the next morning over breakfast.
What I still can't figure out is why Tabitha stashed the spare phone in the air vent. It feels like it should mean something.
Frowning, I swirled the dregs in the bottom of my coffee mug. I'd already showered and dressed, and for once felt somewhat refreshed after getting a good night's sleep. That was likely thanks to the 3 glasses of wine I'd shared with Liana. It does seem odd, I agreed. She already went to the trouble of obtaining a second phone and had the names of her clients saved with little to no identifying information. To go one step further and hide it does seem like overkill. Maybe she didn't trust the staff at the hotel? She didn't want to keep the phone on her, but for some reason thought it would be taken or searched through if she left it in her room? Selene's eyes sparked. She was afraid. It wasn't a question, but a statement, and something about the words snapped a puzzle piece into place. Of her client. Maybe they're here in Winterspell, and watching her?
Could be, Selene said. We still don't know what made her agree to the blood oath, if that is, in fact, what we're dealing with in the first place.
Could she have been coerced into accepting it? I'm far from being some arcane scholar, but it seems like with magic that strong and dangerous, it couldn't be controlled or forced on someone. A chill ran down my spine. At least I'd hope not. I knew enough about magic to harness my own power, and even used magic to run my business. But beyond that, I didn't know much more than what I'd learned in school. In truth, I'd learned more about magic and the greater magical world in the past few weeks, looking for Aunt Lavender, than I had at the academy. Even with my limited knowledge, I knew magic was more than just a set of ancient runes or finite rules etched into stone for all of eternity. Magic was a living, active energy source in the world. No one knew exactly where it came from, but as far as anyone knew, it had always existed and would continue on long after we were all returned to the Stardust realm. Blood magic, the kind Selene said would be required for such an oath, was forbidden and feared, to the point where it wasn't a subject discussed in polite society. This, unfortunately, meant that layman witches like me didn't have a good grasp on how it worked or what it could do.
No one could physically or even magically force her into taking the oath,
Selene explained.
But that's not to say they didn't hold some other kind of leverage over her.
So no one could hold a gun to her head and make her take the oath. Selene nodded slightly.
Right. But there are more subtle ways to force someone's hand, aren't there?
Tabitha was a public figure, and part of that meant she could be blackmailed quite easily. Even the most squeaky clean person in the world had embarrassing secrets or habits they wouldn't want getting out. I didn't know enough about Tabitha to even manage a guess at what skeletons could potentially be hiding in her designer-stuffed closet. But considering how mysterious and secretive she appeared to be, it wasn't a stretch to think there might be things she wouldn't want the public to know about. If someone knew something about her past, they could use it against her. Perhaps even going so far as forcing her into taking a blood oath.
Could be she had a debt to someone,
Selene suggested.
Or some juicy tidbit about her personal life she didn't want splashed all over the gossip racks. Like her sordid affair with August, for example.
Nodding, I agreed. I was just thinking the same thing. Selene's theory of there being a debt was an interesting one. There was a banking app on her phone, but a separate password was required to access the information. Even without seeing how much she had in her account, I could see that Tabitha enjoyed a lavish lifestyle. In the past few months alone, there had been several high-ticket purchases, furnishings and art, couture from some of the magic world's top designers. There was a series of emails between her and a contractor who appeared to be remodeling one of the bathrooms in her penthouse. Tabitha didn't seem to be hurting for money. But then, maybe it was all an illusion. Maybe her royalties and treasure hunting fees weren't going far enough to cover the cost of maintaining her persona. Maybe she'd taken a job meant to close the gap, only to fall short and wind up indebted to her client. If that client then offered her an arrangement to absolve the debt, it would be a deal she couldn't turn down. "Come on," I told the cat before my thoughts could carry me away any further. "We've got to get a move on."
Yeah, back to the salt mines,"
she muttered. I ruffled her fur on the way to drop my mug in the sink. We arrived at the shop with a few minutes to spare, but as we headed up the alleyway between my candle shop and Julia's cafe next door, I stopped short. "Selene, look." The cat stopped, one paw frozen in midair, as she looked up and followed the tip of my finger, pointing down at the pavement. The alleyway was well protected from the elements due to the large overhangs on both my shop and the coffee house. It had been raining for days, and a dark streak spanned the length of the alley, with dry patches on either side. On the side closest to my shop, a set of large footprints led from the opening of the alley to my shop's back door, then circled back and vanished. The tread appeared to be from a man's boot, and while I didn't know for sure, my instinct said that whomever they belonged to, that person had been trying to get into my shop.
"It's been pouring all night. There's no way to tell how long they've been here,"
Selene said as she followed the tracks.
"Could have been a drunk, thinking he'd made it home, or maybe he was looking for a bathroom."
Or someone tried breaking in, I countered.
Or that,
the cat agreed.
You got a security camera out here?
Selene asked, her bright blue eyes zipping along the underside of the eaves. You already know I don't, I snapped. Why do you bother asking questions you already know the answers to? Selene sighed dramatically, making a sweeping flourish with her tail.
It seems to me that now would be the time to invest in a little tech.
I stopped short of pointing out that she'd had the opposite solution when it came to my security concerns at the house. She'd insisted that her protection wards were sufficient. No cameras required. Why should my shop be any different? But I knew that if I pointed it out to her, she'd offer up some offhand reason, using that grating tone of voice that suggested I was the foolish one for not understanding the difference in the first place. I decided to save myself the aggravation and went silent as I fished my keys from the bottom of my purse.
If you want, I can talk to some of the strays in the area,
Selene offered, coming to stand by my ankles.
The alley cats might have seen who it was. Though, unless he was dropping kibble from his pockets, they wouldn't have paid him much attention. They tend to be wildly single-minded.
My eyes narrowed. Do you even hear yourself right now? I don't think I've ever met someone as single-minded as you when it comes to food.
Pish-posh, Cora, Selene muttered. You have no idea what you're talking about.
The lock clicked, and before I could use the handle, Selene fired off a shower of pink sparks, opening the door on her own. She shot past my ankles, streaking inside before I could fully process what she'd done. Impatient, too, I added, shaking my head as I followed her inside. Despite the lingering, ominous feeling, the morning started much like any other day. I opened the shop on time and immediately went to work on a new batch of candles, occasionally stopping to help customers while we waited for Lily to arrive. It was a rainy weekday morning, which meant barely any foot traffic passed by in front of the shop. The only customers braving the weather were my regulars and those who had custom orders to pick up. No one stayed for more than a handful of minutes, leading to a quiet morning.
I hate that fake orange smell,
Selene complained. Well, an almost quiet morning. Do you not see the pile of peeled oranges? I replied with a scoff, nudging my chin toward a large bowl filled with naked oranges, their peels scrubbed away with the metal zester lying on the counter beside it.
What's with all the rhetorical questions today?
Selene demanded, her tone irritable. I wouldn't have to ask so many rhetorical questions if you weren't in such a foul mood and complaining about everything. Turning, I glanced up at her. She was on her regular perch, a cubby mounted a good foot higher than my shoulder. All the better to look down upon me, my dear. Once upon a cat-free time, I'd used the cubby as a convenient place to stash excess inventory of my most popular products, enabling me to quickly restock or grab extras for a customer without having to go into the storeroom. This time of year, it wasn't such a big deal to lose the space, as product moved slower. But in a few more months, Selene and I would have to have a chat about her lounging options. Something told me the showdown would end up bloodier than the dirt road outside a Wild West saloon at high noon. Why are you so grumpy anyway? I asked, resuming my work. The orange blossom candles, that very much did not smell fake, were hot items come Christmas time. I wasn't quite sure why so many people wanted the scent of orange, when it seemed pine trees and vanilla and cinnamon were much more in keeping with the typical scents of the holidays. But last year, the orange blossom pillars were my number 2 bestsellers, and this year I wanted to be prepared.
Gee, I can't think of why I am so grumpy,
Selene muttered, her tone increasingly acerbic.
You know, Cora, sometimes your self-centeredness is truly astonishing to me.
I dropped the orange in my hand, and it rolled off the other side of the counter, landing on the floor with a soft plop, as I whipped around to glare at the cat. My self-centeredness? Is my hearing going bad, or did you really just accuse me of being self-centered? A pair of bright blue orbs glared down at me.
See? There you go again. You're not the only one who's had their entire life upended, you know. 2 months ago, I had an entire house to roam around. A garden patch to sun myself in. Even a little pot of fresh catnip to munch on from time to time. I spent my days discussing adventure and talking about old magic, working on new spells. Now I sit in this little dark box for 10 hours a day, watching you agonize over something as silly as whether or not you applied enough flower petals to the outside of a stick of stinky wax.
A simmering rage rose to a boil, and if we lived in cartoon land, I had no doubt my face would be red as a tomato, with illustrated steam pouring from my ears. "I never asked for any of this," I shouted, thankful there were no customers in the shop. Stomping around the counter, I bent and retrieved the stray orange, slamming it on the counter with enough force to send a spray of orange juice over my workstation and onto my apron. "I'm not keeping you here either," I continued, ignoring the mess. "You want to go back to Lavender's? Fine. I'm not stopping you. In fact, I'll even get the door for your furry rear end." The cat didn't budge. "What do you want from me, Selene? Yes, I understand your life has changed, and that must be very frustrating. I can certainly empathize. But I don't understand why you insist on taking all your frustration out on me. I didn't make the rules regarding familiars and their witches. It's not the way I would have planned it either. If I had my way, you'd be curled up in Aunt Lavender's lap right now, safe and sound in her living room." I paused to blow out a puff of air between pursed lips before the tears pricking at my eyes could get loose. "But I trust that you know better than I do. So if you say there's no way around the types of spells bonding you to me, then I believe you. I'm abiding by the rules and doing what you asked. But apparently, that's not good enough." Selene continued to glower. I couldn't see her tail, but heard it smacking lightly against the sides of the cubby, concealed in shadow.
"I don't know why you can't just leave it alone," she finally said. "I'm not some project for you to finish. I'm not a broken thing for you to fix."
I blinked, surprised by the accusation. When had I ever tried to fix her?
"Sometimes I'm angry and bitter," she continued. "I'm old and jaded and cynical. Instead of trying to change me, maybe you should just focus on yourself."
"What is that even supposed to mean?" I fired back, planting my fists on my hips. My knuckles dug into my skin, almost grinding against my hip bones like clenched teeth. The room swirled with an unseen force, a charge of electricity or explosive gas. All it would take was one more spark to set the whole thing ablaze. "I'm not trying to change you, Selene. That seems like a fool's errand." I narrowed my eyes, matching hers. "All I want is for you to take your bad energy someplace else. If you don't like being here, then leave. There's plenty of other things for you to do with your day. You've made that abundantly clear. The familiar bond isn't going to snap if you go across town to Lavender's house, so why don't you?" Selene didn't answer. Something shifted, and a moment later, realization struck me firmly in the chest, as though I'd been smacked with a 2x4. My hands dropped back to my sides. "You don't want to be there without her." Selene looked away toward the window.
"Would you?"
The fight drained from me, and I exhaled heavily. We've been at this for too long. It's starting to make us crazy.
"Speak for yourself,"
Selene replied, then flashed her teeth.
"I am quite certain your aunt drove me crazy some time ago."
A ghost of a smile passed over my lips, and I grabbed my rag and began wiping away the specks of orange juice. "I miss her too, you know."
"I know,"
Selene replied. Behind me, the tinkling bell on the front door chimed, and I halfway turned to glance over my shoulder. My traditional greeting for customers fell short of leaving the tip of my tongue when August came inside, a pink and white bakery box under one arm and a cardboard coffee carrier loaded with 3 paper cups in his free hand. He wore a jovial smile, though it slipped when he got 3 full strides inside the shop. He glanced between Selene's glowing eyes and mine, then frowned.
Am I interrupting something?
It's fine, I replied. What brings you by, August? August's smile rebounded as he continued across the shop, depositing the bakery box and coffee cups on the counter beside my basket of peeled oranges. Leaning on one elbow, he crossed one ankle over the other.
I thought maybe you could use a pick-me-up. There's a donut pop-up shop over at Dragon's Gold this morning. And as you know, I do my best to support Winterspell's small businesses.
He paused long enough to remove the bakery box lid, revealing a dozen brightly colored donuts, all shaped and decorated to look like dragon's eggs.
They were going with the theme,
he explained with a soft chuckle. Wow, those do look pretty good.
Please,
August said, gesturing at the glossy treats.
Help yourself.
Tentatively, I reached for one of the royal blue ones, with black icing painted on to outline the sugary scales.
It's a whole thing,
he added.
There's even a baby dressed up like a dragon. It's brilliant marketing. I have no doubt that little chubby-cheeked monster is bringing in the big bucks for his parents' business.
A brow lifted at his description of a child. Not a kid person, I take it? August laughed and shook his head.
Not particularly. That was something Tabitha and I had in common.
And your fiancé? August's smile slipped. Raising one hand, I shook my head, discarding the question. I'm sorry, it's not my place. August took a red donut from the box. Considering it in the palm of his hand, he frowned.
It's complicated.
What will you do if you get her back? Tabitha, I mean. August's eyes lifted, meeting mine through thick, dark lashes.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
The answer surprised me. It seemed to me that recent events would have solidified his priorities, not muddle them further. Surely, Tabitha's near-death experience was a large enough event to make him reconsider his feelings for both her and his unwitting fiancé. But, as I'd said, it wasn't my place to judge. Though he certainly wasn't making it easy on me.
To that end,
August said, his good mood returning,
I've arranged a virtual call between you and Katerina Rodrigo for this evening.
Really? How did you manage that? We left 2 messages, but no one ever bothered calling back. August chuckled as though it were a silly question.
I have my ways. Are you free to take the call?
Of course. I'd like to ask her about the Golden Lotus and see if maybe she has some idea who else might be actively looking for it. We've been trying to track interest in it, but it's been difficult. It's not like there's some database where people sign up to claim their spot in a treasure hunt like that.
Now there's an interesting business idea,
August said with a chuckle, before taking a large bite from his donut. The custard filling in the center was dyed to match the icing on top.
Is someone going to bother passing me one of those, or what?
Selene asked, finally poking her head fully out of her cubby. Frowning, I tore my donut into 2 pieces, opting to give her the larger half, knowing I'd never hear the end of it otherwise. Here, I said, jabbing it toward her nose. But if you get food coloring on anything, you'll be the one cleaning it up. Got it?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ha! If only. August just grinned at us. At least someone was entertained. Chapter 16. Hello, Ms. Rodrigo. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. The woman, looking back at us through the laptop screen, inclined her head with a graceful gesture. Everything about her was elegant, from her hopelessly sleek chignon, which both managed to not have a strand out of place, but also didn't look slicked down or tacky with hair product, to her dainty gold earrings, understated but clearly expensive, while her silk blouse told the story of a woman with means. In the small bit of research I'd done, it seemed Katerina Rodrigo was self-made. She and her brother came from an average, middle-class family that by all appearances looked common and unremarkable. But both Katerina and her brother Eduardo turned out to be far more impressive. Information on Katerina's background came largely through news stories about her brother, following his arrest. Little was known about the case, as all of it had seemingly been dealt with behind closed doors, which naturally only whipped the magical media into more of a frenzy, trying to get to the truth of what happened. Several publications did deep dives into his background, as was fairly common with large criminal investigations. Katerina, on the other hand, had her own sprinkling of profiles in a few art magazines, especially after the opening of her Oban exhibit nearly 5 years ago. Mr. Nell said you had some questions about Tabitha Hardwick. Is that correct? Katerina asked. She held a black and gold fountain pen in one hand, rolling it between her thumb and fingers, an absent habit. We wanted to speak with you about a couple of things, actually, I replied. I'm afraid I don't have much time, Katerina interjected. Right, okay, we'll try to make this quick. I gave Selene a nervous glance, licking my lips before shifting my attention back to the computer. As far as your connection to Tabitha, it's our understanding you hired her for treasure hunting services at one point in time. Is that correct? Katerina jotted down a note, her dark doe eyes intent. I wouldn't say I hired her, she replied. There was something about her tone that reminded me of a lawyer working through contract negotiations, looking for printed landmines in a large document. Did she think we were trying to trick her somehow? My brother, Eduardo, convinced me to bring her in on a particular quest, she continued. He was always the adventurer in the family, and the one who got me interested in rare artifacts in the first place. He was helping me put together the Oban exhibition, and suggested that Tabitha might be able to assist us with a few of the final pieces, seeing as she has such vast connections to the rare treasure world. I'd heard of her before, of course. Anyone in this circle has. Though I'll admit, even before her book came out, I wasn't sure how many of her tales were authentic. Call me skeptical, but her entire career seems a little too polished, a little too easy. My brow furrowed. I'm not sure I'm following. You think she's lying about her quests? Katerina smiled politely, though no warmth radiated to her large eyes. It wouldn't be the first time someone manufactured a celebrity personality, she explained. Manufactured how? Katerina gave a subtle flap of her hand, and the dismissive gesture looked graceful, like a princess waving from a carriage in a royal parade. There's a lot of money to be made in this industry, if one wants to call it that. And Tabitha offered a fresh face and perspective. Up until she arrived on the scene, female adventurers generally took a back seat. Like many industries, it's been dominated by men since the beginning. Tabitha is a beautiful woman, perfect for print campaigns and book covers. She has the charisma required to grab even the most skeptical of eyeballs. So you think she's a plant? Selene interrupted. There are inaccuracies in her book, Katerina said plainly. I'm not trying to discredit her entire career, but I know for a fact that at least one of her credited treasures was found nearly 2 years before she claims to have found it. How do you know? I asked. Have you heard of the necklace of Eleni? Katerina asked. Selene canted her head. The one made of harpy talons? Like some sort of Grecian version of a redneck alligator tooth necklace? That's correct. It was found by a man on a hiking expedition by complete happenstance. He consulted with an agency who identifies such things, and when it was revealed to be the necklace of Eleni, it was shopped around to various museums and private collectors,
to see what price it might fetch for the man. My museum was approached, of course. However, we passed on it, and eventually it was sold to a private party."
Selene blinked.
"But Tabitha's book says she found it while leading a tour outside Athens."
Katerina smiled.
"Precisely. I don't have any proof beyond my own memory of the events. The sale was kept out of public records. But it confirmed, or at least furthered my theory that Tabitha isn't entirely who she claims to be."
"But why would she lie about something like that?" I asked, looking between the computer screen and my familiar.
"I suspect she has a benefactor who has funded her career and her early expeditions. Giving her claim to the necklace of Eleni was merely a jumping-off point. If you look at her storied career, it seems to have a steep upward trajectory. She appeared, seemingly from nowhere, and became an overnight sensation.
As to your question, the answer is rather simple. Money. Tabitha has endorsement deals, book deals, and rumblings of a movie deal or TV show in the works. Not to mention a stable of private collectors willing to pay a fortune to get on her schedule. If there is indeed some puppet master in the shadows, they likely view her as an investment." Katerina set her pen aside. "As I said, I don't mean to be overly cynical, and I truly welcome any and all female presence in this industry. The goddess knows we can all benefit from Tabitha's success. But I will admit, when my brother approached me with the idea of bringing her in on the expedition, I had my reservations." "And you shared those concerns with Eduardo?" I asked. Katerina nodded. "I did. But at the end of the day, I'd given him carte blanche over the planning, and he made the final decision to bring her along." Something passed over Katerina's face. A pinch of regret, perhaps.
"Looking back, I wish I had pushed back a little harder against the idea."
"Why is that?" I asked. "What happened on the expedition?"
"When Eduardo and Tabitha returned, along with the rest of the team, it was revealed the two had formed a romantic relationship over the weeks spent working together. I've asked Eduardo many times, and he maintains there was nothing between them but professional admiration when he submitted her name for consideration. But I'm sure he had hopes that bringing her along on the quest might spark something."
One of Katerina's slim shoulders hitched slightly. Her lips pursed.
"And it would appear he was right."
"So they dated. When was this, and for how long?"
"This was 3.5 years ago,"
Katerina replied, her expression softening.
"The exhibition had been open for about 2 years, and interest was starting to dwindle. I was worried it would dry up completely, that I wouldn't be able to keep it open, that the museum would lose interest and move on. I put a decade of work into the curation, thousands of hours. I didn't want to see it fade. I had dreams of putting it on tour."
Katerina sighed bitterly.
"Eduardo was convinced we could revitalize it with a new discovery. He hired Tabitha, and together they tracked down one of Obin's smaller treasures. After that success, he got it into his head he could find something called the Golden Lotus."
My heart slammed against my ribcage. Selene's tail went stiff.
"Wait. Tabitha was helping your brother look for the Golden Lotus?"
Katerina nodded.
"Yes. By that point, they'd been dating for about 6 months, and things were getting serious. Eduardo is a passionate man. He fell hard and fast. He was even talking about getting a ring."
Katerina paused, her eyes squeezing closed, as though the memory was still painful somehow. She continued.
"It was a fool's errand. I can see that now. But I got swept up in Eduardo's excitement. Finding the Golden Lotus would be life-changing. career-making.
And Tabitha went with him? I asked.
Yes, she was every bit as caught up as I was.
Katerina looked down at her notes for a long moment. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, her eyes somehow darker, haunted.
That trip is the reason why my brother is in prison. He got desperate and made bad decisions.
Recognition dawned, and I kicked myself for not putting the pieces together faster. From my reading of the situation, I knew Eduardo had been arrested following a covert operation by a contingent of agents of the Order, though the details were murky at best. All that was known by the public was that Eduardo was convicted of using blood magic in connection with a murder, and while he had not personally killed the man who died, he was considered an accessory. There were also charges for the use of blood magic, which in and of itself carried a hefty punishment.
I don't know the full story of what really happened, Katerina continued. All I know is that my brother got tangled up with the wrong people after he met and fell in love with Tabitha. I'm not saying she is the one who got him into trouble. I don't suppose I will ever know the full story, as Eduardo won't talk about it, and the Order isn't willing to open their records to the public. I wasn't even allowed to be there for him at the trial. It all took place behind closed doors, the entire thing being too confidential for anyone outside the people directly involved and their legal representatives, who were sworn to secrecy.
My mouth dropped open somewhere in the middle of Katerina's story, and I couldn't find the will to close it again.
After Eduardo was arrested, Tabitha left him high and dry, not even bothering to call or send a letter. Most people think she cut some kind of sweetheart deal, which only adds to my theory that she has friends in high places.
Katerina scoffed, shaking her head, her gaze wandering.
Eduardo is heartbroken.
Look, I'm ready to claw Tabitha's eyes out as much as the next cat,
Selene interjected.
But you can't have it both ways. Tabitha can't be a corporate plant, engineered in some PR factory to make oodles of money, and also a dark magic practitioner with connections to blood magic and legal sharks.
Katerina reared back, as though not used to being spoken to in such a blunt manner, which he likely wasn't.
I'm sorry,
she said. Out of the frame of the camera, I held up a hand, warning Selene. We were on thin ice, and wispy cracks were starting to appear. I think what my familiar means is that if Tabitha wasn't actually a treasure hunter, then how would she know anyone with actual information about the Golden Lotus, especially if it involved blood magic? Do you know who else Eduardo was dealing with?
No,
Katerina admitted, looking crestfallen once more.
Like I said, it was all held in secret. We weren't allowed to be there and hear any of the details. But I do know that Tabitha was not part of the trial. While it was happening, she was uploading snapshots of herself, lounging poolside in a bikini on the other side of the world. Not a care in the world for my poor baby brother.
Ouch. Even if Tabitha's relationship with Eduardo had gone south, the action seemed unnecessarily vicious and cold. It was one more question mark in my mind when it came to figuring out who Tabitha really was. Another puzzle piece to place.
Was there anything else?
Katerina asked, interrupting my train of thought. She glanced at a gold wristwatch, then looked up once more.
I have another meeting to get to.
Do you know who might be looking for the Golden Lotus now? I asked. My pulse picked up, beating in my temples. She shook her head.
I've given up on it. My exhibition did wind up going on tour, even without it. Though that success is bittersweet, as interest really only picked up following Eduardo's arrest.
Her lips thinned.
Wherever the lotus pieces are, I doubt they'll ever be found. The trail is too cold. They are the one treasure that is no longer in Oben's original hiding place. I'm sure you know the story.
2 brothers found them, I said with a nod. Yes, they were warring over them, and their father thought to split the lotus into 2 equal halves, taking a King Solomon approach to the issue, I suppose. Angered, the 2 brothers turned on their father and murdered him. They were arrested and eventually executed for their crime. After that, the pieces of the lotus were lost, with no clues to follow. Obin's tome, even if it were recovered once more, would not hold the key to its location. You must have known what made Eduardo so confident he could find it, though, I said. Katerina struck me as a practical woman. Her brother had to have some clue or shred of information to convince him to take on such a daunting quest. Katerina sighed. He thought he had found a descendant of one of the household servants who claimed that his grandfather had been the one to smuggle the broken pieces from the house in the chaos following the brothers' execution. But I don't know if that was ever proved to be true, and Eduardo refuses to talk about any of it, even with me. Was the descendant the one who ended up murdered? I asked, fearing I already knew the answer. Katerina's eyes closed for a long moment before she offered a barely perceptible nod. I mirrored the nod, my heart sinking. Thank you for your time, Miss Rodrigo. It means a lot. Katerina looked up, her hands folded neatly on her desk. Of course. Have a nice day. The screen went dark as the virtual call ended. Exhaling, I slumped back against my chair.
Well, I don't know about you, but my mind is officially blown,
Selene said, jumping off the desk into the chair beside mine. We sat in the storeroom at Wicked Wicks, having carved out a little space on my desk to take the call. Beyond the storeroom, the shop was quiet, already closed for the night. Why didn't Tabitha tell us anything about her quest for the Golden Lotus? I asked, not looking at Selene. And why didn't she tell us about this descendant, or the murder?
Of all the things for Lavender to get tangled up in,
Selene scoffed, her tail twitching.
Honestly, if I could die, that woman would surely be the death of me.
I can't decide if there's too much information or not enough, I said, rubbing at my eyes, not caring if it smeared my mascara. Everything is scattered, like some kind of oral history with little bits and pieces fluttering around like a stack of papers caught in a tornado.
Or cows,
Selene said. I shot her a look. Cows?
Yeah, like that movie, Twister.
I groaned. I don't think I want to think about that right now.
I have half a mind to go back out on the trail and kick Tabitha right in the stony shins,
Selene grumbled, stalking across the desk, not being mindful of the keyboard. The icons on the desktop flickered as she mashed the keys. Hey, watch it, I scolded, shooing her away.
It could explain how and why the Order is involved in this,
Selene continued, leaping up onto a shelf. Frowning, I plucked pieces of cat fur from between the keys. How so?
If Tabitha cut some kind of a deal to keep herself from following in her little boy toy's footsteps to the big house, she must have had some valuable information. Or connection. I also don't think it's a coincidence that Eduardo just suddenly had insider information about the Golden Lotus a few months after Tabitha showed up.
So the Order is using her to get to the Lotus, and Eduardo just got caught up as collateral damage? I asked.
Sounds pretty familiar if you ask me. She's been here with us, gleaning information and clues, feeding it all back to someone. Who is to say she wasn't doing the same thing with him?
I shook my head, unable to come up with an argument. Selene scoffed.
Just when I thought my opinion of that woman couldn't get any lower.
It does seem rather heartless, I agreed.
The question is, how they found out about Lavender,
Selene continued. She stopped herself and slid a sidelong glance at the back door. The memory of the boot tracks was still fresh in both our minds.
Perhaps we shouldn't discuss this while we are here at the shop,
she suggested. Right. I have to break down the till and do a little cleaning before we can call it a night, I told the cat, rising to my feet. You could always lend a paw, speed things up a little. Selene's eyes glowed brightly as she tracked my movement through the storeroom.
I'll think about it.
Wonderful, I droned. I'll be awaiting your decision with bated breath. Chapter 17. I suppose we should get going, I said, glancing over my shoulder to the cubby where Selene had been napping for the better part of the last hour. Following the unsettling conversation with Katerina, I'd finished closing down the shop, counting the till, printing off the daily reports and upcoming custom orders, and tackling a few cleaning tasks, all while my familiar snoozed. Selene yawned, her front paws sliding out of the cubby until they dangled in midair. Her normally bright blue eyes seemed dull and sleepy as she looked around.
What's for dinner?
Rolling my eyes, I attached a paperclip to a stack of orders. Normally, I'd be thrilled to see so many, but at the moment, it just felt daunting. Is that the only thing that matters to you?
Right now?
Yes, Selene replied with a definitive nod. Before I could admonish her further, the phone rang.
Oh, you'd better answer it, Cora,
Selene jeered, continuing her stretching.
It could be someone having an after-hours candle emergency.
You're just jealous that someone might actually need me, I muttered.
Ooh, burn,
Selene said, her tone flat.
You wound me, Cora.
Ignoring the cat, I picked up the phone. Wicked Wicks, this is Cora speaking. How may I help you? A groan echoed over my shoulder.
Oh, I hate your fake customer service voice,
Selene complained. Oh, hello, Cora. I'm glad I caught you. The voice on the other end of the phone call replied. I recognized it immediately. August, hi. How's it going? Turning, I surveyed Selene, gauging her reaction. Her eyes brightened a little as she leaned forward, spilling out of her cubby. She melted down the side of the display, waiting until the last possible second to launch herself at the front counter. The items in the display below rattled slightly as she used the wall as a springboard.
Speakerphone,
she hissed. Acquiescing, I tapped the speaker button and replaced the receiver in the cradle. I couldn't remember how late you stayed open, August continued. Something I should know, especially if you ever take me up on my offer to be business partners one day, he added with a chuckle. Selene eyed me skeptically. I'm actually closed for the night, I said, keeping my tone neutral. I thought you might be a customer. There's that dedication to excellent customer service, August crooned. See, Cora? That's why you're so successful in this business. You pay attention to what people need and ensure that you're available to provide for them.
It helps that she doesn't have a life,
Selene chimed in, flashing her dainty canines as I frowned down at her. August chuckled again. Listen, I won't keep you long, he said. I was just following up to see how your call went with Katerina Rodrigo. Was she able to provide any insight? Somewhat, I replied, sliding a questioning glance toward Selene. After our scuffle earlier, I didn't want to say too much and wind up in another argument. It wasn't worth the aggravation. Did Tabitha ever mention any of her ex-boyfriends to you? Selene's eyes glowed as she leaned in, eager to hear his reply. She probably just wanted to see August squirm, having to rifle through his girlfriend's ex-files. Ex-boyfriends? August repeated. I'm not sure I see the relevance, but yes, we are open about our pasts. So you know about her relationship with Eduardo Rodrigo, then? I asked. Well, of course, August stammered. Selene started snickering, rolling onto her side. I don't believe you, she exclaimed in a sing-song tone. That was the connection between her and Katerina, I explained, jabbing a finger into the cat's side. Katerina never hired Tabitha directly. It was Eduardo. Well, what can I say? Tabitha's taste has evolved.
I hardly think I have much in common with a scoundrel like Eduardo Rodrigo.
I rolled my eyes, resisting the urge to ask where his fiancée was during this little phone call. We appreciate you setting up the meeting, but there's nothing groundbreaking to report, I said. Selene sobered up and gave an approving nod.
Something will shake out,
August replied, unfazed.
I'm sure that all the new interest in your aunt's disappearance will drum up some new leads soon enough, though I doubt either Warden Quinton or Sheriff Templeton will be keen to share them with us.
My brow furrowed. New attention? I'm not sure I know what you mean.
You haven't been outside much today, have you? August asked. You should go check the nearest telephone pole.
Snatching the receiver back from the cradle, I rounded the desk, marching purposefully toward the door. A thump sounded behind me, indicating Selene was hot on my heels. We went outside, and barely had to take 5 steps before finding ourselves face to face, or at least I was face to face, with a photograph of Aunt Lavender. A poster with a full-color image was magically adhered to the post of the breezeway, running along the sidewalk in front of the little strip of shops. 2 posts down, I spotted another poster. Another one was mounted just below the street sign at the end of the road, rotating with some type of enchantment so it would face whoever was idling at the stop sign. When did this happen? I asked, still staring open-mouthed at all the posters.
This afternoon,
August supplied.
I'd say this was Warden Quinton's doing, though technically it was Sheriff Templeton and his deputies that went around putting them up.
Inspecting the poster more closely, I noticed a tip line phone number printed along the bottom. There was also an impressive reward amount highlighted in red. A 6-figure sum promised to anyone with information that led to Aunt Lavender's recovery. August? I stammered, my eyes wide as they fixated on the large number. Was this you? Did you put up this money? August hesitated, but then replied,
Look, it's the least I can do. I should apologize for taking so long to make the offer. You probably think this is just about Tabitha, and while that did factor into my decision, I truly want you to find your aunt, Cora. If this reward fund can bring that about, I'll be thrilled.
Even Selene was stunned to silence, a rare occurrence. Thank you, August, for everything.
You're welcome, Cora. Please call if you need anything. I'm always available if you need to talk through a theory.
I will. Have a good night.
You too,
August said, before ending the call. I stood there, still somewhat in shock over the sudden turn of events, unable to peel my eyes away from the poster.
I'll say one thing,
Selene began, strolling down the sidewalk.
Lavender is going to rip someone a new one as soon as she finds out they chose that picture to plaster all over town.
An unexpected giggle burst from my lips, leading to another, until I was doubled over with laughter right there in the middle of the sidewalk. A mixture of relief and hope and gratitude filled me with light, and the reminder that we weren't in this alone after all. I let my newfound levity carry me through the evening, even going so far as to stop at the market and buy real food, rather than indulge in another night of greasy takeout. At home, I seared some fish for Selene, setting aside a portion for myself to serve alongside a hunk of French bread and a generous salad. I'd checked twice so far, but the car I'd seen the night before was nowhere to be found, and I laughed at my own paranoia as I cooked and served the meal.
You know what doesn't make sense to me?
Selene pondered, as I set her small plate on the table before her. Basic manners and random acts of kindness? I quipped, flashing a grin. Selene scowled, but the steam rising from her fish tickled her nose, cutting off any sassy retort.
No,
she said.
What I was going to say is that if we go by our theory that the Order is somehow behind Lavender's abduction, then why would Warden Quinton order a cajillion posters be put up all over town? It seems counterproductive if their aim is to keep all of this a secret.
I poured a tiny bit more wine into my glass before taking a seat opposite her at the table. Well, maybe she doesn't know. Warden Quinton is pretty high up in the order food chain, but maybe this goes even higher. She might not be aware of the situation. And if she doesn't know the order is involved, then she's just doing her job as she normally would. Selene took a few bites, chewing thoughtfully, her whiskers twitching as her tiny mouth moved. It was actually quite adorable, not that I'd ever tell her that, lest my eyes get scratched out in the middle of the night.
Still, she said, I think we were right not to show all of our cards at that meeting. For all we know, there were other agents listening in on the conversation in the conference room. No telling how far it could have spread by now.
Sighing, I set my wine glass down. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be able to trust anyone again after this is all over, I confessed. I hate this cloak and dagger business. I want to go back to the old Cora, the trusting Cora. But sometimes I think this whole thing has changed me too much, down to some foundational level, and that I won't be able to find myself again. When Selene didn't immediately reply, I slid a glance toward her, wishing I could read her mind. Granted, Selene's mind was likely a landmine field of sarcastic remarks and rude insinuations, but that didn't stop me from wishing I could see what went on behind the abrasive front she presented to the world. When she'd been with Aunt Lavender, she'd carried herself with the same snarky, uncaring facade. But over the years, I'd caught little glimmers of genuine affection between the two of them. She was opening up to me, but I wasn't sure we'd ever move much deeper than the way our relationship was now.
The world is full of treachery, Cora. If you ask me, it's good to have a healthy dose of skepticism. It's not a bad quality, or something to apologize for. It's a survival instinct.
I guess. I just miss the way things used to be. The way I used to view the world. In some ways, it seems smaller and more manageable. I paused, some of Selene's earlier words coming back to me from our fight that morning. I'm not like Aunt Lavender, or Tabitha, I said quietly. I've never wanted some grand adventure or quest. I've always been happy here in Winterspell, just living the simple life. I know that isn't what you're used to, or what you want, but I can't promise you that things will ever fully change, that I'll suddenly become some adventurous risk-taker like her.
I don't expect you to, Cora.
There wasn't bitterness in her tone, but something that sounded a bit like resignation, which maybe hurt worse. Glancing down at my untouched meal, I frowned. Liana thinks we should go on a trip together when this is all over.
And what do you think?
Selene asked. I think she's probably right, that I need to get out of Winterspell and see more of the world. Maybe this place has boxed me in more than I realized. I don't mean to be boring, you know, I continued. Sometimes I wish I could put myself out there, and maybe be a bit more like Aunt Lavender. I've always admired her independence and the way she doesn't make apologies for who she is, or what she wants out of life.
That's for sure,
Selene said, this time the edges tinged with bitterness.
She certainly doesn't make apologies anyway.
It sounds silly, but I think I keep my world small because it's easier to control. Or at least I feel like it is. Clearly, I'm not doing a good job at present.
Absolute control is impossible. Believe me, I've tried more than once,
Selene quipped, though the humor faded from her voice quickly.
This whole mess hasn't exactly been a ringing endorsement of living life on the wild side. But as a whole, I'd say it's good to take risks, to put yourself out there. It's how you grow as a person. Or cat.
Nodding, I plucked at the stem of my wine glass. I can't help but wonder what I might have missed out on, keeping myself back from opportunities or new experiences out of fear of the unknown. Or maybe it's fear of change in general. I paused, an old thought stirring somewhere in the back of my mind. If I hadn't been so afraid to leave Winterspell, maybe I'd still be married to Roger. Maybe we'd live in a big city and have a kid or two by now. My whole life would be different if I'd taken a chance on him and followed his dreams.
Bah! And sacrificed your own?
Selene replied, her tail twitching. I don't know. I'm not saying that would have been the right decision. It's just something I've wondered about. Back when Roger was trying to convince me to go with him, he told me we'd find a way to open my shop again. He was adamant that I didn't have to give up on my dream. Just change it a little. Who knows? Maybe if I'd gone along with him, I'd have even more success now.
Or you'd be stuck in a loveless marriage, saddled with a baby on your hip, and still be getting dragged along with the promise of a juicy carrot that would never come. What you have here in Winterspell is nothing to sneeze at.
One brow peaked as I slid a glance across the table. I'm sorry, I thought I was talking to Selene the cat, the one who calls my inventions smelly balls of wax. No, smelly balls of overpriced wax. Selene glanced down at her front paws. I knew better than to think she was ashamed of her previous comments. Selene didn't do shame or self-reflection. But when she looked up at me, there wasn't a trace of stinging sarcasm or amusement in her eyes.
I think your inventions are special, Cora. In all of my lives, I've never seen someone use their magic quite the way you do. And after these past couple of months, I've seen firsthand how much joy and comfort you give to people in this town. You're not just selling smelly blobs of wax. You're selling comfort, peace of mind, and a sense of calm and serenity. If anything, I think you should charge more.
Blinking, I reached up to one ear, almost certain I wasn't hearing her correctly. Selene rolled her ethereal blue eyes.
I know. I can be a jerk sometimes. That's why I don't want you to change altogether. You remind me that this place isn't all bad.
Winterspell?
Earth,
Selene replied flatly.
I've spent lifetimes wandering around this ball of dirt, and it can be quite repetitive. Nothing new under the sun and all that. But you've reminded me of what's really important.
I was tempted to glance around the room to verify that I was the only one sitting there. Selene had never said such nice things about me or my work, and while not unwelcome, the experience was somewhat unsettling.
Roger didn't deserve you, Selene continued. He was only thinking of himself, and you were right to tell him to kick rocks. You wonder what would have happened if you'd gone with him? But you don't need to ask yourself that question. The results have already played out. He came back to Winterspell, his tail tucked between his legs, begging you for a second chance because he realized what a boneheaded idiot he was for letting you get away the first time. If you'd gone with him, not only would you have given up your dream and the business you worked so hard to build, but you would have wound up wallowing in his misery too. You saved yourself, Cora.
She was probably right. Like it or not, she usually was. Still, a part of me felt guilty over not being there for Roger. Clearly, his transition out of Winterspell and into the non-magical world hadn't been an easy one. If I'd been with him, maybe it would have gone differently. Since you're in the advice-giving mood, I said to the cat, what do you think about Clint? I know you enjoy teasing us, but beyond that, I mean. Is he just another Roger?
Clint's not another Roger.
Her certainty caught me off guard, and I blinked. How do you know?
Other than the fact that I've seen it all and then some?
I nodded.
Right. Well, for starters, Clint never asked you to give up your dream. In fact, he...
Suddenly, a jolt ran through me, like the kickback from a live electrical fence. Selene, the ward, it just went off. My eyes wide as I swung around to look at the front door. Someone is here. Chapter 18. It's time to go, Cora, Selene exclaimed as she skittered across the dining table. I've got supplies stashed under your bed. Supplies? I hissed.
I know a witch in Spokane that deals in unauthorized magical weapons. I dropped her a line, and boy did she come through.
The cat was already halfway down the hall, rattling off a list of magical weapons, each progressively sounding worse than the last.
Auto-seeking Morningstar and a rapid-fire poison dart gun. Oh, that could work nicely. Drag it out a little, really make him suffer, and then... Selene! What? Don't tell me you're getting all squeamish on me, Cora. So help me, if you try to stop me this time, I'll lock you in the broom closet and throw away the key.
I'm not getting squeamish. I just think we should maybe see who or what is out there before we go all DEFCON 5. Selene flicked her tail, and I wasn't sure if it was her way of awarding me the points or mere irritation over having her literally explosive, plans canceled.
Fine, but don't come crying to me when you wind up dead.
I stared at her. Gee, your concern is overwhelmingly touching. Also, we're going to need to have a very serious conversation about whatever it is you've got squirreled away under my bed.
Who's got the time?
Selene cried, bounding into the living room. She slipped under the edge of the curtain and peered out into the night. Before I could ask if she saw anyone, she gave a firm nod and a flick of her tail.
I don't see anyone. They must be hiding. Slippery little rats.
Her tail whipped in a wide swing, sending a crackle of magic in its wake.
All right. I'll create a distraction, and you slip out the back. Have your magic ready. I'd say hit them fast and hard. Ask questions later.
Now that I could agree with. Right. I checked the peephole. No one was on the front porch or in the yard. My stomach sank. The car was back. Scrambling backward, I rounded the archway and cut through the kitchen to the back door. My hand grazed the knob when a blast of colorful sparks exploded in the living room with a loud bang. Blinking, little fuzzy spots swam in my vision. Great thinking, I muttered. Blind the lady with magic. A crash sounded as I yanked open the door. What was that? I yelped, glancing over my shoulder.
Don't worry about it,
Selene replied.
Nothing that can't be replaced with a quick trip to the second-hand shop.
Muttering a curse, I shoved through the back door. As I stepped out onto the cement stoop, I took a moment to ready my magic, waiting until flickers of wind breezed across my palms before continuing into the small strip of yard running between the house and fence. I'd always meant to put a security light up on this side of the house, but it was one of those projects that always seemed to get away from me. For once, my own procrastination played in my favor, as I was able to sneak alongside the house, concealed in darkness. The problem came when I reached the end and stopped short at the fence. It was a foot taller than me, and the gate was on the other side of the house. The previous owners had a large dog and required a 6-foot cedar fence around the backyard. As I looked down at my bare feet sinking into the damp grass, an idea popped into my head, and I decided it was crazy enough, it might just work. My eyes slid closed as I drew deeply from my internal magic, creating an inverted tunnel of wind. It was the same spell I occasionally used to reach items from high shelves or grab the remote if I left it at the other end of the couch and was feeling particularly lazy. By flipping it and aiming for my feet, I managed to propel myself away from the tunnel of wind, giving me enough of a boost to get over the side of the fence. It was undignified, and I caught myself in the stomach before scrambling over, just barely clearing it. As I landed softly on the other side, I thanked the goddess that Selene hadn't been nearby to witness it. I had no doubts she would have subjected me to multiple dramatic reenactments for weeks or months to come. A hydrangea bush served as cover as I peered through the leaves to scan the front yard. One benefit to living in a small house, aside from the fact that it didn't take long to clean, there weren't a lot of places for someone to hide. The house was a glorified rectangle with a carport attached to it, and given the minimal landscaping, I couldn't imagine a place for an assailant to linger. Where was Selene? As I was debating my next move, a flash of shadow caught my eye. A silhouette crept past the garbage and recycling bins. Before I'd fully committed to a plan, my feet were already moving. Another wind tunnel churned on my fingertips, the power readily available, almost eager. Selene's advice came back to me. Hit them fast and hard. Ask questions later. And so I did. The cyclone of wind flew from my fingertips, slamming into the trash bins and the person lurking behind them. A second spell fired, almost automatically, and snared them by the ankles. Yanking my arms back against my sides, the magic recoiled, dragging the figure across the driveway, straight toward me. A bubble of panic swelled, and I changed course. With a final blast of wind, the figure swung to the left and landed with a thump against the young tree in the corner of my yard. A flash of pink sparks exploded from the house, sending a stream of light across the grass as the front door burst open. Selene barreled into the fray, yowling like the alley cats that waged war over the dumpster behind Wicked Wicks.
"We've got you now,"
Selene cried, streaking toward the slumped figure.
"Any last words?"
When no answer came, she stopped short and looked at me.
"Geez, Cora, what did you hit him with? I really don't have the energy to dispose of a body tonight. But I suppose we can't just leave him here. Come on, you grab the left leg."
"He's not dead," I replied. "I just used a wind spell."
Well, I'll give you marks for efficiency, but I'll have to dock you when I get to the creativity section of the scorecard,"
Selene said, stalking closer to the unmoving figure.
"Oi, you there," she barked. "Who are—"
Selene started laughing. "What?" I asked, crossing the yard to join her. "Who is it?"
Cora?
A familiar voice said, as the figure stirred. My heart jumped. "Clint?" I dug the phone out of my front pocket and flipped on the flashlight app. Clint winced and held up one hand to block the sudden burst of light.
"Yes, it's me."
"Oh, for the love of cream cheese," I muttered, clicking off the light.
Cream cheese,"
Selene said, her tone dreamy. "You scared us half to death," I snapped at Clint, planting my free hand on my hip. "What are you doing skulking around in my bushes in the middle of the night?"
"It's barely 8:30, Grandma," Selene interjected. "And speak for yourself, I was never scared."
I rolled my eyes. "Of course, my mistake. You're lucky I didn't call the police on you," I told Clint. He gave his head a small shake, then pushed up from the ground.
"I hit my head pretty good against the tree. That was some magic wallop, Cora."
A twinge of guilt needled at me, but I didn't apologize. He gave another gentle shake of his head, then slipped his hands into his pockets, his posture taking on a sheepish appearance.
"I'm sorry I scared you. It's just that I knew you wanted your space, and I wanted to respect that. But after our conversation the other night, I started to worry that maybe you were getting in over your head."
"Aren't you supposed to be in Chicago? What are you even doing here?" He nodded.
"I was. That was all true. I just put it on hold a little while longer so I could be here in case you needed me. I guess after hearing what happened to Tabitha, I thought you might need someone on your side. I was coming by to offer my assistance."
The pained look on his face pierced through my defenses. As the spike of adrenaline and fear began to fade, so did my irritation. My hand fell back to my side, and I exhaled. "You're lucky it was just my magic coming at you," I said, a hint of a smile plucking at the corners of my mouth. Selene was talking throwing stars and enchanted maces.
"I was leaning toward the poison dart gun, actually,"
she corrected, puffing out her chest. Clint chuckled as he looked over the pint-sized cat.
"Somehow that doesn't surprise me. but I thank you for leaving the high-powered machinery on standby."
"Thank Cora, not me," the cat said, her eyes still narrowed. "I'm still not convinced we shouldn't take you inside and skin your hide. That's what Peeping Tom should get, if you ask me."
"I was going to ring the doorbell," Clint protested, pleading his case to the disgruntled feline. "But before I got that far, my phone rang. It was my mother's caretaker, so I needed to answer. I stepped off the path to speak with her, and the next thing I knew, there was a fireworks show in your living room."
"Mm-hmm."
I slid Selene a glower. Someone might have overreacted to the security ward getting tripped. Selene lifted her chin, unrepentant.
"I think we should ask him a series of security questions. For all we know, he's some sort of imposter."
Clint stifled a grin as he looked to me, his face halfway illuminated by the porch light. "I guess it's nice to know some things never change, right?" My heart squeezed, and a series of words I'd mentally rehearsed a dozen times got lodged in my throat. Clint always seemed to have a knack for doing the right thing in the wrong way. When we first met, he'd stolen my computer under the guise of merely using it, and while that one outrageous act led to an entire relationship, at the time, I'd been furious. Standing there, looking at him in the pale yellow light, I couldn't help but laugh. "Well, since you're here, would you like to come inside for some tea?"
"Unbelievable,"
Selene muttered, already turning around with a dramatic flourish of her tail as she headed back to the house. "I'd like that," Clint replied. "Wow, you two have been busy these past couple of days," Clint said, after I finished catching him up on recent events. For her part, Selene sulked in the corner of the kitchen, half-heartedly nibbling on some of her overpriced kibble, still upset she hadn't been able to play with her new weaponry, though she glanced up every so often, chiming in when she thought I missed a key detail in my retelling. It's been a little bananas, that's for sure. I sat down in the chair opposite Clint's at my small kitchen table. We both had mugs, fresh steam rising from the top. It was nice having him back in my kitchen, back in my home, though a quiet voice whispered a warning in the back of my mind. Don't get too comfortable. Clint frowned down at his cup of peppermint tea. Something was working its way through his mind. When he looked up again and met my gaze, a question lingered in his eyes. "Are you sure you can trust August?" "I don't know," I replied with a slight shrug. "We're not going to be BFFs anytime soon, and I'm still not taking him up on his business proposal. But so far, it seems as though he's been telling the truth. And between his help with Katerina and the reward money, it does seem like he's trying to help."
"I'll say,"
Selene chimed in, nearly choking on her kibble.
"Did you see how much cash he put up? It's on posters all over town. I wouldn't be surprised if Sheriff Templeton is pulling an all-nighter just manning the tip line."
"Right." Clint nodded, but the troubled look in his eyes remained. My fingers moved toward his, but stopped short, curling in on themselves halfway to his. "It's all so mixed up," I said, frowning at the distance between our hands. "I'm just trying to keep putting one foot in front of the other and seeing where it all leads. August has resources and connections which could prove useful. Right now, that's all that matters to me." Selene padded across the kitchen, her tiny paws silent on the floor. She held Clint in her sights, as though she were about to tear into him again over his careless decision to sneak around outside the house. Instead, she leaped up onto the third chair and placed her front paws on the edge of the table. For some reason, her posture reminded me of a blackjack dealer or a bouncer at a club.
"What are you holding back?"
she demanded of Clint.
"There's something you're not saying. I can see it in your eyes."
"What's with the third degree?" I asked her, gesturing to get her paws off the table. She continued staring, paying me no attention. Clint's jaw flexed, and he swallowed hard, his gaze sliding toward me, his eyes a little wider than they'd been a moment ago. "What is it?" I asked.
don't be mad," he began.
Selene groaned.
Oh boy, here we go. Buckle up your seatbelt, Cora. Nothing good ever follows an opening like that.
Ignoring her, I leaned forward, my hands wrapping more tightly around the sides of my ceramic mug. "Is it about Aunt Lavender?" Clint shook his head.
"No, or at least I don't think so. It's about August. The truth is, I saw him at your shop a couple of times, and I thought about the business proposal he made a few weeks back, before all of that business with the charity auction and the cursed candles." I winced, unable to forget Wicked Wick's near-death experience. "I thought maybe he was trying to convince you to accept his offer to invest," Clint continued. "He'd let the dust settle, watching from the sidelines to see what would happen with the business, and when it appeared things were getting back to normal, he decided to take another stab at getting you to agree to franchise. So, I did a little digging."
"How so?" I asked, my tone guarded. Clint rubbed the back of his neck.
"I started with my mother. She keeps tabs on all the local wealth. When I mentioned August to her, she said he's a man wrapped in gold foil, walking around telling everyone he's solid 24 karat.
Selene and I exchanged a look across the table. "What does that even mean?" I asked.
"I thought maybe she was just being classist," Clint replied. "He's what she and her snooty friends would call new money. But I did some research, and it looks like August might be underwater. There was a financial report that showed his company went through a rough patch a few months ago and had to take on a new investor."
"Okay," I said, still unsure of where any of this was going.
"This is the part you might not like," Clint said, wincing. "I didn't like the idea of him using your success to get his own career back on track. And I really didn't like the idea of him dragging you and Wicked Wicks down with him, so I approached him at his office."
Selene flashed her teeth.
You're scoring points, Clinty. You're almost off my litter box list.
"Litter box? Don't ask," I interrupted. Clint eyed the cat for another moment, then continued.
"I got to the office, and I saw him in the parking lot. He was on the phone, pacing back and forth. He seemed agitated. I pulled into the space one car away and cracked my window."
Selene leaned closer, the tip of her tail swishing like a metronome.
Maybe it wasn't about you, but..."
Clint took my hand, holding it tightly before realizing what he'd done and pulling his hand away, back to his own lap.
"Spit it out,"
Selene snapped.
"He said, 'I've got her right where I want her. It won't be long before she cracks. I just need a few more days.' And Cora, I think he might have been talking about you."
Selene shifted her gaze toward me.
"What do you think?"
Rising, I abandoned my tea. "I think we need to go see Hannah." Chapter 19. "August is a businessman," I said, as we headed out to my car. "It's entirely possible he was talking about some business deal, or a competitor, maybe a potential client. We don't know that he was talking about me or Aunt Lavender." Rationally, it made sense. He'd been at his office when Clint overheard him. There was no telling where he'd just come from. Perhaps a business meeting or conference call. "And," I continued, "even if he was talking about me, maybe he just meant in the sense that he's been trying to convince me to partner up with him, to let him invest in Wicked Wicks and turn it into some kind of chain. If he's hurting for money, it would make sense why he's been turning on the charm the past few days."
"That would explain the weird thing with the donuts,"
Selene agreed.
"I mean, we can all agree that whole situation felt a little forced, right? Not to mention the donuts were way too sweet. I might need a dental cleaning sooner than normal this year. Cora, you should make a note of that.
Rolling my eyes, I unlocked the car. I don't think one donut is going to rot your teeth out of your thick little skull, Selene.
It may have been more than one,
the cat confessed, launching herself into the passenger seat. Clint stared for a moment, then exhaled and climbed into the back seat. It hadn't been long enough yet that he'd forgotten the rules. Selene had eternal dibs on the shotgun seat.
I think the stuff in the blue ones was supposed to be blueberry flavored, but it tasted too fake. That was definitely my least favorite.
Selene continued, her chest puffed out as she settled into the passenger seat.
Although that didn't stop me from eating 3 of them. Perhaps it was what you humans call stress eating.
Clint leaned forward, his head moving between the 2 bucket seats. I'm sorry, are we still talking about donuts? Apparently, I replied, flicking a glance at the rearview mirror, checking the sidewalk behind the driveway. How she's not the size of an overinflated beach ball is beyond me. I've had to consider getting a part-time job just to supplement the grocery bill since she showed up. Selene flashed her gleaming canines in a victorious smile. Shaking my head, I turned the key in the ignition. Do you think Hannah will still be at her shop? My hand stilled on the key, even as the engine rumbled to life. I'd been so swept up in the urgency of it all that I hadn't stopped to consider that it was nearing 9 o'clock, and Hannah's shop was most likely closed for the evening. Being a small town, most businesses in Winterspell closed early, maybe offering extended hours on the weekend. I couldn't think of more than a couple of restaurants that were open this late. Can't we look up her home address in that directory? Clint asked. The Winterspell white pages did have most everyone listed. It wasn't far-fetched to think Hannah would be among them, though I wasn't sure how it would look if we showed up on her doorstep. Then again, it was an emergency, wasn't it? The SUV remained in park as I chewed on the corner of my lower lip. What do you think Hannah will be able to tell us?
You tell us, Selene scoffed. This was your idea.
I know, but I'm having second thoughts. I'm allowed to do that, you know.
Look,
Selene continued.
Hannah said she saw Tabitha speaking with a tall man when she first looked into her crystal ball. She said she couldn't see his face, that it was hidden in shadows. But what if we showed her a picture of August? Maybe that would connect the dots. Or maybe she could reach out to Tabitha and say his name. We don't know how the blood oath works entirely, but it seems to me that if Tabitha is still bound to silence, she couldn't reveal the name or identity to us or Hannah, not outright. But maybe she could react or show a sign if we presented the name to her. Now, seeing as how she's even less useful than a paperweight right now, our best chance is to have Hannah go in through their mind connection.
I think it's worth a try, Cora, Clint said, still leaning forward from his place in the back seat. Maybe there's another explanation for what I heard August say, but it all seems too coincidental. He showed up here, sniffing around, the day after Tabitha turned to stone. If he is somehow involved in this, it would make sense he would try to get close to see how much you know. I'd say the only reason he hasn't acted yet is because you, wisely, have been playing it cool and haven't revealed just how much you know. A new tingle ran along the back of my neck, and I regretted not grabbing one of the scarves I kept hanging on the coat rack by the front door. To think that August had been so close this past week, and how different things might have been if I'd slipped up and revealed too much.
You can thank me for that, Selene quipped. This one would have blabbed the whole story if not for my advice.
Shooting her a glare, I reached for the gear shift. No, we can thank Tabitha for that, I said bitterly. If not for her betrayal, I might have spilled the beans to the first person offering to help, which would have been him.
Oh, yes, we'll throw her a grand party if we get her out of her snug little tomb, Selene muttered.
We'll try the shop first, I said, ignoring Selene as I shifted the car into reverse. The exterior of Hannah's shop glowed faintly yellow, while the other dilapidated shops were cloaked in thick shadows, as 2 of the 3 street lamps were burned out. Another oversight by the city, I supposed. All of the shop interiors appeared dark, though a couple of cars dotted the strip of parking spaces. I left the engine idling as we parked in a spot a few yards from Hannah's front door, the headlights illuminating the nail salon. "Looks like we should have grabbed a copy of the white pages after all," I said. I kept a copy in a kitchen drawer, replacing it every 6 months or so, whenever a new one appeared on the welcome mat. Glancing around, I spotted a telephone booth at the end of the sidewalk on the other side of the street. A copy, though likely outdated, would be hung inside from a chain or magical tether. Sliding back into reverse, I backed out of the space. "There's a phone booth over there. We can try calling her. But maybe we should just hunker down and wait until morning." Neither Clint nor Selene argued. But as I shifted into drive, the nose of my car pointed toward home, Selene jumped from her seat, her tiny paws smacking against the passenger side window. "Wait!" she cried. "Look, there's someone coming this way." Following her gaze, I spotted someone in a hooded sweatshirt walking down the sidewalk toward the shops. "Easy there, killer. People are allowed to walk on public sidewalks last time I checked," I said. Still perturbed, she'd nearly blasted the roof of my house off after Clint tripped the security ward. I hadn't asked yet what she'd broken in the living room. Another pointless casualty. Selene whipped her tail, but didn't offer her usual witty retort. And she didn't need to. The hooded figure stopped in front of Hannah's door, and with a pop of magic, unlocked the door and slipped inside.
"We have to go and see who that is,"
Selene exclaimed, pawing at the window, her nails scratching against the glass and making an awful noise. "Stop that," I frowned. Selene ignored me. A shower of pink sparks erupted and the passenger door flew open. "Selene, wait." The pint-sized cat streaked out into the parking lot, barreling toward Hannah's shop at full speed. "Oh, for the love of Merlin," I sighed. "I see you 2 are still working on the whole communication thing, huh?" Clint said, a note of dry humor in his voice. I parked in the space I'd just backed out of and cut the engine. "Yeah, it's not exactly a 2-way street, as you can imagine." Clint chuckled as he opened his door. "Come on," he said. "Let's go see what the furball's got herself into this time." Glowering at the windshield, I yanked the keys from the ignition and muttered, "I can't wait to find out." Chapter 20. By the time Clint and I piled out of the car, Selene was nowhere to be found. The door to Hannah's shop was locked, and thanks to the dark tinting, I couldn't see anything inside. "Cora, over here," Clint said. He pulled his phone out to use the flashlight function. Aiming the thin light at the sidewalk, he pointed out wet paw prints on the sidewalk under the eaves. "Where did she go?" I asked, already following the prints to the end of the strip of shops, then around the corner. It didn't take long to have our answer, as a shower of pink sparks still lingered in the air near a small window on the backside of the building, floating down to the asphalt next to the dumpster. "Why couldn't she just wait for us?" I muttered, not expecting an answer.
"Because you're very slow,"
came Selene's voice. "What the?" She popped out of the window and landed with a soft thunk on the metal flaps covering the contents of the dumpster. Her blue eyes glowed wild in the moonlight.
"August is in there,"
she said, her tail ramrod straight.
"And Cora, he's got a gun."
"I'm calling the police," Clint said, tapping at his phone screen. "A gun? Why? Who else is in there?" I asked, staring at the small window Selene had slipped through. It was way too small for my hips. Clint's shoulders weren't terribly broad, but I had a feeling he'd end up wedged in tight if he tried it. I reached for the handle on the back door.
Cora, wait, Selene hissed. We need a plan. We can't just go in there guns blazing.
She flicked a glare at me.
See, I told you we should have grabbed the throwing stars.
I shushed her, lifting one finger as my eyes closed.
Shh, I'm trying to think here. Well, excuse me for wanting to stop the madman with a gun. I'll just go through the dumpster and look for old fish bones to play with while you sort this out.
Yes, Clint said, his deep voice cutting through my thoughts with a jolt. I'd like to report a... Without thinking, I grabbed the phone from his hands, yanking it away. I jabbed my finger at the red button, cutting off the call.
Cora?
He exclaimed, his mouth dropping open.
If August has Aunt Lavender, we can't call the police.
If they lock him up, he'll never tell us where she is or what's happened to her.
I'm sorry. Then what is it you think we should do?
He stammered, his eyes widening when he spotted my other hand hovering above the door handle.
Cora, you can't be serious. Selene said he has a gun. What do we have?
You have me, Selene said indignantly. Though I'd be happier if I had a nice, shiny...
If you say throwing star one more time, I warned.
I'd have settled for the poisoned darts, too, she sniffed.
So far, no shots had sounded.
Hannah's in there, too, Selene said, her tail twitching. If that matters to you.
I cringed. Of course it matters, but so does Aunt Lavender. My eyes squeezed tightly together. I was walking on a razor's edge, and I knew it, playing a more dangerous game than I'd ever imagined. What are they saying? Why does he have a gun?
I don't know. You two dolts came stampeding around the corner, and I had to get back out here before you made too much of a ruckus and got us all busted,
she hissed, glowering at us in turn. You're the one who ran off with no warning, I reminded her.
Ladies, this isn't helping,
Clint interjected.
I think we should call the police. If August does know something about your aunt, maybe they can get it out of him.
Oh, yes, I'm sure Sheriff Templeton is up to date on his advanced interrogation efforts, Selene muttered.
Clint threw his hands into the air.
Well, what are you going to do? Shove bamboo under his fingernails?
If it comes to that. Though, again...
She stopped when she saw my eyes flash.
I'll go see what I can find out. You two stay here and keep quiet.
She didn't wait for either of us to agree before slipping back through the small window. Clint watched her go, his eyes widening.
I don't like this, Cora. We're going to get someone killed here.
Hold on, I said, gesturing for him to wait. There's something I can try here. I used to do it when I was a kid and wanted to hear what the popular kids talked about at their lunch table. Conjuring a bit of wind, I squinted, spinning it around into a small cyclone before aiming it through the open window. With another invisible tug, I changed the direction, drawing the sounds of the shop out through the window, carried on the undetectable breeze.
You promised,
Hannah cried, her voice as clear as if she were standing beside us. There was a slight tremble to her words.
I kept your secret. I told Lilac's girl that the order is behind this. I did everything you asked.
I slapped a hand across my mouth to keep from gasping. August's voice came next, smarmy and agitated.
That's all well and good, he replied. But there's been a change of plans. My partner told me to trim the fat. Seems he's not as willing to work with others as I am.
My teeth bit into my lower lip as I looked to Clint. We outnumbered August, but Clint's magic was negligible, not something he practiced with any regularity. My own magic could pack a punch, but I'd already spent so much of it earlier that evening, hoisting myself over the fence and subduing Clint. And even if I was rested and at my full peak, it wouldn't be anywhere near strong enough to stop a speeding bullet. Hannah's voice floated out through the window once more.
I won't say anything, not to anyone,
she told August. The pleading in her voice was painful to listen to, the sounds of a doomed woman.
No one knows anything about this, she continued, And who would believe me anyway? Look around. No one would think someone like me would even breathe the same air as someone like you.
The flattery made my stomach churn, though I couldn't blame her for trying. If I were in her shoes, I'd pull any lever available to me as well. We were running out of time. Hannah was running out of time. Selene returned, her whiskers twitching in the breeze.
Ugh, stop that,
she said irritably.
Enough with the wind. August is standing in the doorway. Hannah is behind the desk. Looks like he caught her doing bookkeeping or something. You'd think she would have seen this coming, being a psychic and all.
Not the time, Selene? What's the plan? Selene flattened her ears against her head.
I'm going back in there. He won't hear me coming, so I can use the element of surprise. He won't expect me to be able to use magic either.
Selene, are you sure? I don't want anything to happen to you. Selene's ears perked for a moment, and she looked surprised.
I'll be fine. You two go cover the front, and make sure he doesn't get away after I strike.
She didn't wait for us to agree before shoving herself back into the small opening, disappearing into the ominous darkness. Looking to Clint, I spun my finger, retracting the soft breeze of magic. Shouldn't one of us stay here and watch this door? I asked, already hating the idea of splitting up. Without answering, Clint lurched into action. He positioned himself at one end of the nearby dumpster and began to push.
Give me a hand with this, and we can both guard the front,
he said, grinding his teeth with effort. His plan clicked into place in my mind, and I hurried to send a burst of magic to aid him. With our combined effort, the dumpster moved to cover the back door entirely. If August tried to make a break for it, he'd be unable to open the door, leaving him with only one exit route. A part of me wondered if it was smart to make a desperate man even more so, but it was a risk we'd have to take. Let's go. We raced around to the front of Hannah's shop, stopping just short of the first display window. I've been in her shop before. These windows have some kind of enchantment or really dark tinting on them, I whispered to Clint, remembering how dark Hannah's shop appeared on our original visit. But we might want to duck down, just in case. As we scuttled below the windows, I wondered if Hannah had seen our silhouettes when we'd originally approached the shop. If she was at the counter and August had his back to us, maybe she'd spotted us and knew help was on the way. Clint caught my eye as he positioned himself on the left side of the shop's door, while I hung back, sticking to the right. Anxiety and curiosity bubbled up within me, hot and fast like lava. What was Selene doing? And what was taking so long? All at once, a loud blast interrupted, loud enough to shake the windows and doors. My heart surged into my throat, and I jumped upright, no longer caring if someone could see my shadow on the other side. "Selene!" I shouted, trying the door. It flew open so hard I was sent stumbling backwards, narrowly regaining my balance in time before falling into the street. August emerged from a thick pink smog, swearing loudly as he wiped at his eyes. Clint struck first, using some sort of football tackle to drive August back against the wall of windows. "Not so fast, buddy." The gun fell from August's hand, and I swooped in to grab it.
"Cora, she's trying to get out the back,"
Selene's voice called from somewhere in the chaos. Striding toward Clint and August, I used my final burst of power to hold August's struggling form in place. My eyes watered from the smoke, but I didn't flinch. "Where is Aunt Lavender?" I demanded, driving the point of my finger against his chest. A yowling sound came from inside.
"Get back here, harpy,"
Selene cried. "You got him?" I asked Clint, already moving for the door. He nodded. August had the height advantage, but Clint was stronger and managed to frog march him into the shop. Still, I kept the gun at my side, hoping I wouldn't need to use it. Meanwhile, Selene had subdued Hannah with some kind of spell, and the woman lay crumpled on the floor, her legs tucked up as close to her chin as she could get them, her hands covering her face.
"Please," she cried, "don't let him hurt me."
"What happened, Hannah?" I snapped, planting my hands on my hips as I glared down at her. The woman sniffled. Removing her hands from her face, she peered up at me, tears staining her cheeks.
"I'm so sorry, Cora," she said, wiping her nose with the back of her hand.
"You lied to us," I said, recalling the bits of conversation we'd overheard in the alley. "You were working with him." I swung around, keeping one eye on August. He'd stopped struggling, but Clint kept his grip tight on his wrists, pinned behind his back. "Why, Hannah?" I asked her. "Was there ever a premonition, or did you know it was August the entire time?"
"She knew I had something to do with it,"
August sneered, shooting Hannah a nasty look.
"She just thought she would make a quick buck with the information, instead of helping you and your pathetic aunt. She came to me and told me what she'd seen, and for a price, she promised to leave me out of it."
"So the premonition was fake?" I asked Hannah, my hands shaking. The woman sobbed, shaking her head.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was getting myself into."
"I'm surprised you would even listen to someone like this," August said, looking back at me, contempt shining in his eyes.
"You struck me as far more level-headed."
Rage seared my heart, and for a moment the room went red. My vision narrowed until all I could see was August, and a running string of images flashed through my mind, all the things I'd like to do to him.
"How dare you?" "I did see him,"
Hannah interjected.
"In the vision. I told you his face was in shadows, but it wasn't. I recognized him, and I thought—"
She hung her head, sniffling again.
"I thought I could make a deal with him, but he lied to me. He was about to kill me if you hadn't gotten here in time. How did you even know?"
"Call it a premonition,"
Selene growled, her claws digging into the floor. "You made your own girlfriend swear a blood oath?" I asked August. "Or were the pictures fake, along with the whole sob story about your conflicted emotions for her?"
"If you ask me, they're a match made in hell," Selene said. "A couple of backstabbing, money-grubbing lowlifes who are willing to do anything to keep their personal gravy trains rolling along."
Something moved behind August's eyes, momentarily dispelling the stone-cold edge.
"The pictures are real,"
he said, his jaw flexing.
"They're just not of me. They are of my twin brother, Arthur."
I shook my head, unsure I'd heard him properly. "Your twin? Tabitha is dating your twin brother."
"Was,"
August corrected.
"Arthur is quite unwell these days. Their relationship ended a few months ago. He didn't want to have her waiting around for him to die."
A hush fell across the room, thick and reverent. Even the thundering pulse in my head seemed to go quiet for a moment, and a final piece of the puzzle slid into place, with an almost painful finality. I'm sorry to hear that," I stammered. Is that what this is all about? It's not about finding the golden lotus to sell on some underground market, but to save your brother? August didn't answer at first. He stared down at the tops of his sneakers, his eyes watery from the smoke, but also hollow and dark. When he lifted his chin, his throat constricted.
"I suppose in a way, you and I are not all that different, Cora," he began. "You've shown just how far you would go for your family, and now you know how far I would go for my own."
"Save me the sob story,"
Selene snapped, stalking toward him.
You will take me to Lavender right now, or I will shred you into mincemeat and leave you for the rats to clean up.
August was unfazed by Selene's threats, barely offering her a glance before appealing to me.
I am not the one who took Lavender, but I know who did. And I will take you to her. But I will warn you, it's not going to be easy.
Setting my jaw, I lifted my chin. I'll do whatever it takes. Something flashed in August's eyes as he nodded slowly.
I truly hope you mean that, Cora.